Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And from since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
Well, I hope you guys had a good weekend, because that was as good a weekend, and we'll lead with the Cougs here, I promise. But that was, if you're a Houston sports fan, that was about as good a weekend as you could get. Friday, beating up on OKC at home, full-strength OKC. Saturday, Ben, play the music, by God. Yeah, let's do this, yeah. Saturday, Cougs, we just heard that. You beat Duke. And you beat Duke in a way that is going to sting for them for a long, long time. And then yesterday afternoon, the Astros come back from down 7-1 against the hated, yes, you heard me, hated Minnesota Twins, hated by me. Then last night, you beat up on Golden State by 16 in a game where Draymond and Steph combined for single-digit points, and Draymond loses his mind the entire game. Oh, Seth, what a weekend, man.
It was a great weekend. What day is today, Sean?
Today is Monday. We are here. Thank you. It's going to be a great week.
You ran the gamut. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Good job. You got all the days right and everything.
It's a minefield. Yes. Let's go.
Clutch City.
Let's go.
That's right. The spirit of Clutch City is raining down upon you. I liked yesterday during the Astros game, Callis continually invoking the Cougs in the Astros' ability to come back from a seemingly insurmountable deficit. And more than anything else, watchable baseball.
Yeah.
There was, for a half of that game yesterday, I thought to myself, you know what? This is watchable baseball, and I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah. I was out to brunch with several friends of ours at Cadillac Bar. A table of 8. We had 3 mimosa towers, and while we were drinking the mimosa towers, the Astros were getting their heads handed to them. But once we got done drinking mimosa towers and we went home, that's where the fun began for the Astros. So I blame us, all our friends, for drinking mimosas because the Astros were playing like they were drinking mimosas.
What's a mimosa tower look like?
It's
just stacked up champagne glasses.
Yeah, no. It's literally like those candy things they have in the press box at NRG Stadium. With the M&Ms in it, and you just hit the latch, and it spills out M&Ms into a cup for you.
Yeah.
It's like that, but thinner and with mimosas in it.
So a big tube of
mimosas, yep.
That you can it's got a dispenser at the bottom.
A little faucet at the bottom, yeah.
Well, does it have different flavors of mimosas?
They may, but we got the same.
So you have multiple different tubes? Oh,
no, it was just 3 of the same tubes, and we went after it, man. We got after it because it was a great weekend to do it. Weather was nice. It was, it was great. So, good morning, my friend. How are you feeling after this week?
I feel good. I do feel awesome. Obviously, that was one for the ages with the Cougs.
Yeah.
And credit to all of them and Kelvin Sampson for just flat out being honestly, there's somebody you're going to invoke for a long, long time as, hey, don't leave yet. Don't get out of your seats. Don't go try to beat traffic. Don't be one of those cold and timid souls that believes that it's over, because they just kept doing their thing, and ultimately the Duke couldn't handle it. Duke hadn't faced a top 20 defense in this calendar year, and they go up against the best defense in the league, and all of a sudden just go completely dry in the last 3 minutes of the game. It was beautiful.
Yeah, they went dry. Yeah, they went dry for a while. They had a stretch, the Cougs did, of about 6 minutes and change of basketball where they only gave up 1 field goal.
Yeah.
They were the Blue Devils were stuck on 59 for a long time, and there were some. Man, just listening to Kelvin Sampson talk about it after the game, in multiple interviews, he said, "Man, our goal was to get it so that there was game pressure on Duke in the last minute or two of the game because they hadn't faced a lot of that. They averaged, they've been blowing teams out. If we can just get some game pressure on them. And when they were down by 14 with about 9 minutes to go, that sequence where you get Cryer hits a 3 to get it to 11, they get the technical foul on Mason Gillis on the scrum after the made basket where he gets an elbow. I forget which Coug it was, but right up in somebody's face. And you get a technical free throw. You get 2. You missed one of them. But you get another possession, and they score again. That was a big swing. That was 6 points they chipped away when they were down 14 in a matter of seconds. And that got it back to manageable. You're always trying to get it. You're down by 14. Let's get it down to 10, 9, 8. So they were in that 10, 9, 8 range. And then the Emmanuel Sharp 3 with 34 seconds to go that made it a 3-point game was like, okay, well, this is now interesting here.
And credit to Juwan Roberts, who in the second half, they said, what? Juwan Roberts can handle Cooper Flagg on his own. We're letting too many of these other guys dink and dunk us with their opportunities they're getting by trying to focus all of our energy on Cooper Flagg. And Cooper Flagg, this is something that was known going into the game. A couple times this year has struggled, has not been a guy who looks like the number 1 overall pick in the draft when in the final minute of a close game.
Yep.
Yeah. So to be able to force the shot to Cooper Flagg and not give him an easy shot and for him to miss it at the end, Juwan Roberts did what he had to do that entire second half. To what we talked about before the game, at the very least, look, Cooper Flagg's going to eat, and he was their leading scorer, but they made him inefficient, and he shoots less than 50%, and you just got to take them off of what works best for them, and they did, in hindsight, a brilliant job of it, but obviously needed that stretch of brilliance at the end.
They walked a tightrope to do it, that's for sure. And so now they play Florida tonight. Here was Kelvin Sampson. This is the interview that I think got most people's. He did several interviews after the game, and they were all great. I mean, this Coug team but they're a great story. This was Kelvin Sampson, his on-court interview with Tracy Wolfson, with his team surrounding him on the floor after the game on Saturday.
Lucky to have them, but it's not lucky that they do what they do because that's work. They trust their work. They trust their teammates. I hear what people say. Duke this, Duke that. Duke's great. John Shire is awesome. But don't sleep on Houston. We went 34-4 playing in the Toy Poodle League. We were 19-1 in the Big 12. Playing in the Big 12 helped us. Shout out to my Big 12 brethren, Coach Brett Yormark, and all the great coaches in the Big 12.
Okay, so don't sleep on Houston was the money quote there. If that's not on a T-shirt, it should be. If there's not a bunch
it's already. I've seen others. Somebody's probably trying to file a trademark on it this morning.
Yeah. We got a lot of good T-shirt outlets here in town. I'm sure there's a bunch of Cougs in San Antonio tonight that will be wearing some version of "Don't Sleep on Houston" on their body, I would guess.
I liked them getting Big 12 love there as well. Mm-hmm. Although the Big 12 will never lend itself to as catchy a chant as SEC.
No.
SEC.
What did he call it? The Toy Poodle League?
Yeah.
He takes. Kelvin Sampson is he'd be good. He'd be a good guest on the Pettycast. Like he can take. The funny thing is, like, the ACC didn't get a lot of love either. Like, the SEC had however many teams in the tournament, and here we've got a final. Well, the final is Florida. I guess we had Duke in the ACC yesterday. So yeah, they're repping the Big 12 tonight, man, against the SEC in Florida.
I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to conjure up any of my, white-on-white hatred for Duke like you typically do so easily.
Yeah,
I just haven't been able to dredge up any hatred for Cooper Flagg. But that cold nipple canipple there, I'm done with him. He hit that backdoor cut in the first half, and that's it. I was like, I despise you.
Dude,
colonizer!
He's annoying. He's annoying, and be ready, because from what I hear, his family is like the next version of the Plumleys. Like, there's that are coming up through the ranks of high school.
I can't wait to hate the canipples.
Yeah, dude, it is. I'm watching Stranger Things right now, and the Demogorgon always comes back every year. You think you killed him, and then he comes back. That's what the canipples are. They're the Plumley Demogorgon, right? Like, the monster is here, and it's the canipple family coming. So this is what the level of improbability. I love stats like this when the team I'm rooting for is on the good end. Unlike the Texans, where they had like 3 losses like this year, we're like, hey, teams that did this are normally 152-2, and now they're 152-3.
The Texans had all the, forcing 5 interceptions
yes.
and still losing the game.
They had 3 of those this year.
Yeah.
So Duke did this thing where since 1986, teams that had the following things happen in a tournament game were 335-0. Higher field goal percentage than their opponents, more free throw attempts than their opponents, more assists than their opponents.
Saw that.
Fewer turnovers than their opponents.
Yeah.
And Duke didn't have many turnovers in this game. They only had 7 turnovers in the game.
It felt like a football game in that regard.
Yes.
The turnover battle was very lopsided.
Very lopsided. Yeah, more steals than their opponent. If you did those 5 things since 1986, you were 335. You were part of a group that was 335-0. They are now 335-1. Thanks to John Shire, Cold Nipple, Knipple, and Duke. Yes.
The win probability chart is one for you could put that on a T-shirt too.
Yes.
Because it was extreme the entire way. Houston had a couple spots there in the first few minutes win probability.
That's it.
But then it looked like a bear market to an extreme degree. We were flat out in the Great Depression there at the bottom. Yeah. And then all of a sudden we invented the personal computer. At the very end.
There's one red line shooting straight up at the end.
Yeah.
That's it.
You can never predict exactly what's going to pull you out of a depression. Sometimes it's a world war, whatever. This time it was just brilliant.
It was, and I would say too, on the Duke side, they're probably calling it a choke job, and I think it just depends in the eye of the beholder. Houston.
It's so nice to see all those stupid Duke fans.
Crying. And I said to Amy because I didn't get to see the whole game because I had an event on Saturday. We did get to watch the last 2 minutes of it at the bar afterwards, so that was cool. And anybody I talked to yesterday about it was like, well, that was the only part you needed to see was the last 2 minutes of the game if you're rooting for Houston. But I rewatched the last 15 minutes of I rewatched from the time they got down 14 through the rest of the game last night. And, I said to Amy the same thing, Seth, after the game, where they were flashing around to different Duke people crying. I'm like, I could watch 2 hours of this. I could watch this like it was a feature film, just Duke people crying. Mm-hmm. Oh, it was great. So,
what was your event on Saturday night?
It was the Joe Niekro Foundation for AVM and Aneurysm Research.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they talked about Joe Niekro a good amount yesterday.
All-time leading wins.
On the broadcast.
Yeah, all-time leading wins for the Astros. Amy won the raffle. She won a 2.4 carat diamond in the raffle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's a big night for the Pendergasts. So she's going to put it
2.4 carats.
Yeah.
What do you do with that?
She's going to put it in. She's going to put it in a pendant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's a pendant.
You should carry it around. There's nothing. It feels kind of badass carrying around loose diamonds.
Oh, I felt badass at the bar.
Get on an airplane or something, just so all of a sudden they're like, "Hey, why are you carrying loose diamonds?"
Yeah, just because.
A little gangsta appeal there.
Because I don't have any emeralds on me. How's that sound? All right. That's why I'm carrying diamonds. Okay.
That used to be kind of a currency in the underworld, wasn't it? Just carrying around loose diamonds instead of crypto.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Feels like I watched a movie once.
Yeah, the Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. He had diamonds laying around. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday, victorious Monday. All right, let's stick with hoops because the Cougs did some good things yesterday. The Rockets. I have a big question here after this weekend. Why not Houston? Why not the Rockets? We will discuss that coming up next.
I've got a question for you. Why are you paying more than you should in your property?
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it was a really good weekend for basketball in the city of Houston. Cougs will be playing in the finals tonight. You can hear that game right here on Sports Radio 610, by the way. We will be carrying the game tonight between the Cougs and the Florida Gators. 7:50 p.m. tip, which I'm sure people on the East Coast are thrilled about. Game starts at about 9 o'clock at night for people on the East Coast.
That's typical, though. That's a complaint every year that they have.
I would say it's dumb.
Sorry, you'll be a little bit sleep deprived before you get up and do all your cocaine and go help tank the markets.
That's
okay,
right.
Great.
Yeah.
Sorry. Wall Street types.
That's true. I should be bitter at the East Coast right now. Yeah, I would say it's stupid, except they do it every year. I'm sure there's market research that says that's the right time to start the game. So that'll be tonight. We'll have that for you here on Sports Radio 610. Okay, so the big complaint with the Rockets, amidst a streak in which they've now won 15 of 17, the big complaint that people had about this streak, maybe outside the Houston fan base, or maybe even some within the Rockets, skeptics within the Rockets fan base, Seth, would say, we'll beat somebody good, and then we'll be impressed by this. Ignoring the fact that they beat a lot of good teams earlier this year. They beat Cleveland twice in like a 3-day span. They beat the Celtics in Boston. They've beaten several other good teams during the season. They had a record at one point this season where against the top teams in the NBA record-wise, their record was like 12-4. They'd beaten good teams, but they had a stretch where they weren't beating good teams or anybody. They had a 6-game losing streak. And then the schedule maker, Rockets can't control this. They had a stretch where they played a bunch of sad sack teams, and they took care of their business. Mm-hmm. So now if you're one of those people that is complaining that the Rockets haven't beaten good teams, can I interest you in a 125-111 victory over the Thunder on Friday, in which they led throughout most of that game? And then last night, a victory in San Francisco over a Warriors team that had their full complement of guys. Their big three are Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green. And they all played like crap. I mean, Steph Curry really played like crap. He scored 3 points in the entire game. The only bucket he scored was some circus shot with like 2 seconds left in the half. That was it for the night. And Steph Curry has been on a heater lately. He scored 52 points a few days ago. Like, he's been on one right now. He scored over 30 points in like the last 4 or 5 games. They went through the stats on the broadcast. So, are we convinced now? Is this good enough for those of you out there who say I need to see them beat good teams? This is 2 dominating wins. One over the best team in the Western Conference, a team that was still mathematically in the mix to win 70 games this year, and then the Warriors, who I don't know. According to Brian Windhorst, he says on Friday this week that they're hey, I know they're the 6th seed, but they're basically the number 2 seed.
I have been arguing, Pelton, and you feel free to disagree with me, that the Warriors are truly the number 2 seed. Now, the Rockets fans would have to Rockets have been great over the last month, but if you look at the Rockets schedule, it diminishes a little bit for me. But I certainly respect the Rockets. But the truth is that there's not that much of a difference between teams that are 2nd and teams that are 8th.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was recorded before the Rockets beat the Warriors 106-90 last night and held Steph Curry to 1 for 10 from the field, Draymond Green 1 for 5 from the field, and losing his mind, by the way, in the process. Draymond was absurd last night.
Draymond was just doing that classic thing you do where you almost wonder, how is this guy still in the league even? Because he just gets away with this. He's set the bar so low for expectations for his for his behavior that almost like Draymond has to go above and beyond what would normally get a guy ejected or suspended.
Bingo.
Because they just allow it. They've just allowed this to continue and fester.
It was unbelievable.
They've had this boil on their butt for years, and they haven't gotten it checked out.
I am watching his act last night. Like, he's planting a forearm in Alperen Şengün's chest on an inbounds play, and basically yelling at the referees, daring them to give him a technical, and then finally he just flat out shoves Şengün with a forearm. They tee him up. He goes running over to the ref and starts clapping right in his face. Right. I'm going, if anybody else did this, that's a second technical and you're gone. And they're letting him run around like a 4-year-old. Like, it's really incredible, the sliding scale that Draymond has for what he's allowed to get away with. It's incredible. But it was good to see the Rockets take that punch and take him to the woodshed.
I mean, for the vast duration of the time they've been the number 2 seed, people have just put an asterisk there, and they've said, well, this, well, that. And what it really all boils down to is they don't look like I like my NBA teams to look. I just, sorry about it. I need to have 2 stars that I can point to, and I don't care about your rebounding. I don't care about your defense. The Rockets were number 3 defense in the league in the month of March, by the way. And it's an aesthetic thing as much as it is anything else, and then also the fact that the Rockets they still have to prove it.
Yes. Yeah, they're a little like the Cougs in that way. Kelvin Sampson said that after the game. I think he may have even said it in the cut that we played. But they don't the Cougs don't do it in a way that is aesthetically pleasing to people. It's maybe not the style of basketball that the casual fan sits down and wants to watch because they do it with grit. They do it with crashing the boards. They're not a great offensive team, although the Cougs probably shoot it better than the Rockets do. They've got guys that can knock it down from three. Yeah. But they're very similar they're very similar culturally, I think. They're very similar in that their superpower is just grit and getting it done at the defensive end and on the glass. And so I think the question with the Rockets is, does that hold up when it becomes much more of a half-court game in the postseason? Because the Rockets are not a good half-court. With Fred VanVleet or no Fred VanVleet, this is not a good half-court offensive team. A lot of ISO, a lot of jump, a lot of low percentage shots. But they make up for it, and they make for it at the other end of the floor. Is that a formula that's going to beat good teams? It was a formula to beat good teams this weekend like a drum. They beat both of these teams very soundly over the weekend.
And I think the question is, okay, how does it fare over a 7-game series or a 5-game series? And usually, okay, the better teams or the more talented teams, they step it up the proverbial notch in the postseason, and they start to get a beat on what you can and can't do. But I think the thing that counteracts that is if you're a team that can genuinely sustain that kind of energy and effort over the course of 5 to 7 games, to where you just don't burst at the seams, or you just at some point you don't just fall under the weight of all your own effort. And I think the Rockets potentially might have that. Mm-hmm. The Cougs obviously certainly proved that they do have that. It's just, can you do it over the course of a series? You have to be special. It's not enough to be just really good at steals or really good at rebounding or really good at defense. You got to be able to sustain that throughout an entire series versus talented teams. And I think they've shown more and more that whatever the glitches they had with playing back-to-back games on the road, the youth that they have, I think they've grown and matured in a lot of ways. And I'm feeling way more confident that this brand of basketball can sustain in the playoffs, more so than I would have been, let's say, if you get rid of the lull there in February. Mm-hmm. Just even if you got rid of that, I still wouldn't have been as confident about it, say, at the end of 2024 as I am right now.
Yeah, I think the big things are, does the style of play hold up? And then, when you need baskets, is Jalen Green going to be a guy that can go get you buckets at the end of the game? Because that's probably going to be the guy they're leaning on to get offense. He was great last night. He was a huge part of them burying the Warriors in the second half of that game. Text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The referees treat Draymond like the town idiot that just has wacky behavior running around the middle of the town and people just ignore him. That's true.
It becomes almost just a fixture to where people there is a little very much of a small town vibe to that, to where there's some crazy guy that everybody knows he's crazy, but by and large except usually in the small town, it's not a violent person. It's just the guy that, all right, every now and then he doesn't wear his pants.
Yeah.
And that's Carl.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about Carl?
Yeah.
He's largely harmless.
Right.
Or he's just going to, all right, he's kind of lingering over that woman, and you're like, yeah, I know, but she's known him since high school, and she knows he's harmless. It doesn't bother her.
Yeah.
Except that in this instance, Carl will push it too far.
Yes, yeah. Yeah,
Carl will make physical contact.
Yeah.
When at that point, Carl needs to disappear.
That's right.
And that's the beauty of a small town. Somebody can disappear and nobody asks too many questions.
That's it, man.
It's bound to happen to Carl at some point.
The town's referee can kick Carl out of the town at some point. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Carl's not just every 10 minutes.
Bury him in a swamp is more what I was thinking.
Every 10 minutes screaming the word, the government, just for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the Rockets get the win last night. We're getting some texts about the Cougs, too. People are fired up. Tweak my knipple, champagne and ripple. Sales go triple. Took my teenage sons. I don't even know what that means. Took my teenage sons to the game Saturday. Wow. Just wow. Yeah, Cougs repped out, man. There were a lot of Cougs there on Saturday.
No, it was a great environment, and Hakeem was there, obviously. A moment at the end where Olajuwon wasn't allowed up onto the court.
Did you see? I was going to say, did you see that?
Onto the stupid elevated
that
court that they have for these games.
Yeah. Hakeem Olajuwon, the greatest legend in the history of the program, wanted to go up and celebrate with the team on the dais up there. And some security guy's like, nope, sorry. But I'm Akeem Olajuwon. I'm sorry, sir. You're going to have to stay down here with the people.
Got some little something we call rules and regs around these parts.
That's it, man.
That was, I feel, I saw a lot of people saying, how does that guy not know who Olajuwon is? And I think, no, remember, this is in San Antonio. I think they knew exactly who Olajuwon is.
That's right. That's a good point.
That's some dude that's trying to stick up for David Robinson somehow.
That's a really good point. That is good. Man, the last time the Cougs were at this stage, Olajuwon was a college basketball player. 41 years against Georgetown and Patrick Ewing back in the day.
I know, that was another part when I saw people saying, how does that guy not know who Akeem Olajuwon was? I had to be real and be like, listen, fellas, we're getting up there in years, okay? I think there's probably a lot of people in their 20s that don't know who Akeem Olajuwon is.
I was going to say, if this guy's 33 years old or younger, he may not fully know. Yeah. He may have heard of Akeem Olajuwon, but wouldn't know it if he was on stage there. It's a good point.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
It's not like let's say in Olajuwon, it doesn't have like Patrick Ewing looks distinct whether you're a basketball fan or not.
Yeah.
You know Patrick Ewing when you see Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
Olajuwon, I could see if you're younger and you might not know what Olajuwon necessarily looks like if you're not from Houston.
There was a picture somebody took, and I apologize, I don't know who it was, but it wound up on my Twitter timeline. Hakeem was at Buc-ee's on his like all the other Houstonians stopped at Buc-ee's, like whichever one is midway between here and San Antonio. Just Hakeem just popping in to get some beaver nuggets and a brisket sandwich and a bottle of Powerade or something. Buc-ee's. That was great. I love that. Draymond
It's got to be hard if you're Hakeem. I mean, it's rare for him to go anywhere with probably a 60 or 70 mile radius of Houston to go anywhere unnoticed or unrecognized, especially a Buc-ee's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and you got a Buc-ee's that's full of Coug fans.
Yeah, everybody on their way back.
Yeah, it's not like you're just stopping at the Buc-ee's in League City on the way home from the beach or something like that, and you're like, I'm thirsty, I got to get something. And it's a bunch of citizens in there that are just walking. I mean, he's probably recognized in there, too. In that Buc-ee's, it was a photo op for a bunch of people. You got to stop and be friendly and take selfies and things like that, too. Which is fine. I'm sure Hakeem he's a very friendly fella.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't need to start a fund for him or anything. He'll make it. He'll be, No, I'm sure he was enjoying it and basking it. That was probably his favorite time he's been recognized at a Buc-ee's in the last 20 years.
Yes, on the way to the Final Four. Get to watch your team play basketball and get to watch him again through here on Sports Radio 610. Text message exactly. Can the Rockets sustain the high energy over a 7-game series and against multiple teams? I think this is where their youth comes in. Like the inexperience is one thing, but the flip side to that is you got young legs throughout the series.
And you get it spread out a little bit during the playoffs. It's not as grueling of a schedule. The travel doesn't hurt you. Yeah, you don't have back-to-back different road opponents where you're traveling at night.
Yep.
So that part of it, I'm glad that they went through a period of time where I know the sentiment, the knee-jerk reaction is always, in myself included, like, come on, you guys, you bunch of little rich crybabies. Whoa, you can't play back-to-back. But for whatever it's worth, Udoka himself, who's not a new age softie or anything, like Udoka, blamed her, at least presented that as an explanation at various times during the season. It's not a concern during the playoffs.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a very victorious Monday here for the city of Houston. We've mentioned it, Rockets, 2 big wins over the weekend. The Cougs are in the finals tonight. Again, you can hear that here on Sports Radio 610. We haven't even talked about the Astros yet. They took 2 out of 3, which is not a big deal in Minnesota, but the way in which they won yesterday and one particular thing that happened is a huge deal, especially heading to Seattle to start a series with the Mariners tonight. We'll talk about that in headlines coming up next.
Hey, Underdog is available.
Credit card.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we got a lot to get into here in headlines because it was a good weekend for Houstonians. Let's start with the Cougs and the win on Saturday night. An historic win, 70-67 over the Duke Blue Devils. Here are the various times that the Cougs were trailing by certain amounts in this game. Duke led by 14 with 8 minutes and 3 seconds left in the game. At that point, there was a 98.5% chance that Duke was going to win that game, according to the win probability charts. Duke led by 9 with a little over 2 minutes to go. They led by 3 with 25 seconds left. They led by 1 with 19 seconds left. They led by -3 when the buzzer sounded at the end. 70-67, the final score. And Seth, the fact that, there's so many things to dig into. That Juwan Roberts is the one knocking down those free throws. A 1-and-1, by the way. Like, that he knocked down the 2 free throws after he got fouled by Cooper Flagg. Cooper Flagg went over the back. Marginal call, but we'll take it. Duke gets plenty of calls. They can't complain about anything.
And he went over the back. You call it, don't call it, whatever it was. Score some damn points, okay?
Yep.
You want to really complain. And I've seen, to their credit, I've seen a lot of Duke fans say, like, all right, people, like, settle the hell down.
Good,
all right?
good.
We don't get every call, and you got to score some points.
63% free throw shooter calmly steps to the line and just drains them both. No hit the front rim, hit the backboard, rolls in. Like, he knocked them both down.
And it was everything that you would hope in terms of just Juwan Roberts in the second half being left alone with Cooper Flagg. And you don't have to shut him down. Cooper Flagg still scores 27 points on the night, but he did it inefficiently. And the final shot, Cooper Flagg gets it, and it's not an easy shot because Juwan Roberts has his hands up. And Cooper Flagg's got a history of kind of shrinking in the last final moments of some of these close games with Duke, and that's what he did in this one.
Yeah,
clanked it.
It was great because there were like the mistakes that were being made by Duke were across the board. You know, Knipple getting that layup blocked by JoJo Tugler with under a minute to go. You point out, Seth, Cooper Flagg not being able to do anything down the stretch in that game. Proctor dribbling a ball off his leg to turn the ball over, like to help keep the Cougs in the game. And on the flip side, you had L.J. Cryer, who will get acknowledged at 720 today because it was his shooting efforts when this game was kind of out of hand that kind of kept the Cougs within shouting distance. He was 6 of 9 from three-point land in this game. Emmanuel Sharp's three-pointer with about 30 seconds left to cut it to 3. And not just that with Sharp. I mean, Sharp had some strong takes to the hole down the stretch. Emmanuel Sharp is a tough kid. Tugler's block shot. Juwan Roberts knocking down the free throws. Like, everybody was in on the act with this game.
And then the 3 threes that they hit at the end of the first half, that was a huge, vital lifeline. Like, that kept them afloat at the very least.
Well, that's the thing Kelvin Sampson said after the game is, I think somebody, whatever interview, I can't remember if it was the press conference or Tracy Wolfson or whoever, but somebody asked him, like, what was the mood in the locker room at halftime? He said the mood in the locker room was like, we played like crap and we're down 6 to Duke.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So they were upbeat about their chances going into the second half.
And it was, we talked about it last week that for them to win the game, it would probably have to be a game that was in the 60s. Yeah. And it wasn't that game for the first, until the final several minutes. Yeah. It was a game that was going to be played in the 70s, and ultimately it ends up, 1 foot in, 1 foot out there. But very good. They played their game extremely well and made Duke look like a team that had never seen a press before.
That's right.
They were like, hey, what's this? Is this legal? What's going on?
Is this a torpedo bat? Is this a torpedo bat? Speaking of which.
Ruining basketball, this is.
With this full court press.
What's up with all these athletes out here playing aggressively in the final minutes of a game?
That's
We're
right.
Duke.
That's right. The Astros yesterday, we haven't even talked about the Stros yet. We'll get to them as well in the 7 o'clock hour in an Acknowledge Me. But huge comeback win over the Twins. There's some good and some bad to get to from the Astros this weekend. We'll start with the good. The big question, Seth, will that Yordan Alvarez home run be the enema that unclogs his hitting efforts right now? Is this we've seen that we've seen that. I know it's a graphic analogy.
Yeah, I wish you hadn't put it that way.
Sorry about that. Will this be the Drano that unclogs the sink that is Yordan Alvarez? But he hits the home run, first pitch, ninth inning to tie the game up yesterday at 7, 2-run homer. I mean, and it was a classic Jordan home run, like second deck, first pitch. You knew it from the sound with which it hit the bat that thing was gone. And this is what we typically see with Jordan when he gets in one of these mini slumps. He hits a home run, and then it's like, okay, that's the warning label for the rest of the league. Is we're about to see some classic Jordan, and they need that, right? That they're 4-5 right now, and they're getting such a horrible offensive performance from so many people. I feel like I feel okay about where the Astros are right now.
Jordan, this is where with Jordan, there's almost. I would say there's zero chance that he's going to be, as bad as he's been over the first couple of weeks.
Agreed.
Look, when I was nerding up and going on Baseball Savant and looking at his ex-WOBA and all that, this is the worst stretch he's had in his career in terms of extended really bad play. So was that the moment where he turns it around? Perhaps. I'm just not overly concerned about him. I think the thing that I was most excited about this weekend was to see Paredes and to see Brendan Rodgers really get it going, and to see Altuve continue to do what he's been doing. He's been hitting very well. He had his first official error on Saturday, and it was a bad one. And yet, the vast majority of playing in the outfield has been good.
Yeah.
With Altuve.
Yeah.
Tracking the ball, some of the plays he's made in the gap, all of that has been very good. The one simple thing that he's having a hard time doing is taking his ball out of the glove. And in his transition to throwing, that big glove and some of the unfamiliarity of having to hurry throws in critical situations, or sometimes even on Saturday, it didn't need to be a critical situation. He's trying to take the ball out of his glove to throw to third for a play that he wasn't going to make.
Right.
And he drops it and you end up scoring a run.
Scores, yeah.
But by and large, he's been pretty good. That's his first official error. I think there was one that could have been chalked up an error in the Giants series, but still, I'm feeling okay with it, especially because he's hitting well. Far, the experiment's working out all right. If what you're trying to do is take a load off Altuve and allow him to still hit, then there you go.
Yeah, if he's going to hit 340 or whatever he's hitting right now, then you got to find a way to keep him in the lineup. The one scary one.
Okay, yeah, and we got to get to that.
Yeah. So there were two scary things with Altuve yesterday. The first one was the ball that he looked like he was losing in the sun.
Yeah.
And it hit. Thank God he had a big glove on, because it hit like the last two fingers of the finger part of the glove and just landed in his mitt. Like that was very fortunate. That
was dicey this entire series.
Yes.
It seems there are so many high pop-ups and fly balls where guys are having a hard time managing the sun.
What the hell was he doing in extra innings on the base
extra innings? Paredes. Let me paint a picture for everybody. Paredes is up. Yeah. The Astros have a 2-run lead, and Paredes, who's 4 for 5 on the day. You got Altuve at second, nobody on first.
Right.
No real reason whatsoever for Altuve to try to steal.
Yeah.
And yet, attempt to steal he did. It was thrown out easily.
Well, the only thing I could think of, there was one out at the time. Yeah. And maybe he's trying to get to if he gets to third, then a fly ball brings you home, that kind of thing.
Right. You just smoke him if you got him.
But your first point was a good one, Seth, which is this guy's 4 for 5. And you got Jordan coming up after him. Don't get it out like the worst.
And they're hitting this reliever.
Yes,
they're crushing this reliever in this inning.
So would you rather just have 2 cracks at Altuve coming home from second with the 2 hottest hitters in the lineup? Because I'll remind you that Jordan's at bat before the home run. He hit a line drive to left field that Bader had to make a diving catch on, or else that would have been a 2 RBI, or at least a 1 RBI hit. And so you've got your two best hitter coming up with you on second, but the better option was to try to steal third before the pitcher even made a move to home plate.
The thing is, where I give him a little bit of a pass is the aggressive base running paid off for him earlier. He tagged up from third on a play that was a super, super aggressive play, and it worked out for him by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
And I think it emboldened him just a little too much.
Win some, lose some.
Yeah.
All right. So
he's also going on the nerd site on Baseball Savant. He's running slower than he has in a long time.
Altuve?
His actual sprint speed so far this year.
I don't like that.
He's showing his age.
I don't like that at all.
He just looked kind of rough this entire series. His hair was always disheveled. He's always got a 5 o'clock shadow, but it looked almost like a haggard 5 o'clock shadow.
Well, and then he's wearing shades all the time now because he's in the outfield.
He looks hungover.
I think that adds to it as well, now that you mention it. All right, headlines real quick. We dug deep into the Rockets in the previous segment. If you want to listen, we've got the rewind feature for you. They beat two good teams over the weekend. They beat the best team in the West by 13 at home on Friday. They beat the hated Warriors, who may or may not be a playoff opponent. We'll see. We'll have to touch on that. The Western Conference playoff picture beneath the Rockets is super intriguing this last week of games coming up here, and it matters to the Rockets. We'll get to that a little later in the show. But they beat the Warriors last night, 106-90. Some NFL stuff we'll get to a little later. Colorado's Pro Day was this weekend. A lot of people talking about Travis Hearn now might have a surefire place he's on his way to in Cleveland. They're talking about that. And last thing, Seth, the favorite for the Chargers' opponent in Brazil in the opening weekend of the season is Kansas City Chiefs. I know. I wanted you and I to make that road trip to Sao Paulo.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm stopping. I'm not brushing up my Portuguese until I find out for sure.
Yep. Schedule will be coming out soon, man. What's today, April 7th? Like a month from now, we're going to find out the schedule. It's flying by. There's teams that are starting their off-season workout program today. If you have a new head coach, you can start your off-season workout program a week ahead of time. This off-season just flew by, man. Draft coming up 2 weeks from Thursday, so we got that as well. All right, those are your headlines for today. We still got a ton to get into. If you missed it earlier, we'll circle back and dig into the anatomy of a victory, the anatomy of a choke job, depending on which side you're on. Cougs and Duke on Saturday. We'll get into that coming up next. Acknowledge Me coming up at 7:20. Stay there. But first, Daly and Black. I will acknowledge them for being amazing at what they do.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
And it's been building to this for a while now. The Cougs had made 6 straight Sweet 16s. They've been one of the most consistent teams in college basketball the last few years. Amidst all that, they changed conferences. Doesn't matter. They go to the Big 12 and they dominate it this year like they dominated the. But that they did it against Duke, exacting revenge over the team that was gifted a Jamal Shed injury last year to knock the Cougs out. So they got their revenge there. But they did it in a way that's going to sting for a long, long time. And now with this Duke team, Seth, that was the only crack that some of these guys are going to get at it. You know, like Cooper Flagg's going to go to the NBA. Knipple is supposed to be a lottery pick as well. Like, they've got 2 or 3 guys on that team that are thought to be NBA first-rounders. And I loved when they flashed over to Cooper Flagg's parents, and they're like,
remember, that's all they care about, according to the one announcer.
Is the results of the game.
They don't care whether his knee is shredded on any given night. They only care about the results of the game. This is what I have to tell you, everybody. Before you mentally move on to Florida, quick turnaround, obviously. But you got to bask in this victory, this seemingly impossible victory for so much of the evening. Bask in it and know that when you go to a place like Duke, it's not that you just lose in the Final Four. It's that you're kind of cast off into a realm of the least favored child or sibling or whatever. You end up for all of eternity when you go to alumni events and what have you. You're the kid that people kept locked in the basement or in the basement or in the attic that nobody knew about because they were so ashamed of their child. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember I went to we had a kid in school from it's that high school that's really good at football in San Francisco, that area. They just
Concord.
De La Salle.
Yeah, I think it's.
And I remember he was from one of the teams that wasn't nationally ranked or didn't win their championship or whatever it was. And he said it was basically like they were lepers. Like nobody wanted to even really acknowledge them when they came back to alumni events or anything. That's what Cooper Flagg is now. He's the guy who couldn't get it done.
He's a leper. Yeah, that's what he is. I always wondered that too. Probably, and it's
no
funny.
No offense to any lepers in the audience.
Right. No, yeah, we've got a lot
but you know what your deal is. You know what your struggle is.
Yeah. No, we're very popular with lepers. We got to be careful.
Trying to listen to the radio as your ears falling off. Yeah.
Ben knows how this feels, not leprosy. But the Miami thing, our producer Ben Gary went to Miami. I would imagine that might be the biggest dichotomy of any college, like with the guys that were on really good teams versus versus these guys from the last 20 years who've never won it, like Andre Johnson and Ed Reed just shunning guys that played there over the course of anything after they were there. Miami. That's I like that. I like the shunning part of all this.
I think there's probably a lot of classic gold, like, wow, whose team wouldn't have choked in that moment, Coach K.
Right.
It's like, all right, Shire's all great and all, but boy, Coach K's team wouldn't have done that.
Okay, so I didn't get to watch the game live. I watched the last 2 minutes of it. I had an event on Saturday, but I watched the last 14 minutes of the game not the last 14, about the last 10 minutes. By the time I watched from the Cougs going down 14 because that was the biggest deficit of the game, and I watched the entire rest of the game. And this is what I'm curious about from Cougs, because knowing what the outcome of the game was, I'm obviously watching it through a different prism. So I was watching it, Seth, of okay, at what point, if I were a Coug fan, did I feel like, all right, this is over? It's been a great season, and we've made it to the Final Four, and we're going to look back fondly at this team. And good job, Kelvin Sampson. And maybe you get over the hump next year with all these hotshot recruits you got coming in. For me, I felt like when Cooper Flagg hit that 3 to go up 9 I think it put them up like 62 to 53 or 64 to 55, something like that.
Yeah, with 2 minutes and 6 seconds remaining.
Is that what it was? I think. Yeah, there was. Well, it was with like around 3 minutes, and then the Cougs had a possession after that where they got multiple cracks at it. They got 2 or 3 offensive rebounds and were able to get a basket with about 2 minutes to go in the game. But when Cooper Flagg hit that three, and there's a stoppage, and he's celebrating, and they're showing the Duke sideline going crazy. That's the point where I'm in rewatching this, knowing what the outcome was. That was the point in the game for me where, like, holy crap, they came back from this. This is incredible. Like this,
they were coming. At one point, they were 7 for the Cougs were 7 for 8 there in the second half. Then Duke plays such a tenacious defense, and Cooper Flagg had some great defensive plays in this game. I'm not gonna lie to you, Sean. My dauber was down.
Yes,
I didn't really see an avenue other than a flurry of threes or something that they were going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and they needed some threes in there, but they did. A lot of it was just grit. A lot of it was getting second shots. Obviously, at the end where you force the Emmanuel Sharp three, and then forcing a turn with 20 seconds left or whatever it was, and not just forcing a turnover, but Wilson goes out there, chunks up a three, misses it, but you get the stick back from Tugler, the dunk on the rebound there. It was just great, man. I thought the coolest thing about that comeback, 2 things. 1, it was against Duke, and 2, it was emblematic of what this team was all year. They did it with a combination of what they were all year, which was their three-point shooters knocking down big shots and showing just incredible, tremendous amounts of grit at both ends of the floor.
Well, and I think for a lot of people pointing out the positives for the Cougs before the game, it felt like almost every single one of them played out. And the fact that the Blue Devils, they hadn't been in a one-possession game since November 26th when they lost to the Jayhawks. So, I mean, kudos to them. Their dominance, prevented them from being in any situation like this. But they also just hadn't faced a really good defense this calendar year.
Yeah.
So that's where, if you're holding out hope, you could going into the latter minutes of that second half, you could still look at some of your pregame bullet points and say, all right, Duke still hasn't been in a situation where if Houston can just get back into 1 or 2 possessions, Duke hasn't been in these situations a lot, and that Cooper Flagg had struggled back in 2024, the end of this last calendar year. Like, he'd struggle in the final possessions of both their loss to Kentucky and Kansas.
Yeah.
So it was, are you going to be able to get the worst out of Cooper Flagg? Are you going to be able to put Duke into a situation that they just really haven't been in a lot this year? And lo and behold, once you get him into that situation, you were able to take advantage of the fact that Houston's been in these spots before.
That was what was interesting, is that when they were up 6 when Duke was up 6 with about a minute to go, and the announcers on the game, Ian Eagle and Bill Raftery and Grant Hill. And kudos to Grant Hill, by the way, whose Duke did not show nearly as much as I think others would have. Like, Grant Hill's a Duke guy. I don't think he would have known it by watching the game. I thought he was very good playing it down the middle.
Yeah.
I'll make a mention of that.
He was wearing his cult undergarments or whatever they make him wear, but
right.
You couldn't see him.
It wasn't showing. He just, for his own edification, he was wearing them. But when the Cougs cut it to 6 with about a minute to go, the announcers were like, should they be fouling here? Should they be fouling here? And they didn't. They let it play out. Knipple gets the layup blocked by Tugler. They go back down, and Sharp hits the 3 to make it a 3-point game with 32 seconds to go. And that's a great point, Seth. Man, those numbers you bring up about them the last time they were in a one-possession game, or that they had a final score that was a one-score final score, is absolutely mind-blowing. And the defensive, the last time they played a top 20 defense was in December as well. And that's they looked like a team that hadn't had to inbound the ball in a lot of crucial possessions down the stretch of basketball games. Like, even the inbound, the one got stolen with about 30 seconds to go. Emmanuel Sharp came in and got his hand on the ball. Like, the Cougs were all over them for that. They almost got a 5-second violation. Sampson was yelling at the refs, like, count faster, they thought it was a 5-second violation. So, That sharp
almost,
three was big because they put some game pressure on them.
It was you got to a point where it feels like, in hindsight, almost, this was the rich kids from Duke that couldn't handle adversity.
That's it, man.
And you know what it felt like to me, Sean? In the NFL, a lot of teams really don't do a whole lot of in-season conditioning. You consider practice itself is the conditioning, and you just be sure that you're chasing down the ball and everything, but you don't run wind sprints or anything. But sometimes midway through the season, the head coach will get a burr up his butt about something, and I'm like, that's it, we're doing wind sprints. And you realize, like, I'm not in shape for wind sprints. I might be in shape to play football, but I'm not in shape for running 100 yards, 10 yards, or 10 times or something. And it's kind of it's a blow to your system. It felt like Duke all of a sudden they had to run suicides, you know, and they weren't ready for it. They hadn't run suicides since November, and they just flat out weren't ready for it.
Well, we know. I mean, Kelvin Sampson's practices are legendary. The video surfacing over the weekend of the drill that he does, where he basically rolls the ball out, has two guys chase it like it's a. I mean, it looks like a basketball version of the Oklahoma drill, but with a ball in there. You know what I mean? Like he's tough on them, man. But he's really good at finding, I think, the right kind of kids that respond to that type of coaching. Yeah. And it showed up in the last couple minutes of that game on Saturday.
I think there's a appeal to the Rockets, and it showed in the. You know, you look at that one map that we looked at last week that showed 86% of states or Americans are pulling for University of Houston, whether they were in their bracket or not, that they are the emotional favorite going into this game. And I think there's a lot of anti-NIL type sentiment. There's a lot of old school appeal, starting with Kelvin Sampson, but then the types of players that he recruits that I think it's appealing to America. It's nice to go into this game. I'm assuming that the majority of America wants Houston in this game.
I would guess,
if you separate gambling and brackets from it.
I would guess that's the case. And you know, they're kind of an everyman vibe too, at least based on the small sample size of panning to the crowd towards the end of that game. They're panning around the Duke crowd, and obviously the Duke crowd is either looking forlorn, sad, or nervous, whatever it may be. But it was a lot of like rugby shirt wearing, champagne sipping, clearly like Southern private school student body type stuff. They pan over to the Cougs crowd at the end of the game after the Cougs take the lead. Guys are shirtless. You know, there's stuff getting tossed up in the air. I'm like, that's my squad. That's my city right there.
That's my brother's old theory about wrestlers, because he was an amateur wrestler. My brother was a very, very good amateur wrestler. And his theory is always that there's a reason that rich kids don't tend to do that well in wrestling. It's because when they lose a tournament, they can go home and play all their video games and everything. But when you're a poor kid and you lose, you got nothing to do. You go home and think about it for the next 3 days.
Yes.
And it just sucks.
Yes.
So they feel it more. Yeah.
Good.
I feel like, we're the Duke, the wine and cheese eaters, and they've got some party they have to go to the next afternoon. Yeah. They got to go screw some pension fund over on Monday. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Coug fans, they're either shirtless or they've got like no shirt on underneath like Coug colored overalls. But one of the latches is off and the shoulder's hanging out, and they're banging two beers together like Stone Cold Steve Austin, pouring them into their mouths. Like, that's our squad right there.
Grittiness there.
Yes. This is a good one. So I asked the question, when did you feel it was over if you're a Coug? If you did, maybe you, like the team and Kelvin Sampson himself, had faith that this thing was going to turn around at some point. But make no mistake, their percentage chance of winning by conventional win probability hovered around 1% to 3% for almost the entire second half of that basketball game. So certainly from about 10 minutes, the 10-minute mark on, when they were down by 14. This is a good one. Someone says, for me, it was the JoJo Tugler technical foul for reaching across with the inbounder and knocking the ball out of the inbounder's hand, where you got called for the technical. It was a 5-point game. I forget. It was under 2 minutes for sure. And I forget, it was obviously after a basket because the Duke guys trying to inbound the ball. They were up 5, Duke was. Tugler reaches in, knocks the ball out of the inbounder's hand, automatic technical foul. They get a shot, and now you're up 6. Yeah, because that just felt like a silly error too. You know, it's a good one.
Well, Cooper Flagg's foul. I mean, you can complain and whine about it all you want, but he was boxed out. He went over the back. It was a foul. Should you call that in that moment? I don't know. Don't commit the foul. All right. That's it was plain as day. If you don't want that foul call, don't commit the foul.
Yep. Rugby shirt wearing, champagne drinking, Rudy Poo candy asses. I love that. Good reference to The Rock in 1999. Kelvin Sampson calls them the Mudbloods. Does he really? I like that name.
Yeah.
The Mudbloods? That's good. I didn't know that. I pray to Pope Zaza and Rudy T. I never gave up on them, somebody says. A lot of people saying the technical foul on JoJo Tugler on the inbound play is when they kind of said, all right, this just isn't happening. But it happened.
That reminds me, by the way, I know that that Mudblood is a Harry Potter reference, but that's another one that I've never actually fully watched an entire Harry Potter movie.
I watched one, and it's because my kids wanted to go.
I feel like we need to educate ourselves on Harry Potter stuff, just because there's an entire generation of kids that use those references all the time.
How many movies do we have to watch to be able to?
I'm guessing if you just watch the one, you know what? Read a wiki page or something. Yeah. That's what we'll do. We'll go through. I just need to know the references.
Yeah.
I watched Draft Day this weekend, so now I'm starting to get. Now I get some of the references.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, I finally understand what people are talking about when they drop some of these names.
Bo Callahan, nobody came to his birthday party, all that. Good. Are we going to get a review this week on Draft Day?
Yeah, we will. Yeah, I went into Draft Day saying, listen, I know I've seen people talk about the unrealistic parts of it, but I don't want to watch this the way a cop or a lawyer probably watches a lot of movies, and they're like in it, like, okay, that's not the way this would do. They would do this or that. I tried to suspend disbelief, but there were some glaring moments where it was impossible, and it started off right off the bat when the GM of the Seahawks tells Kevin Costner that his farm sucks. We're just pretending this is baseball now? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Your farm system sucks.
Okay.
All right.
You don't have
but
to.
I moved beyond it.
Yeah,
I moved beyond it.
Okay, so you don't have to give your review right now. I'm looking for, and especially if your review is supported by audio from the movie. I am very excited for this.
I didn't know, but I'll give you. I liked the movie. I thought it was a really good movie. Given all as long as you just ignore and try not to actually every little thing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, okay, you know what? All I need to know is that he paid a bunch of draft picks, and now he's got to get those draft picks back. I'm not going to worry too much about the accounting.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you, because we'll do the full review later this week. But I wanted to make sure, did I properly hype up the guilty pleasureness of that movie to you?
Yeah, I didn't even feel all that guilty about it, except the scenes in which Diddy was. I'll tell you, my best part, you know what, I really liked it? There came a point where I'm kind of going over the trades and everything, and I'm like, well, I mean, a lot of this boils down to, all right, forget about what position a guy plays. Would you trade Ray Lewis for Ryan Leaf? And then lo and behold, Ray Lewis shows up in the movie, and there's a Ryan Leaf reference. It's
unbelievable.
I'm like, oh, yes. Sonny Weaver knows what the hell he's doing.
That's it.
You know my least favorite part? Spoiler alert, everybody.
Yeah.
My least favorite part, where I had a hard time suspending disbelief again, was in when they flash forward to the first regular season game, and you've got the rookie linebacker
hyping everybody
breaking everybody down at the beginning of the game before he's ever played a single snap.
Underrated. That's good. Yes, that's an underrated, unrealistic moment there. I like that. Okay,
Arian Foster had way more of a crucial role than I thought. Than I realized, because I'd heard that it wasn't a big part and everything, but at least he's a huge part of the plot.
He is a big part of the plot.
And I thought he did really well, playing basically kind of a version of himself, you know? So a running back prospect in the NFL. I thought he did a really good job.
Yeah. Yeah, the character in the movie was a little less interested in things like philosophy and Egypt and, his podcast, but yeah, he was good. He was really good. All right, Seth, last thing before we do Acknowledge Me. I apologize, we're getting a jillion texts, so I lost it earlier. The texter who texted in, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, the theory on Jose Altuve trying to steal third and getting thrown out by a mile, like trying to steal third while the pitcher was still holding the baseball, that Altuve sacrificed himself. Keep in mind, the Astros are up 9-7 at this point. Josh Hader.
And they were playing really aggressive small ball.
Yeah.
Like Jake Myers barely made it by the skin of his teeth to home.
Double steal. So with one out, Altuve on second, Paredes at the plate with 2 strikes, and Altuve does this improbable steal that gets thrown out by a mile, and then Paredes just takes strike 3 right down the middle. There's a texter that had a theory that they were comfortable with the 2-run lead at the time, and they didn't want Josh Hader, who was going to come out and pitch the 10th inning either way. There was nobody warming up in the bullpen. This was going to be a 2-inning outing for Hader, that they didn't want Hader sitting in the dugout too long in the frigid Minnesota weather, that they were comfortable throwing Hader back out there warm with a 2-run lead. Does that theory hold up for you? That maybe Altuve had a green light and that they were just going to be hyper-aggressive. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I'll go with it. That would explain the double steal, too, by the way. You know? And Altuve had been super aggressive on a tag up at third earlier in the game, and it paid off. I'm not – the grand sum total of it with Altuve yesterday was that it wasn't so boneheaded. At least it was rooted in aggression, and it wasn't like those times where he forgets that he's stuck between bases or what have you. It was at least an aggressive base running error that I'm not overly concerned about it. I guess we do need to remind ourselves too. He was on base because he got the game-winning RBI. Right. Yeah, I saw on social media people piling on Altuve, and I felt like it just feels a little inappropriate given the fact that he's been your one bright shining spot in the lineup, through the duration of the season so far. Even though he had an error on Saturday, a bad area in the field, by and large, when it comes to the actual catching of the ball in the outfield, I felt good about him. It's just that transition to throwing that's giving him the hiccups here and there. I know and it came in a victory. This over-aggressiveness, but I'm okay with it. Last text, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. This is in the aftermath of me praising the Cougs and their shirtless grittiness, their beer drinking, beer guzzling grittiness. Nobody tells Sean that he went to Notre Dame. Okay, well, can I get behind the Cougs effort? I'm among the poors, relatively speaking, when it comes to Notre Dame, okay? I don't open the alumni magazine when I get it because it's all people that are curing cancer and just, sold their business and things like that. I'm way more at the U of H end of things than you would think. We got to remember, too, everybody, I'm going to side with the texter on this. Sean is from the state of Connecticut originally, which now the other big college basketball thing you have to look at on this Monday is just more think pieces about how dominant the state of Connecticut has been in college basketball for years and years and years. That's right. Shout out to the women. You know what you are, Sean? What am I? You're like the rich kid that wears dirty tattered jeans and wants to pretend he's a man of the people. You're a limousine liberal. That's what you are. Yeah. Can I be a Coug for today? Can I not be one of those people with the overalls? We got the finals tonight, man. I'm super excited. Let's get to this. Acknowledge Me. And we're going to start off with a Coug here and Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge all the big performances from over the weekend. Gary will hit that Roman Reigns hotkey in there. Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge the big performance. LJ Cryer. Acknowledge me. A lot of Cougs to give love to in the aftermath of that comeback win over Duke. But LJ Cryer, his 6 for 9 from three-point line, he kept the Cougs in striking distance in this game. He was great. If the Cougs win tonight, there's a good chance he's going to be the most outstanding player from the Final Four. Here was Kelvin Sampson when asked about LJ Cryer.
We kept matchup hunting with them. Proctor is a great defensive guard, signed James, so we tried to go get somebody else on him. So either he could get the ball. Once he got the ball in the paint, that's where we got offensive rebounds. But Duke's an outstanding defensive team, and they're an outstanding offensive team. But we felt like if we could keep them around 70, we could score enough to win. We can't score 80 on these guys. They're too good. But we could score 70. I don't even know what the final was. What was it?
70-67.
Well, there you go. There you go.
You've done this before.
There you go.
Yeah, but we had talked about on Friday, keep the game in the 60s, keep the game in the 60s. So there's a little bit of irony there that Houston was a team that tipped it over into the 70s. Yep. Just barely by the skin of their teeth. Yes. It did. It felt like a Rocky movie, man. If you can just stay in it until the final round. Just stay in it until the final round. Yep. And then you're the team that's been chasing chickens and beating up on frozen meat. Yeah. Kind of, yeah. Absolutely. I said chasing, not choking. All right. Right. Yeah.
chasing. Jordan Alvarez.
Acknowledge me.
Let's hit Jordan Alvarez hitting that game-tying home run in the ninth inning last night.
Juan Duran pitched the eighth inning, and now Jackson the ninth. Jordan crushes one all the way back, and we are tied up. Upper tank shot for 44. The Astros down 6. Have come back like the Cougars last night at 7-7.
Hi, Poppy. Taking the high heat and getting into the upper tank. That has got to feel good for Jordan. 2 pitches, 2 runs in this inning on the big swing from Jordan.
I was really hoping, Seth, in that 10th inning. That's why it bummed me out when Altuve got thrown out at third. I'm like, oh, we may get to see Jordan again. See if this is real. We didn't get to see him because the Astros, they Twins were able to get out of the 10th inning, but the Astros win the game 9-7. This was great to see. And first pitch, swinging right down Main Street, and he took that thing, man, and he deposited that way up in the stands.
Yeah, and is that the moment where everything kind of turns tide? Maybe. I think by and large, you expect that at some point Jordan's going to do what Jordan always does, and he's going to be one of the best hitters in baseball. I think the fact that Paredes and Rogers have really started to look like they're coming into their own. And Walker with his 2 home runs the other day, that part is encouraging. You still have Cam Smith kind of waiting to see what he turns into. The biggest thing I'm uncomfortable with right now is the Cam Smith rotation and the fact that neither of those guys are getting a boatload of steady reps. It feels uncomfortable. I wish they could just devote all their resources to one of those guys.
It feels like the total opposite of what they were saying in spring training, which is these guys need to play every day. And so you're playing this down the middle thing. You're straddling the fence where neither of them are playing every day. You're just – it feels like they're just piecing things together.
Cam's 2 for 16. DeZenzo's hitting 111.
Pick one.
At some point, allocate your resources, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So Jordan, who's still only hitting 182 with an OPS of 569 on the year, that's about to go up. He's, this is what we see from Jordan. He hits that home run and now begins a stretch where he'd been hitting the ball a little bit harder of late anyways. But if it's going to start translating into hits, this is really good news for the Astros. He's come up a bunch of times with chances to impact these games that they've lost, and he's been unable to do it, and he's not looked even competitive in the at-bats in doing so. If you're going to start to get competitive at-bats with great contact from Jordan Alvarez, Seth, even the game they lost on Saturday, 6-1, he came up with the bases loaded late in that game with a chance to get the Astros back in it, and he strikes out.
They've been so bad with runners on base.
Yeah.
I mean, they've and so many of it, so many non-competitive at bats, not just Jordan, just as a team. That this is a good series.
Yeah.
It's nice to see Correa's hitting. He did hitting 125 on the season.
Yeah.
You can't buy a hit at the Dior store, Sean.
No, you cannot. You cannot.
If they even have a Dior store,
unavailable.
In I'm not sure.
Unavailable. They got a gigantic mall. There's got to be one in there, right? You would think. Rockets, Houston Rockets.
Acknowledge me.
This will be a quick one because we're going to hit them at the top of the hour. Big wins over OKC and Golden State this weekend. People were clamoring for wins over good teams. You beat the best team in the West by 13. You beat a team that I think everybody thinks is going to be a factor in the postseason, even though they might have to play a play-in game to get into the postseason or to get into the playoffs. In Golden State last night. You
didn't just beat Golden State. You made their 2 most notable players look like absolute clowns.
Yes. Yeah, you did really all 3. Draymond Green had 2 points in the game. Steph Curry had 3 points in the game, and he's been on a run lately. Even Jimmy Butler. 13 points. He only took 7 shots in the game, which is weird. There were a bunch of guys there. The little curly-haired Podziemski guy is the guy that led them in field goal attempts. It was a weird game. But I think the Rockets forced that on you. They forced, get the ball out of the hands on the guys who can hurt you. They did a really good job of trapping Steph Curry at various times in that game. So they beat a couple good teams. We'll dig into that more at the top of the hour. A couple more acknowledgments that we need to get to. Julio Jones.
Acknowledge me.
He is retiring as one of the greatest receivers in the history of football. Here is
Julio. It's a little bit of a surprise just because Julio Jones didn't play in 2024. So in my mind, I was like, wait, what? He didn't retire? Okay.
I guess he submitted his papers finally, and so he's going to announce it. Here's Julio. Jones.
Retired. Started when I was 8 years old. Just a kid from Foley, Alabama. It was an amazing ride. I'm making this announcement today because of the city of Atlanta. Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. It's nothing but love. I'm doing this on 404 Day. It was a hell of a ride.
All right. I guess 404 Day because Atlanta is 404 area code. So I guess 404 Day would be the time to do that. I was trying to piece that together. Julio Jones finishes his career currently as the 16th all-time leading receiver in terms of yards in the NFL.
Which of the, when we get to 15, 20 years from now, which is the one where you're going to say, oh, which team that Julio Jones played for will you have completely forgotten that he played for? Will it be Tennessee, Tampa, or Philadelphia?
Philadelphia for sure.
Philadelphia, there was some fanfare surrounding that. I think that part of it, I'll remember Philadelphia because that was, him going into that team where there was obviously a lot of ballyhoo around the Eagles. Yeah. And it didn't work out. That was a lost season for them in a lot of ways. I won't remember Tampa at all.
Really? Yeah. Tampa I vaguely remember. Philly, that was like, it got erased from my brain. Tennessee, I'll remember easily because Tennessee was celebrating like they were getting the Julio Jones that made it to the Super Bowl in 2016.
Right. Yeah.
And they clearly did not get that version of Julio Jones. So Julio Jones, 16th all-time leading receiver. Hall of Fame is going to be interesting for Julio Jones. Not that he's not deserving. Not that he's not a great player. It's just the way the Hall of Fame do things. We saw the class they wound up with this year, Seth, because they changed the way they do the voting to try to make it more exclusive. They didn't even use up all their available slots this year. And there's still a logjam at receiver. Man, I'm so glad Andre Johnson got in when he did, so we're not having to deal with this. Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt. Guys like that's still not in yet, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it could have gotten really uncomfortable, and it was perfect timing.
Yep.
The Hall of Fame gods were shining, looking down on us. Yes.
Speaking of the Hall of Fame, Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony.
Acknowledge me.
They are being named to the Basketball Hall of Fame. Two Rocket legends, Dwight Howard and Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony in his 10 games he played for the Rockets or whatever. Remember the Carmelo Anthony era in 2019?
Yeah, Carmelo, it was the absolute most brutal version of people just seeing a name and thinking like, yeah, of course, he'll be just as good and do everything that he did in his prime. Yeah. Dwight Howard at least contributed.
He did.
A lot, yeah.
I wanted Carmelo Anthony pretty badly. I thought he'd serve a role on that team, to bring some points off the bench. But he just never really embraced that being off the bench.
This is what I don't like about the Carmelo Anthony era in Houston is that people looked at it as more than it was when he was on a $2 million contract.
Yeah, it was a low-level contract.
It was but then because people had built it up as into more of a thing than it actually was, then they acted like it was Daryl Morey's greatest failure that Carmelo Anthony had been on the team. Like, no, it was a 1 year, $2 million contract.
Yeah.
It was a nice little experiment. It wasn't a huge blend Daryl Morey had done.
Nope. All right, last one. Alexander Ovechkin.
Acknowledge me.
He broke the all-time scoring record in the NHL over the weekend. 895 goals. Breaks Wayne Gretzky's record. Crazy number. They both scored their goals, Gretzky's 894 and Ovechkin's 895, in the exact same number of games. 1,487 games. That's weird. But here's what it sounded like on the broadcast on TNT.
Here is Ovechkin. Shoots. He scores! He scores! Number 895!
From the top of the left circle, which I guess is his trademark spot. He scored a lot of his goals from there. And Ovechkin on the road in Long Island against the New York Islanders. It's very weird. They stopped the game, which that happens in all sports when a record gets broken. They let whoever broke the big record speak to the crowd. It just felt weird that he was doing that on the road, in front of all the Islander fans. That was kind of strange. Yeah. But congrats to him, man. Congrats to Ovechkin. 895 goals.
This is your little taste. We got to start sprinkling hockey in every now and then in advance of the city potentially getting a hockey team.
That's true. Yeah, so for those of you who are excited about getting a hockey team but know nothing about hockey, Alexander Ovechkin. He is the all-time leading goal scorer as of yesterday in hockey. 895 goals. There you go. All right.
At some point, the Houston franchise will sign Ovechkin 7 years from now, and we'll get all excited that he's there on a 1 year, $1.5 million contract, and then we'll be crestfallen. He's old.
We'll all travel to the Hockey Hall of Fame for his induction like he's one of our own, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All-time Houston, whatever they are. All right, that's Acknowledge Me, acknowledging all the big performances from the weekend. All right, little football. We have not talked much football yet on the show. Mock draft injection time, and I found one where I don't think that this player has been selected by the Texans in any of the mocks that we've done so far. How would you feel if these guys were still on the board and the Texans went with this position player? We'll have the mock draft injection for you. Chad Reuter, NFL.com's mock draft, coming up next. But first, a quick word for Dale.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. We've not talked any football yet on the show today. Let's mix some in here with our latest mock draft injection. We only get, probably like 9 or 10 more of these. Night one is April 24th, Thursday. We got you covered all weekend long for the NFL draft when it's here in a couple of weeks. We do this each and every day at around 7:45. We take a mock draft from one of the experts out there and dig in and see if we would enjoy the world in which this mock drafter lives in. This one, Seth, is Chad Reuter, who is best known for giving really easy report card grades to teams and coaches for things like free agency, draft, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, he got all of his draft grades they range from A+ to B-.
Yes.
He's very much, he is the most cognizant of the fact that he works for the league itself.
Yes.
He always, you can tell he always feels like he's one text away from losing his job if he pisses off a GM or something. Yes.
I love it.
I admire him for that.
Yeah.
He's a company man, and he owns it, damn it.
That's right. All right, so he's got a 5-round. Well, I wonder what that's like to sit down and, does he let AI do it? I guess you're not getting anything right or wrong.
It's all, you know what, honestly, a lot of these draft types, I think they really enjoy doing the super long mock drafts because they got to really spend time and think about the team needs and everything.
Yeah.
A lot of our listeners do 7-round mock drafts and what have you. It's a fun rabbit hole to get into.
My son does them on, might be Pro Football Focus. James does them with his buddies. Like they're each repping their own team and plus a few others. Yeah, they like doing them, man. All right, so let's get to this here. With the 25th overall pick in the Chad Reuter NFL.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select. Okay, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle out of Oregon. I think this is the first Derek Harmon mock that we've had, Seth.
Yeah.
And here's
okay, go ahead.
No, here's we'll get your breakdown of Derek Harmon here. Matthew Golden is still on the board, and they took Derek Harmon. I would be very frustrated on draft night if that were the case. Just pointing that out.
With Derek Harmon, he's not as tall as Eric Armstead, but he feels like that type of a player.
Okay.
Where I bring up Eric Armstead because the Texans tried to trade for Eric Armstead a couple years ago with Malik Collins, and it didn't work out. And even though the Texans have signed Sheldon Rankins back into the fold, and you feel like, okay, they've got guys that they feel okay with starting, I think D'Amico still has an eye towards finding a difference maker at defensive tackle. And Derek Harmon, like Eric Armstead, isn't going to be a guy that you expect to be in double-digit sacks a whole bunch. Either run, he's long, he's physical, he uses his hands well. That D'Amico, especially with the 25th pick, might feel really, really comfortable with somebody like him. He's a different type of player than like Walter Nolan. I think Walter Nolan is gone by this point in this draft, who's a bit of a twitchier defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
So this wouldn't surprise me, but I think I'm like most Texans fans where I feel like, all right, please itch me where I've got the biggest scratch. And that's at interior offensive line and at wide receiver
Correct.
right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Walter Nolan
I wouldn't be upset with this. I think it would make sense, but I just the instant gratification in me wants an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, especially Matthew Golden, who I've fallen in love with.
If Matthew Golden's on the board, this will be, the prism I look at it through, Seth. What will the reaction be at the draft party if they take a defensive tackle with the needs on the offensive line and with a name wide receiver sitting there at 25 also? I think it'll be – I think that D'Amico and Nick are probably at the point here where they're above getting booed at the draft party for a pick like this. To your point, he's a good player. And this too, if you take a defensive tackle, I feel really good that the bust factor on a defensive lineman drafted by D'Amico Ryans is at all high. Like, the bust factor feels very low for a guy getting drafted at that position by the Texans. By the way, Nolan goes with the very next pick to the Eagles, who make a trade up to go get him. Which is,
I think that that actually makes sense to me, that if D'Amico had to choose between Derek Harmon and Walter Nolan, I know that a lot of people think, well, he wants more than just that. I think for your penetrating defensive lineman, D'Amico's totally fine moving defensive ends down into defensive tackle in situations when you want to get athleticism and speed there. I think he wants a guy that you feel good about being all three. You can stop the run on first down, you can rush the passer on third down, and I think Derek Harmon fits that bill more. It's the Matthew Golden part that I would feel a little bit left out.
Yeah, dude, if it's 25 and Golden is still on the board right there, the anticipation during that 10 minutes leading up to the pick for me is going to be very tense. Very tense. They need a wide receiver. With the 58th overall selection, the Houston Texans select in the Chad Reuter NFL.com 5-round mockaroo, Charles Grant, offensive lineman, William & Mary. And as we point out, anytime somebody is drafted from an FCS school or even a group of 5 school, Seth, or group of however many conferences it is now that aren't a power conference, this would be out of character for the Nick Caserio era. This is more of a Julian Davenport kind of pick right here.
And he's the classic, a guy from a smaller school, so hasn't faced the same level of competition. But you also look at him as a little bit of a physical project, that he's lankier. And I feel like we already have one of those guys in Blake Fisher. I think that Blake Fisher's a lankier guy that's shown some promise, and that you want to just see him grow into his grown man body and learn how to play as a taller guy. And I think he's making good progress in that. So my appetite for having another, like a younger Blake Fisher on the team, I like it for the it doesn't reward my id as much as I want.
No, that's a good way to put it. That's not a needle mover for me. I'll wait and see. And it's hard to imagine that guy getting on the field and contributing if you're coming from William & Mary. But I don't know. I haven't watched any of his film. I believe he was one of the guys who's visited the Texans on a 30 visit. So he's on their radar right now. We'll just rattle through these other ones quickly. 79th overall pick, Texans select in the Chad Reuter mock draft, Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker from Oregon.
We've already got a linebacker from Oregon on the team who's a developmental project.
Jamal Hill, yep. Yeah.
I'm intrigued by Jamal Hill. Let's wait and see what happens with Jamal Hill.
89th overall pick, Houston Texans select Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU. Not the first time we've seen him drafted to the Texans when we go with the multi-round mock. And with the 177th overall pick, that is a 5th-round pick, Houston Texans select Taj Brooks, running back, Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Guns up. Am I allowed to do that? That's a Red Raiders thing. Guns up. So I do think they're going to take a running back in this draft at some point. It gets more interesting if they use one of those top 89, those 4 picks in the top 89 on a running back. Supposedly a very deep running back class, according to John Harris.
The best thing about running backs is that as soon as you draft one at any point in the draft, you watch the highlights, and there's not a single highlight reel of a running back who gets drafted that doesn't convince you that this guy is like O.J. Simpson but a law abider.
Yeah,
I like this guy. Yeah,
I was really psyched about Jawar Jordan last year when they took him in the 6th round.
Oh, God, Jawar Jordan especially. His highlights. You watch Jawar Jordan highlights, and you do see, you're like, okay, all right, this plays really well amongst smaller human beings, but we got to see how this does with large human beings.
I watched probably 2 Louisville games maybe from that season, but one of them was against Notre Dame. They beat Notre Dame, and he ran for like 162 yards. I'm like, oh, they got to steal. They got to steal with this Jawar Jordan, let me tell you. Middle screen texting in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. This goes back to us discussing briefly whether Julio Jones is a Hall of Famer. I think you know what's coming, Seth. You can't tell the story of the NFL without Julio Jones.
It's true. It's true. Well, you know what? The Julio Jones trade is always fun because it always comes back. Will Anderson's going to be that way, too. Will Anderson and Julio Jones had a couple of the most aggressive trades for a non-quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
So they almost become a barometer for future trades like that. You heard a lot about the Julio Jones trade in that Will Anderson's was the most aggressive since Julio Jones or as whatever the accounting works out on it.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Can't tell the story of aggressive round one trades without Julio Jones or Will Anderson.
2011. Here was the trade. I'm looking at it right now. The trade was with the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland traded this pick to Atlanta for Atlanta's first-round pick. So Atlanta moves up from 27 to 6, and they gave up a second-rounder, a fourth-rounder, and then a first and a fourth in 2012. That's actually similar to what the Texans gave up. The Texans gave up a 2 and some fodder, and then a 1 the next year and some fodder to move up far fewer spots. They moved up from 12 to 3. Atlanta moved all the way up from 27 to 6.
Yeah.
To get Julio Jones. That's wild.
You know, in watching Draft Day for the first time this weekend in its entirety, the one thing about where I kept telling myself, like, all right, don't overanalyze this, whatever. The picks are the picks. And the part that rang true that I'm glad that we in Houston don't have to worry about is that, all right, the GM, Kevin Costner, made this aggressive trade because he was feeling desperate because the owner had basically forced him into it.
Yeah.
But that's a real enough sentiment that you feel and you worry about as an NFL fan. Is the crazy owner from the Browns gonna make my GM do something stupid? Like that part. I don't worry about the actual picks or anything. I don't worry about that with Cal McNair and Hannah McNair. I don't feel like they're gonna at any point force Nick Caserio or D'Amico Ryans into making it a ridiculously absurd trade.
I agree with that.
For a player that they haven't researched fully.
All right, we made the trade. Now let's go do the work, fellas.
Let's go find out if there's any reason we shouldn't have made this absurdly aggressive trade.
When's the draft? In 10 hours, you know?
Well, that's the other thing I kept telling myself, and I knew this from just having seen people talk about draft day. If you imagine that it's an entire offseason compressed into 12 hours, then it makes more sense, too.
Yeah.
A lot of these stories, like that, what's his name, the linebacker?
Vontae Mack.
Vontae Mack, yeah. That, okay, Vontae Mack had handed the football player to his sister who died of cancer 6 months later.
Yeah.
That people would have known that story, and it would have been talked about, and he'd been ejected because of it. Okay. But that might have been on First Take a time or two. Kevin Costner wouldn't be divulging this information to everybody for the first time on draft morning.
Oh, my God.
But I let it all go. It was all right. We've compressed 6 months into 12 hours.
Do not cannibalize your review of this movie for later this week, please.
Okay.
Although I am enjoying, these are little breadcrumbs that you're giving out. I'm enjoying these teases. Some of this stuff I'm forgetting about. I'm like, oh my God, that was absurd, and that was absurd. And
the thing that bothered me the most was Vontae Mack's brass knuckles phone holder.
Yeah, you didn't like that?
I didn't like it just because it was so obvious, like what the filmmakers were trying to do.
Yeah.
They're like, oh wait, does this guy have too much of an edge?
Yeah.
What's the deal with this guy?
I love that. All right, the Rockets are likely going to be the number 2 seed, which makes for a very, very fun week of scoreboard watching. We'll get to that. We'll hit the Cougs in the 8 o'clock hour as well. A lot of basketball talk on the show today. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first...
sportsradio.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast here on. All right,
During the break, Sean and I were trying to figure out exactly how much of a chance there is that the Rockets, who currently pick 10th in the draft because they have Phoenix's pick, how much of a chance is there that Phoenix just completely goes in the tank? And
or that the lottery balls fall the right way for you.
Yeah,
that would be the big thing. Yeah,
right. Yeah, that's which they're both related, obviously. Right now, there's an 11.7% chance that the Rockets end up with the top 4.
I want the top 1. As much as Cooper Flagg annoyed me on Saturday, I think I would be delighted to welcome him onto the Rockets.
If the Suns lose one of their next couple games and they've got no chance of the playoffs or the play-in, then the problem is the players might emotionally check out, but the management still doesn't have any reason to tank because their pick is Houston's pick.
Right.
Yeah.
So, so we'll see what happens, man. But the Rockets are in such a great spot right now. They've basically clinched the number 2 seed. They're 3.5 games up on the, I believe 3.5 games up. I got to pull the standings up here. On the Lakers, who are the 3 seed right now. And the Rockets have 3 games left, and one of them is against the Lakers. They've still got
Rockets are 3.5 games up on the Lakers.
3.5 games up. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. So they're going to be the number 2 seed, which is awesome. I mean, for the 6-game losing streak earlier this year, for some of the games that they blew earlier this year, some of them at home. Remember, there's a Minnesota game where they were up big. There was a Miami game where they were up big. They blew those and come back to bite you because you're the 2 seed in a conference where you were never going to catch the 1 seed in the standings. Now, you beat the 1 seed like a drum on Friday, but you were never going to catch them in the standings. If you're the 2 seed, it basically means that first play-in game, that 7 versus 8 game, the winner of that game is your opponent in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's fun.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it also, man, I'm not above acting like there can't be some kind of interrelated connection between the way the Cougs are going about their business and that being just kind of just creating a type of like almost an ethos or a fervor in the city when it comes to basketball, that the Rockets are constructed the same way the Cougs are in a lot of ways, but for the three-point shooting, of course. Where the Cougs are awesome at three-point shooting. Rockets are abysmal shooters, but the scrappiness, the defense, all of that, you see the Cougs riding that blue-collar work ethic to the championship. Yeah, that's something that you can kind of use that almost as take that on as your own Rockets and take on that level of pride and enthusiasm in your scrappiness, because that's what's going to have to sustain you versus some of these other teams that are more talented or more of like the blueprint for what people want in their NBA teams. Just beat them about the head and shoulders. Just beat the crap out of them, okay?
I would
just bludgeon them to death.
I would add to your list of common traits between the Cougs and the coach, who's not to be trifled with.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a better chance that Ime Udoka could just take you and just, not you, but you people in general, and just wring their neck. He's a very big dude. I don't know if Kelvin Sampson has that in him, but I think he'll just death stare you and make you feel like, oh, I really messed up.
That's ability of a guy to make you feel small just by glaring at you or just with a few chosen words. I think Udoka, that's one where, look, D'Amico's in great shape and all, but there's a different level of just kind of like this old man scares me.
Yeah.
That Kelvin Sampson has that nobody comes close to.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's a good way to put it.
If I'm playing for Kelvin Sampson, I'm perpetually terrified of him.
I'm perpetually terrified, but I think in like a productive way. You know, like it's.
Not in a bad way at all.
Yeah.
No, because he balances it out.
Yes.
That's the thing about Kelvin Sampson's a little bit like Vince Lombardi or some of those other crusty old coaches where people love to accentuate the maybe the aggressive side of them or what have you, but they don't realize, but they know how to balance it out a little bit and reward the positive as well.
Okay, Texter sends in, and this looks right just according to looking at the standings here. The Rockets' magic number is 1 to clinch the 2 seed. So any combination of a Rockets win or a Lakers loss, and the Rockets are going to be the 2 seed. So it'd have to be a total collapse to not be the 2. You actually play the Lakers in a couple of days here. This is where it gets fun if you're the 2 seed. The Western Conference right now is bananas when it comes to the teams that could wind up in the play-in, and that's what makes the win over Golden State. So it's not just that Golden State played all their guys. It's not just that the Rockets completely put the clamps on Steph Curry, who had been on fire of late. Golden State has plenty to play for. The standings in the Western Conference right now look like this. The Rockets are the 2, the Lakers are the 3, and then there's 5 teams that are separated by a half a game. Denver is 47-32. They've got 3 games left. Clippers, Warriors, Memphis, Minnesota, 5 through 8, all have identical 46-32 records. None of these teams want their seasons to be determined by 1 or 2 games here in a play-in.
Well, no, and you include the Lakers in that, and then 3 through 8, they're all separated by 2 games.
Yeah.
It is compressed, and so it's anybody's guess as to how all of this is going to play out.
Yeah. Does the game last night, Seth, make you want to face them more in the postseason? Make you want to face them less because maybe last night was a bit of a wake-up call for Golden State against the Rockets? Or is last night just a really good win that shows you what the Rockets are all about, and it's opponent agnostic in the playoffs?
I know. Okay, I'm trying to be consistent here. I think earlier when we had power ranked how much I want to see the opponents in the first round, I don't think I put Golden State very high. And some of it was because I was just like, I almost don't want to. I want this team to be separate from the other, this Rockets team to be separate from the James Harden era ones. And yet, facing them in the first round versus facing them in the championship game, that's, I think I'd rather, if I want to exercise old demons.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. When you make Steph Curry and Draymond Green look the way you did this weekend, I really want to see Golden State. And it's not because, oh, wow, they're beatable or anything. I knew they were beatable. It's just now I want to pile on. Now I want Golden State to have a first-round exit, and I want it to be at the hands of the Rockets.
Yeah.
Yes. And I want them to do what they did to Draymond Green and Steph Curry in at least 3 of those games.
Draymond's such a jackass, man. In that game last night where he's shoving Şengün, he's daring the refs to call a technical, shoves Şengün with his forearm on an inbound play in the middle of the chest. Referee calls a tech. Draymond walks right up into the face of the ref and starts clapping in his face. He's stalking the referee walking around the court. He's stalking all 3 referees. When one referee would ignore him, he would find another one to go chatter with. He's yelling at Şengün as he's about to shoot free throws. He's yammering at Fred VanVleet out there. And I'm watching this, and I'm going, okay, well, this guy's been on a few championship teams. He's feeling himself right now, I guess a little bit. He's Draymond Green, and these guys aren't, I guess is what's going on in his mind. That he was acting that way in a game where he went 1 for 5 from the field, had 3 rebounds and 4 assists and 4 turnovers, by the way, in 27 minutes. He was in foul trouble the whole game because he couldn't help himself. He's getting jackass fouls. He's the worst. He's an NBA piece of trash, Draymond Green.
But it's not just that he's the worst. It's that the NBA is the worst. I don't understand for the life of me. There are other players that you might hate, but they get preferential treatment and whoever else, where at least it makes sense that those guys get away with it. I don't understand why Draymond, year after year, playoff series after playoff series, gets away with some of the behavior that he does when he's just widely reviled.
Yeah.
And he's a black eye on the reputation of the league in so many ways, and yet they just accommodate it.
They let it go.
I don't get it. I don't understand
They let it go. It needs to be a point of emphasis by the NBA's version of the competition committee. What are your rules that you're looking at changing this year? Well, we're looking at actually kicking Draymond out of games he deserves to be kicked out
for stuff that other people get kicked out for.
And how about the elbow, the elbow in the face on the way to the hoop on Şengün, where he's going up for a layup. He leads. He's already got one technical. He leads with his elbows. Has no intention of putting the ball in the basket. Pops Şengün in the face. It looked like Şengün's face might have exploded the way he was holding it, and it was a flagrant one. He stays in the game. It was incredible. It was incredible. Yeah, somebody texts in, Dylan Brooks would have gotten 5 games for the antics that Draymond was pulling last night.
Yeah.
It's true. God, what a weird
Dylan
place
Brooks probably enjoyed this weekend, too, because remember Dylan Brooks when Mike Krzyzewski gave him a talking to after Oregon beat Duke in the tournament. few years back, a long time ago now. And so I'm guessing Dylan Brooks
hates Duke.
Even without that incident, is the kind of guy that likes to watch Duke lose.
Yes.
That likes watching Duke lose. So it was nice as he had to serve out a suspension to at least be able to watch that.
Let's see. Text coming in on this. The Rockets will be fine. Lakers, I think OC will help the Rockets. I'm not worried about the Rockets clinching the 2 seed. They're going to get the 2 seed. I'm not worried about that. Worried about that.
And it would be one thing if they hadn't just beaten the 2 teams that they beat.
Yeah.
I'm going to be incredibly surprised if somehow the Rockets find a way to screw this up. They're just given the way they've been playing as of late, and then against name brand opponents too, with their two most recent games.
Yeah, that's the thing for me too, Seth. The Rockets have spent the entire season virtually in 2 places, in one place in the standings and one place on the odds board, and they've been totally different. They spent most of the season as the 2 seed or thereabouts in that range, and they're going to end up being the 2 seed in the Western Conference. Whereas with the odds board and the power rankings are kind of catching up, but the odds makers are not giving the Rockets any sort of respect. Just last week they were 8th in the Western Conference odds board. They're the 2 seed. I can't remember there being this massive a disparity on a team that's been this good. I mean, sometimes you see teams that are hovering around 6 through 8 in the conference, but it's because of injuries. They got veteran guys. Like LeBron or like the Warriors this year, they get the respect of having accomplished some things in the NBA. But I look around the league, I'm like, man, the 2 best teams by far record-wise are OKC, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an awesome player, but it's not like I look at that OKC team, I'm like, that's an all-time team right there. And similarly, Cleveland in the Eastern Conference, their best player is who? Donovan Mitchell? Like, this is a transitional phase for the NBA right now off of the Warriors' dominant years, LeBron player, Kevin Durant being a dominant player. I feel like the Giannis Antetokounmpo era kind of came and went pretty quick. He's still a great player. They're still a playoff team, but they're not cranking out 65 wins a year like everybody thought they would when Giannis was really rising to that MVP level. My point with all of this is that why not the Rockets? You know what I mean? Like there's not the best teams in the league right now, by far record-wise, are both teams who have proven nothing when it comes to championship medal in the postseason.
Well, and I think when you look at the top of the Eastern Conference...
Boston is the only one, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
When you look at the top of the Eastern Conference, okay, yes, it makes sense that you've got Cleveland, you've got the Celtics, but then you go down to the Magic are the 7th seed right now with 38 wins in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
The level of disrespect they show the Rockets by acting like they're just a placeholder as the 2 seed, it's really started to agitate me to the point where I want to kill everybody.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I think those wins, I think the 2 wins this weekend matter. Now, I get it. It's going to be a 7-game series, whoever they play. And you got to do it over 7 games. And the chess moves become more relevant, becomes a slower game. The Rockets score a lot in transition. Their half-court offense is not pretty to watch, even when their point guard is healthy. Fred VanVleet has not really played all that well since he's come back from injury. It's been better having him out there kind of orchestrate things, but still not great. And he's going to be relied on more to do that in the postseason. So I think that's a fair Achilles heel to point out, is that, as opposed to other point guards on other teams, are you going to get enough from Fred VanVleet to win a 7-game series? We'll see, I guess.
Hey, what's the line on the how much is it?
It opened at 1.5 Florida, and it's kind of hovered around 1.5 in a pick'em since Saturday night.
Are you riding your confidence in the Cougs?
Yes.
Before the Duke game on into this one?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I will. They want to give me 1.5 points in the process. I'll happily take them. But yes, I'm riding the Cougs. And I've got a few best bets I'll give between now and the end of the show on prop bets for tonight's game as well. We'll do that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Cougs. The historic nature of what they did. They've got to be America's team right now, the Cougs, going up against Florida tonight and having beaten Duke on Saturday. We'll dig into that coming up next.
Hey, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they've been in it for the long haul. Proud.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Westway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
All right, audio courtesy of Westwood One, a game that you heard right here on Sports Radio 610. The game you'll hear tonight on Sports Radio 610 will be Florida and the Cougs for all the marbles, man. The last time the Cougs were in the title game, as was pointed out, Akeem Olajuwon was the starting center. Not even Hakeem yet. He was Akeem with an A back then, Olajuwon.
Yeah.
He had 15 points and 9 rebounds in a loss to the Georgetown Hoyas, who were led by Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing with 10 points and 9 rebounds. That was that Georgetown team that had Michael Graham on the team, who was like the Draymond Green of 1984 college basketball, just starting all kinds of stuff in every game that he played in. That was wild, man. Reggie Williams, I think, was the most outstanding player. He was a freshman on that team. He scored 9 against the Cougs. That's how long ago it's been.
I would say one of the biggest in terms of if you had asked me 40 years ago what would Akeem Olajuwon look like 40 years from now, I think that's maybe one of the reasons that security guard didn't let him up on stage was he's aged very, very well.
Oh my God.
He does not look like a guy in his 60s. So it's really cool. It's honestly Jim Nantz being involved with a lot of this and having as much fun and as excitement as he's had over all of this. Anybody in Houston who's at an age where they were alive and kicking and paying attention back then, it's really cool to be able to see a lot of these Cougs kind of just come full circle on all of it.
It feels too like with this one that, and we'll dig into the game itself here against Duke because it was an all-time win. Like it was a classic. You know, if there's a instant classic where they replay college basketball games from days of yore, this one will get replayed. It had all kinds of storylines in it. But I think the cool thing about this is the sense that I get, and you don't see this with college sports a lot, is that the city is behind this team. And I don't think it's like I was out yesterday with people who were Longhorns and there were Aggies, and I've talked to plenty of people. The event I was at on Saturday had a mix of a bunch of people. That event was going on while the Cougs were playing, so it was a big topic there on Saturday. But I don't feel like I feel like if the Longhorns were in this thing, you know, in the finals, that a lot of the Aggies and SEC fans from other schools would not be. They might be rooting for Florida tonight. A&M, if they were in this thing, like the Cougs, this kind of uniting thing going on with the Cougs right now. I don't know if I'm misreading that, but that's how I feel about it.
No. I think that Houston's it's got a much different feel in a lot of ways than most of your classic college basketball teams, just because of the nature of the university itself. And that it's largely a commuter school. The number of people and alumni who still live in the actual city is huge compared to a lot of places, or the fact that it's in an actual city or a large city at all. It does. Even as basketball has changed and people aren't as dialed in on NCAA basketball throughout the entire season, it's a much more adoptable city, or adoptable team, I think, than it is with a lot of, the cult-like atmosphere that you have with a lot of college basketball programs.
Yeah. I mean, I just think the team embodies a lot of things. Like, if you've got kids, they embody a lot of the traits that you try to impart upon your kid. Like, this is a hardworking team. This is a team that since June has had its mindset. And I'm not saying that the other teams in the tournament aren't hardworking, but there is anecdotally another level with Kelvin Sampson's level of coaching, style of coaching, coaches kids hard, but gives them the credit when you get the results. Like every interview I saw him do, there was no me. And this is a sport where the coaches in this sport tend to be very egocentric, very...
Yeah, we talked about it all year long.
Yeah.
That we had all these meltdowns by college coaches whining and grousing and how their players were just little babies and they'd been coddled by NIL and the transfer portal.
Yeah.
And then you have this throwback mentality with Kelvin Sampson that people would claim, oh, that's not going to work in NIL. Right. Kelvin Sampson is exactly the type of coach that people over the last couple of years have been saying, like, I don't know. Yeah, look at Nick Saban. He doesn't want to coach in this environment. I don't know. Kelvin Sampson just keeps chugging along doing the same thing he's always done. And if he brings the right kinds of guys into his program, those guys respond. Yeah. And in a way that supposedly you're not supposed to be able to pull off in the era of NIL.
That's right. That's right. So the win probability chart on the game on Saturday is hilarious. I like your analogy, Seth, that you made about the win probability chart, except there's an element, given how the stock market was last week, of too soon.
It's a little too true. Yeah, it's a little too on the nose, but it did. It looked like you're in the middle of a recession.
Yeah.
You look at this chart, and you're like, oh, gosh, what is this? Like 3 months into the housing crisis? What are we doing?
Because Duke was on, if you've looked at a win probability chart, you got one team who's on the upper half of it, the other team's on the lower half of it, and the whole thing was skewed towards Duke on the lower half. The whole thing's blue until this one gigantic red spike in the last 6 seconds of the game or whatever it was. It was crazy.
It was almost like as if we had gone back in time and it was 2009, and I'm watching my 401k, just waiting for something, some kind of a dead cat bounce or something, and then all of a sudden, boom! Oh, hey, by the way, don't worry about the last couple of years. Right. Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's as good as it ever was.
It was a big resum. Yeah.
Oh, no, actually, go ahead and sell your house for more than you bought it for.
Yeah. Duke led by 14 with 8 minutes and 3 seconds left in the game. At that point, Duke's win probability was 98.5%. I can tell you, as somebody following the game on my phone, because I was, as I mentioned, I couldn't watch the game live on Saturday. That's when I'm like, all right, well, it was a fun season. I asked people, I've had a chance to rewatch the second half of the game, and I asked Coug fans this earlier, like, when did it feel like it was over? Did it ever feel like it was over for you? Because for me, when I went back and rewatched, and Cooper Flagg hit a three with somewhere like around 2-3 minutes left in the game to put them up by 9, that's where I would have been folding up my tent if I were a Coug. That's why I could never play for Kelvin Sampson, because I'm a quitter. That's where I would have been like, nope, sorry, we're done, down by 9. A lot of people have said that they felt like when JoJo Tugler reached in on the inbounds play, they were down 5 with under a minute to go, and he smacked the ball out of the hands of the inbounder, automatic technical, and now you're down 6. At a time, most games you'd be like, well, down 5, down 6, you can still come back. When there's less than a minute left in the game, every point counts, because you're going to have to, at some point, put Duke on the free throw line.
Yeah.
Which they did, and you had Proctor miss the front end of a 1-and-1. Like, Duke did everything you needed to for the Cougs to end up winning that game. I think the thing that's most commendable is most of that stuff was forced upon them by U of H. Other than the missed free throw, like, there's nothing that the Cougs did to make Proctor miss that free throw. He just misses the front end of a 1-and-1, but he misses that. And Cooper Flagg, that's a great box out by Jawan Roberts. Tugler with the stick back on the missed 3 that would have tied the game to cut it to 1. The inbounds plays where Duke could not get the ball inbounds. You pointed this out earlier, Seth, and I think it's a great point, is that this is a Duke team that you can probably count on like 2 hands how many crucial inbounds plays they've had to run in the last minute of games all year.
They haven't played a one-possession game since November. They haven't played a top 20 defense in this calendar year. And they just had not been in these moments. They hadn't had some of the scary and squeaky moments that Houston has had this calendar year and in the last few weeks. And it felt very much like, all right, finally in the final moments of this game, Houston is in its own dojo here.
Yeah.
And Duke is the spoiled little rich kids that can't that don't know how to handle pressure.
Yes.
And
yeah.
Cooper Flagg, and in their 2 losses back in November, didn't play great in the final moments of their 2 losses. It misses the final potentially crucial shot at the end of the game. As Jawan Roberts largely left to handle Cooper Flagg on his own for the entire second half. Jawan Roberts came up big in that game, just in being able to, yes, Cooper Flagg got 27 points, but it was an inefficient 27 points.
And I love that it was Juwan Roberts, not just doing the defensive job on Cooper Flagg, but that Juwan Roberts is the one knocking down the 2 free throws to finally give them a lead.
Yeah.
You know, and 6 years. He's 52 years old, Juwan Roberts, I'm told. I estimated. But it feels like he's been around that long. That it's that guy who's putting the clamps on their best player and is knocking down the free throws. And when he was standing at the free throw line, they highlighted it in yellow, 62.5% free throw shooter. And he just steps up and just calmly strokes him, man. The biggest moment. That's just, it's so cool. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Sean, Houston to me feels like America's team. A ton of people wanted them to beat Duke, including a lot of my coworkers who were rooting for Auburn.
No, and they were, I mean, going into the Final Four, it was various stats would show you 86% of America or 86% of states wanted Houston. And you look at across, and it was nice. It was, in this time of divisiveness, there were red states, blue states, didn't matter. Across the political spectrum, people wanted the University of Houston to beat Duke, and they were their favorite going into the Final Four. So, is that ideal in a storybook world? They would face Duke in the championship game.
Yeah.
But there's not as much natural hatred for Florida as there is for Duke.
Yeah.
But they did America's dirty work.
They did. That does make me wonder now that we lay it out that way, because what Seth is referring to is there was a map that came out that, you know, social media geo-tracks all the positive comments about teams and whatnot, and figures like each state is rooting for this team based on comments on social media. And the University of Houston had well over 80% of the country. The country was bright red other than a little bit of Auburn, a little bit of Duke. I do wonder how much of the University of Houston's popularity in terms of that metric was the fact that people just wanted them to beat Duke. You know, how much the point, you know, I get it. Houston has an ethos that's very easy to root for. I wonder how many people are just like, whoever's playing Duke, that's my favorite team. And if so, you should be a Coug fan now. You know, if that was your criteria.
Well, there's part, you know, for the people that want, it's the closest you're going to get, I guess, maybe if what you really like is a Cinderella story, at the very least, Duke is, or at the very least, Houston obviously isn't a Cinderella story as a 1 seed.
Yeah.
And yet, emotionally, they still feel like an up-and-comer in a lot of ways because they're not a blue blood, and it's an easy team to pull for. So yes,
yeah. Man, it's wild. People texting in. I felt like it was over after the technical foul. There seemed to be that seems to be the consensus. The technical foul on JoJo Tugler seems to be where people are like, all right, well, this just ain't happening, and it did. It ended up happening. When the guy wouldn't let Hakeem on the floor to celebrate with the team and clearly didn't recognize him, that was someone saying that was the worst moment. But they had won the game already. My question is, when did you feel like they're not going to reverse the score because of that? You know. Listen,
I've got no animosity in my heart for that guy, even if you recognize Hakeem. The rules and regs, man. The guy's just trying to do his job. Trying to do his job. Yep. All right. The guy's trying to do his job, and if Hakeem didn't have the appropriate pass or whatever, then I'll give that guy respect, even if he knew, even did recognize Hakeem, and he was saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Olajuwon, I just can't.
Get out.
I apologize." Yeah.
Get out. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Monday after a weekend that was great for Houston sports. We'll circle back to the Cougs in the 9 o'clock hour. J.J. Watt was on Andre Johnson's podcast, the GOAT podcast, 2 Houston icons on this great weekend of Houston sports victories. The two got together on Andre Johnson's podcast. The 3 best cuts from that podcast, there are 2 really funny stories that JJ told. Well, JJ told, and Jonathan Joseph was on there and told one as well. But talk about the first time that you ever went out with Andre Johnson, JJ Watt. A bit of a Hakeem Olajuwon situation with Andre Johnson and JJ Watt. We'll get to that in the next segment. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas.
Live from the Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. J.J. Watt was on Andre Johnson's podcast, the GOAT podcast. Jonathan Joseph was on there as well. Here was J.J. Watt sitting down with Andre Johnson, asked, are there things you wish you would have done differently in your career?
But there's plenty of things I wish I would have done different. And as you grow older, you have wisdom. I think I could have been a better leader. I think I could have been better about my injuries and my rehabs and being smarter about managing myself so that I could stay on the field and be more useful. I think I could have, you always say you don't realize the good old days until they're the good old days, like right. Appreciating every moment and understanding when I was in it, how special it was, and not running off after a night at the Country Music Awards and like thinking you have to sprint back to the weight room, like trying to take it in. Like I do think there's a big part of me that I missed out on really embracing those moments and those memories. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that I would do slightly differently is not speed through it all.
That's a tricky balance, man, because the sense I get with J.J. Watt, like that's a big thing of what made him great for those first, his rookie year he was really good. Then he was great for 4 years, like in another universe, great. And then obviously the injuries piled up. It's a hard balancing act, Seth, to know like how much that mindset had to do with the actual success he experienced.
Right. Like if you go back in your workouts and your rehab from injury in such a way that maybe you were a little less gung-ho about it, yeah, but would you have even had the same type of success you did when you were healthy?
That's right.
It's there's never any answer to that. The part that I thought that I think probably rings true for a lot of guys is on the leadership side of things. I think no matter who you are and no matter what level of your success was, when you look back and you're in a leadership role and your team didn't do as well as you think they could have been, you're always going to second guess, man. What? Yeah, is even as much as it. You second guess how physical should I have been in my workouts? Okay, how much should I have been focused more on others than on myself? Like all that type of stuff. Unless you win a Super Bowl every single year, there's always things that you feel like you could have done differently.
Yeah,
but I think with JJ, probably the part that was interesting to me was when he said, not running back after you host the Country Music Awards to immediately work out. That's a tough one. Like, yeah, soak in the moment. But, man, if you soak in the moment too much, then you end up being that cautionary tale of a guy who got wrapped up in all the hoopla and let it go to his head and never capitalized on some of the promise early in your career.
Yeah, the leadership one was interesting because I guess if without being able to ask him a follow-up question about what exactly would you have done differently leadership-wise, if I'm just kind of going back and rewinding in my brain without paging through social media and stories about J.J. Watt, there was a period where it felt like he started to skew a little Hollywood, right? Where he was in a bunch of commercials, hosting the Country Music Awards, things like that. That maybe that's the part that he's talking about. The flip side to that is the dude was doing so much good stuff for the city. If you I can't get angry about any of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, God, no. And it's one of those classic questions. It's why when you ask a politician to list their mistakes, they're so hesitant to because everything's going to get written. Yeah. Everything's going to get dissected so much that there's almost. You got to be careful in just how much you open up about what you wish you had done differently, because people then they talk about it on sports radio, and you get a power ranking of the ways that JJ let us down.
Yeah, no, I would definitely, and I would be the one doing the power ranking probably.
Yeah.
Like there was never a point in that period of JJ's Hollywoodedness. When the injuries started to pile up, he wound up much more off the grid. He wasn't doing commercials and things like that. It felt like not nearly as much. There's nothing about those seasons, call it the 2014 and 2015 seasons where he got the big contract and he was at the height of his powers. There was nothing where I was like, well, if JJ was just doing fewer, if he hadn't hosted the Country Music Awards, they would have been 11-5 instead of 9-7 that year. You know what I mean? Like, if you're winning games, then nobody cares about that stuff. But there's nothing about them not winning enough games where I felt like, I mean, by God, there's no way in hell I felt it was J.J. Watt's fault or a lack of leadership from J.J. Watt. Like Brian Hoyer was your quarterback. That was the problem.
You know what happens when you're done playing is that if you're any kind of once you're an established veteran in the NFL, I don't think when you're whether you're J.J. Watt or somebody who's just a starter, you don't realize the impact you have on some of the younger players until you're done playing and some of the guys tell you stories stories about that you spent some time with him or that you watched film with him or whatever, that some of those things you really genuinely don't appreciate until you're out of it.
Yeah.
Like you don't really understand the impact you're having on guys on the team. So when you hear these things, you start thinking like, oh gosh, man, if I had really
should have done
understood the impact that could have had, and it's not because of a huge ego or something. You're a young guy and you don't really quite realize it. It's hard not to think about stuff like that.
Okay, this is a good one. This is J.J. Watt. Again, this is J.J. Watt sitting down with Andre Johnson, talking about the first time he ever went out with Andre Johnson on the town.
It was my rookie year. Andre was like, let's go out. I literally was like, you talking to me? Like, I was looking at him. And he was like, yeah. So it was just me and Andre, and I'm literally like sweating. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I'm out with Andre. He's like, all right, we're going to go to Washington. I pull up on Washington. We're like, hey, we go to the door. The doorman's like, I'm sorry, sir, you can't come in.
Because of my shoes.
Because of the shoes. They were like all white. And I was like, what? And he was like, no, he's like, you can't come in, man. And I go, that's Andre Johnson. I was like, that's Andre Johnson. He's like, I don't care. And all of a sudden, this manager came like sprinting out of the back. And he's like, no, they're good. I was like, yeah. You f***ing psychopath. Like, we're in Houston, Texas, and you're going to tell Andre Johnson he can't come in? He could be wearing flip-flops if he wants.
Okay. Do you think that particular bouncer is related to the guy who was trying to keep Hakeem Olajuwon from celebrating with the Cougs?
It's one thing keeping Olajuwon out of a celebration in San Antonio where there's a whole David Robinson dynamic there.
Yeah.
Maybe the guy was... Yeah, but I don't know. That probably opened up JJ's eyes to a lot of Washington Ave type of policies and dynamics and things that go, and that's where JJ started to really understand America as it is.
That's it, man. That's it. So I thought that
the podcast got real serious.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It's cute political. Started talking about the stock market. Here was Jonathan Joseph was also in with JJ and Andre on this one. And this is J-Joe actually talking about Andre's impact in bringing him here in 2011.
I think he wanted me here, and that's why I tell everybody all the time. I'm like, Dre wanted me to come to Houston.
I recruited him here.
No way. I didn't know that.
Was at my boy's wedding.
Know that.
So we had a mutual. So Fred Bennett, who
played corner with me in college.
They played together in college. We were at the wedding, and I see J-Joe, and because we had played against each other or whatever, and I just went in straight recruitment mode. We talked the whole weekend.
Yeah. And you never met before?
Well, we just playing each other, yeah. But we never had met.
Yeah.
So I really got to know him that weekend.
Yeah. It was lockout too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was lockout. Yeah.
And so he ended up. I went and told Rick, I'm like, hey, I think I got Jonathan, so.
I went right home to him, man. Dre want me to come to Houston. Dre want me to. It's stamp.
Influence, man.
That's right. Coming off that 2010 season, the Texans were 6-10. So it's not a small thing that Andre Johnson was putting in a good Joseph. That was an interesting offseason because the Texans weren't really a real NFL franchise yet.
Nope.
The best they'd been is 9-7 in 2009. So the vote of the sales pitch by Andre, I don't think that's just a nice story to tell. I think that probably really, really mattered. We'll brush past Andre and Chris Myers recruiting Ed Reed to the Texans.
2 years later, yeah.
The Jonathan Joseph recruitment was a big one.
That was
because remember, Nnamdi Asomugha was the guy.
Yeah.
Nnamdi Asomugha is who everybody wanted.
Yep.
And then the Texans ended up getting Danielle Manning and Jonathan Joseph for about the same as they could have gotten Nnamdi Asomugha for, and it worked out much for the
did
better.
It ever, man.
Having those two guys.
Worked out really good. So Fred Bennett, who I think was kind of a disappointment as a Houston Texan, actually now is a footnote in Texans history. He kind of delivered Jonathan Joseph to us by getting married. If Fred Bennett had not had his wedding, then Andre and J-Joe don't meet, and then Jonathan Joseph might still be he might be a Bengals legend instead of a Texans legend. Jonathan Joseph winds up coming here, still lives here. He's played for 9 years with the Texans. I would say it worked out for Jonathan Joseph pretty well. Got paid too, man. Got paid. Let's see. A lot of people still weighing in. Duke and Cougs. When the Duke player lost the ball along the baseline, that was a wait, maybe this can happen moment for me. Yeah, that was Proctor, Tyrese Proctor. Emmanuel Sharp had just made a layup to cut it to 7 with 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go, and then 20 seconds later, Proctor gets kind of disrupted by and just dribbles the ball off his knee. And, now the Cougs get the ball back, and the rest is history.
The biggest thing about that whole entire period was that, man, you watch that whole game and you realize that, all right, yeah, Duke's defense is no joke whatsoever. Right. Duke can play some defense. That was the part that was so disheartening, was that even as for me at least, even as Houston was doing what they were doing, and as Duke, failed to score at all, I just still didn't see how they were going to close the gap. That was the part that from having watched the entire game, where it was at an arm's length the entire time, in a bad way, an arm's length the entire time. It didn't emotionally feel possible.
Yeah. The technical foul that many people have cited as the moment they thought it was over, that Duke was going to win this game, happened with 1:14 to go. So Emmanuel Sharp had made 2 free throws to make it 66-61 with 1:14 left. And JoJo Tugler's, got the long arms there. He's trying to defend the inbound, and he reaches in and knocks the ball out of the inbounder's hand. Technical foul. Knipple gets to shoot a free throw. He makes it. And now you're down 6, which, 66-61, 67-61 is what it became. Every point matters at that point. And that was it, though. That was the last point Duke would score in that game. The Cougs scored the last 9 points of the game between a 3-pointer by Sharp and a handful of free throws down the stretch, and a 2-point putback by Tugler off a missed man. A 9-0 run down the stretch, and the Cougs win the whole shebang. And against Duke, they'll win the whole shebang tonight against Florida. All right, keep texting in 713-572-4610. I missed a big acknowledgement earlier in Acknowledge Me that encompasses the Cougs and the Rockets that we will get to in the next segment coming up next. But first, Daly and Black.
Done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, we've been talking so much about the Cougs with the win over Duke, and we talked a lot about the Rockets with the two big wins they had over the weekend. OKC on Friday, and then Golden State last night, which was to me the more satisfying of the two, even though you beat the 1 seed on Friday and proved that you could slay the beast for 48 minutes. Second time they've beaten him this year. The win last night that it made Draymond and Steph feel so sad is very satisfying. But Seth, given both of those entities, the Cougs and the Rockets, this is a bad job by me. I should have had this in Acknowledge Me. We need to acknowledge the Fertitta family.
Acknowledge me.
They're the first family of basketball right now. They're the owners of the team. It has turned the thing around here in the NBA, and they, of course, their name is on the arena over there at UFH, and Tillman Fertitta, with his role at UFH, is a big part of why Kelvin Sampson is here and a big part of why the program is doing so well.
It's almost like they own the University of Connecticut or something. And the way they've been able to dominate just a certain aspect of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So in Houston, having the Rockets and the Cougs doing what they're doing and obviously involved in
Yeah, man. I'm going to give him some acknowledgement, give him some love. Especially with the
Maybe
Rockets.
something will finally start going right for him.
I think this thing's all starting to turn around for Tillman Fertitta.
For the Fertitta family.
Yeah, I think the Golden Nugget might make it. Pretty sure. I did my part last weekend to make sure that it would make it, I tell you. I made sure that they're going to keep their head above water. Made a nice donation to the Golden Nugget last weekend. So that was, it just dawned on me. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Got to be a fun time. I would imagine like flying to San Antonio and then zipping over to San Francisco to watch the game last night, and then you zip back over to San Antonio. Is that how these private jet types work? You just go wherever you want to.
He's got to get it, and then Tillman's got to get over to Rome at some point to be the ambassador to Italy, right?
Yes. Yeah. So good job. Good job, Fertitta family.
Is the Fertitta family, have they flirted with buying a soccer club?
He's flirted with buying an NFL team. I know that. And I feel like if you flirted with buying an NFL team, you've at least had conversations about other stuff as well.
If he's going to be spending all this time in Italy, I bet he gets a taste for soccer at some point.
Yeah, maybe so. Someone wants an acknowledge me for Amin Thompson. I'll do that. I don't normally take requests, but as long as
acknowledge
Amin
me.
Thompson, did a hell of a job. Did a hell of a job on Steph Curry last night. 3 points for Steph Curry, and the only 3 points, it was a total circus shot with 2 seconds left on the clock at the end of the first half. That was it. Anything Steph Curry tried to do conventionally last night, he got smothered. Most of the time by Amin Thompson, but a lot of times by the scheme that Ime has him out there running. A lot of trapping, making him work, and it was good.
Yeah, as you head into the playoffs and you have questions about whether the Rockets can sustain or be effective with their style of play over a 5-game series or a 7-game series, I think the Udoka's ability to utilize lineups and strategy the right way, as he's proven that he can do in the playoffs before. I feel like there's a certain level of disrespect for Udoka himself when people question the legitimacy of the Rockets 2 seed. When they act like, well, yeah, they're just placeholders for this or that or whatever. It's weird because it's not like Udoka is not a big name or anything,
right? Or
that doesn't have the proof in the pudding that he can do it in the playoffs. I feel they're disrespecting Udoka a bit.
Yep. Let's see. Cougs circle of swarm on defense in the last 5 minutes was crazy. That's from Derwin. That was a circle of swarm. That was a swarmy defensive performance by the Cougs on Saturday.
Yeah, and we can't do circle of swarm with the University of Houston for multiple reasons. We just put the whole team in the circle of swarm.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're an honorary. They get a certificate.
Yeah. They've got a season-long circle of swarm certificate.
Yep. We did Take a Mania on Friday. This was probably the most controversial ending we've had to Take a Mania, almost to the point. Well, it was to the point, Seth. And for those who don't listen on Fridays or maybe aren't listening this time of day regularly, we usually do this at 9 o'clock on Fridays. We take the worst takes of the week.
Yeah.
And they try to take down the reigning champion in the worst take category has been Angelo Cataldi, former, and we'll play the full cut in just a second. But Angelo Cataldi saying that Andy Reid is the biggest fraud in American sports. That's managed to hold up in the eyes of judge and jury Seth Payne for 2 months now. This Emmanuel Acho take on Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders potentially revolutionizing the NFL, which we will also play, was so close. We had a lot of people texting in saying that should be the winner. You still had
people
Cataldi.
are really angry at me.
Yes. Yeah. You still had Cataldi, but man, you had to think about this to the point where you were even thinking about a rematch today on Monday. On Friday, you were teasing a possibility of a rematch on Monday between these two.
Yeah. I think I had said I need some time with Emmanuel Achos because it was really, really bad. It was just bad in a different way than Cataldi's. Yeah. So I'm gonna do an emergency runoff right now.
Emergency rematch. All right. So
it doesn't mean that he'll win the final 2025 award in December, but it's for now he might have to be the current title holder.
All right, so let's re-listen. He might not be. Maybe it's still Cataldi after you listen to it.
I gotta give it one last listen.
Okay, so one last listen. We'll do the full cut on Cataldi. Here's Angelo Cataldi formerly of WIP in Philadelphia. This was the day after the Super Bowl.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
Yeah. So look, he said some things that were true, and yet at the same time, the conclusion that he's an all-time fraud in American sports, that's what's kept him at the helm. But Emmanuel Acho had a really, really bad take about Shedeur Sanders that it's bad. So Cataldi's is really bad, but we got to listen to Emmanuel Acho's really bad take.
I'm taking Shedeur Sanders. We all say Shedeur Sanders is a winner everywhere he goes. That's not exclusively true. No. Shedeur Sanders and Deion are winners everywhere they go. I would take Shedeur Sanders to make sure that I have the first stab at getting Deion Sanders as my next head coach in Tennessee, assuming Callahan does not work out. The Titans have had 5 head coaches since 2010. You know Deion would inevitably leave Colorado for one reason and one reason only, to coach his son. If you can get Shedeur, who you think you're going to get as the next head coach? And you don't even have to come in here with a whole lot of different leverage and negotiation tactics. Just show him a picture of the quarterback, and it's Shedeur. Whenever he goes. We don't know that. That's not conclusive information. Shedeur and Deion win everywhere they go. I would get Shedeur because I want to get Prime, because if you get Shedeur and you get Prime, you completely revolutionize the whole NFL as it pertains to the Tennessee Titans. That's why I'm going for Shedeur.
All right, you completely revolutionize the whole NFL as it pertains to the Tennessee Titans. I don't even know what that last part means.
Yes, thank you.
As it pertains to the Titans, you revolutionize the NFL. They win it. You know what I really, really, really hate about it upon listening to it a second time is that we all say that they win everywhere they go. Wait a second. Don't be telling me what we all say, okay? Because, yes, they had success at Jackson State, partly by stocking their team with guys who are much above and beyond the typical talent level of Jackson State because he was the father. And then at Colorado, yes, they turned the program around, but they haven't won one. So, no, we don't all say that they win wherever they go. And then we don't all agree that it's a slam dunk that, if Shedeur and Deion are in the NFL, then of course they will continue to win everywhere they go, as opposed to all of those other first-round quarterbacks who have never won anywhere they've been. So, no. Oh, it's a horrible take. All right, he wins for now. He's winning. He's winning.
He wins.
He's winning, yeah. Emmanuel Acho.
Ding, 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 ding.
Mostly because, at the very least, this is what annoys me about the Emmanuel Acho one. Mm-hmm. At the very least, recognize the fact that it was going to be a polarizing take where Emmanuel Acho does this thing where he's he's explaining to you like you're a 5-year-old.
Oh, yeah, no.
And you're like, listen, you don't even realize how you feel about this. Let me explain to you how you actually feel about this. And then he tells me 3 things that I don't even believe, and that the vast history of the NFL has shown that no, simply by hiring a promising coach or draft prospect, that you don't revolutionize the NFL.
Thank you.
It feels like Johnny Manziel telling that coach for the Browns, let's go take this league by storm or whatever. No. You will not tell me how I feel about Shedeur Sanders and Deion Sanders.
I'm glad you're laying this out this way. I'm so glad that Acho ends up in the rematch winning this thing, because it would have been a bad take if he cut it off before he said they revolutionized the NFL. It was already a bit similar to Cataldi. Like, Cataldi's take wasn't all that great, and then he says at the very end that Andy Reid's the all-time fraud, and you're like, all right, well, there's his finishing move. That's horrible. But Emmanuel Acho at the end saying that they would revolutionize the NFL, Deion and Shedeur, and this is the part that I hate, because what Deion has done and what he did those 2 years so far in Colorado is to be commended. He took a 1-11 team that was at the dregs of the Power 5 and turned them into a team that at least is A, fun to watch, and B, by the second year, at least a 9-win team that's competitive. You know, they're going out there, they're winning games. That Emmanuel Acho and that Shedeur, to some extent, act like they turned them around and made them into the winner of the Rose Bowl or something. Like, they turned into a team that was in the Final Four of the playoffs is the silliest part to me. Like, they are projecting what got done at Colorado, especially when they're going to have to do it in the NFL.
And then the silliest, by far, then even there, you extend on, and that Shedeur almost just becomes an accessory in all of this, and that you draft Shedeur, not even because Shedeur himself is a good quarterback, but because it's an avenue to get a leg up on potentially hiring a coach that you then tell me is going to revolutionize the NFL.
Yeah.
Does Acho understand how hard it is to revolutionize the NFL?
No, he doesn't.
It's not as simple as, hey, I like Deion Sanders as a coach. And then you turn that into, he's going to revolutionize the NFL.
Horrible take.
Treat me like a 5th grader.
Horrible take.
Yeah, treat me like a 5th grader that you're going to get me to buy more fundraising candy bars than I want to spend on.
That's true.
That's what he's doing. You know what he's doing?
Yeah.
He's the kid that sells candy to idiot 5th graders.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the 6th grader that understands that, like, these kids get really hungry around recess time. I'm gonna buy a bunch of candy bars at the wholesale club and then sell it to them, rake them over the coals.
We had a kid named Adrian that used to sell Fun Dip behind the big boulder on our playground back in school. You remember Fun Dip? Did you ever have Fun Dip?
Were those like you dipped the candy into a chocolate sauce or something?
You dipped a stick. It looked like almost like a
something.
No, it was like a stick. It looked like
stick of sugar into more sugar.
Yeah, it took a stick of sugar, like a white stick of sugar that looked like a tongue depressor. And you dip it, you lick it, and you would dip it into one of 3 pouches of just colored sugar. And sugar. So you're taking a stick of sugar, dipping it in sugar, and sucking on the whole thing. And that kid sold it behind the boulder like he was selling Coke. It was he would sell Fun Dip behind the boulder. Eventually got caught.
I bet that kid's doing well, though.
Probably very enterprising.
Well.
Yeah,
it's really just. I mean, it's not like you're selling drugs or anything. I mean, you know, depending on how you feel about
for first graders,
straight sugar.
yeah. Tell that to the teachers.
It's not illegal, at least.
No, you're not snorting it per se. Text message: Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The TV announcers were all questioning why Sampson wasn't fouling down the stretch, but he trusted his defense rather than giving in. We mentioned that earlier. They were down 6 with about a minute to go after the technical foul free throw on the JoJo Tugler reach-in. After the technical foul made it 67-61. Duke still had the ball. Credit Kelvin Sampson for not turning it into a free throw contest. He said, we're going to D up. He was fortunate enough to get it down to 3 the next possession.
Yeah, that takes a lot of
balls.
Trust in your process and your style, but also understanding that, okay, we're down 5. We start playing the foul game to Duke, and we're just gonna expect or anticipate Duke, flailing at the free throw line.
Yes.
It's real. That goes into him saying you're not going to score 80 points versus Duke. Yeah, I think he also understood and recognized, that's a desperation move, and you're just hoping for the basketball gods to bail you out at that point if you start playing. But in the moment, man, it takes a lot of discipline and trust.
It does. But you can see his rationale. You got 2 things going for you when you're the Cougs team, and you're an elite 3-point shooting team. And at that juncture in the game, if you're not going to foul, then you need to get the ball back, which they did. They blocked the shot. Tugler blocked Kneppel's shot, and then they went down and Emmanuel Sharp gets a three. I mean, that is playing to the strengths of your team when you play it that way. And it was almost like the TV announcers didn't realize that. Morning, fellas. I've been a U of H fan and a Duke basketball fan since the late 70s, early 80s. I just wanted to see a great game, and that's what we got. Go Cougs. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I think by and large, there were obviously a lot of Duke fans that were upset about the Cooper flag foul. Maybe it's just my algorithm, the way it worked. It seemed like I saw more Duke fans saying, like, all right, let's everybody slow down. Maybe score score a point or two along the way, and then maybe we can have that argument. But, man, you can't be outplayed so egregiously and aggressively in the final moments of the game and then try to blame a ticky-tack foul on it.
You can't be up 59-45 with 8 minutes and change to go and finish with 67 points. You scored 8 points down the stretch. You scored 8 points in the last 8 minutes and change of the game. That's on you. And if you're a Duke fan also, I think smart Duke fans know this, not delusional Duke fans, you get a lot of calls. You had one, it wasn't an egregious. I think, the announcers are saying that might have been a play on, and it might have been. He did go over his back, It's and who cares? The Cougs are there now. Cougs are in the championship game. All right, Astros. All right, what are we reading into this weekend? And this is a sneaky big series the Astros got coming up starting. We'll talk about that, the good and the bad from this weekend. The good was really good. The bad is really scary when it comes to the Astros. That's coming up next.
I'll tell you what, it's
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday.
Sean, how good are you at not checking your...
And I've been at it the last 2 days because I've forced myself to do it. I'm terrible. You know this. I check my 401k. It's part of my routine in the morning. I check it because there was a time where I didn't have a ton of money, and part of it was my own fault. So part of my routine is to not only try to stay debt-free, but also pay attention to my investments and make sure they're getting administered properly. And unfortunately, they have been getting administered properly the last 2 days. They've been getting kicked around like Ralph Macchio and the Karate Kid right now.
I've gotten pretty good at, I really rarely check anymore. And more so I just check to be sure I'm not getting screwed over somehow. Yeah, like you said, administratively. Mm-hmm. And so I've been riding this recent wave pretty smoothly.
That's good.
I've been beaten about the head and ears enough in my life that I've gotten a genuine long-term approach to things, and I know my own psychological shortcomings. So I just don't torture myself.
I'm taking a break from checking every day, if that's what you're wondering. Yeah, I'm taking a break from checking every day until whatever is going on right now straightens itself out, maybe gets us a little bit back, and then we'll see what happens. But, I was just, as I'm walking out, your Trajan Wealth ads are tremendous, and as you're walking out, I'm like, oh, yeah, hey, my retirement took a beating this week, yeah.
I have a hard time. The hardest thing now I've gotten to an age where when I try to talk sense to people in their 20s, I hear them saying all the same things I did before the first tech bubble burst. Yeah. Where, you can't talk any monies. No, everything. Things are different now, old man.
Yes.
You don't know what you're talking about. Whichever, whether it's crypto or anything else, you're a dinosaur. I'm all right, just go ahead and live and learn.
Money.
We'll just circle back in 30 years. We'll see how that's. Yeah.
Money's the one thing that you should, if you're younger, listen to advice from some of us boomers and olds about because we've been through it. Yeah. Money is also the one thing that nobody really wants to listen to reason on if you feel like you're sitting on something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This guy doesn't know. He wasn't around for that. He was around for his stuff. He's not around for my stuff. So,
first tech bubble burst in 1999 was fun because there was a period where everybody was talking about what an idiot Warren Buffett was for not going whole hog in on the dot-coms and everything. Like, what a stupid old man. Mm-hmm. God, what a moron.
How'd that work out?
He's still doing all right.
He is. Astros, 4-5 on the season. The other thing I haven't looked at, similar to my 401k, is the standings in the American League West. Is it bad that I have a stronger vow to not look at the standings in the American League West than I do? Don't look at your 401k. The Astros are 4-5 right now. And thank God they win that game yesterday. They beat the Twins down 7-1. Midway through the game, and Ronel Blanco gets chased, and we'll talk about that. Ronel Blanco getting chased in the second inning and Spencer Arrighetti getting chased in the fourth inning the last 2 days.
Yeah.
We may as well talk about it now since we're sitting on it. Like, as good as it feels to win 2 out of 3, and I think that big comeback win is one that hopefully is one thing that individuals can build off of offensively. Like, this Yordan home run feels like, okay, the storm is coming with Yordan. Paredes started to look like a big league third baseman at the plate.
Brendan Rodgers had a very good weekend, yeah.
Yeah, and he might end up being the regular second baseman. We'll see. But the elephant in the room, which is muted a little bit because they did win yesterday, Arrighetti getting chased in the fourth inning. The Ronel Blanco one, which are you more concerned about? Arrighetti getting chased in the fourth inning on Saturday because he gave up a 3-run bomb with 2 outs in the fourth, or Ronel Blanco just never getting untracked in the game yesterday?
I think, it would be hard for me to power rank it. I think that I'm just gonna go with experience and the body of work that Blanco had, at least over the first half of last season. Mm-hmm. And I'm relatively long-term confident in Blanco. Arrighetti's still a work in progress, so I'll be nervous about Arrighetti.
Yeah.
Now, if the bats can keep coming alive and start to deliver on this, Yordan especially, it's less of a concern. But this is such a different baseball team. without Kyle Tucker and Bregman out there especially, there's just so much unknown. And there's also without even being able to put my finger on it, it just feels so much different emotionally in so many ways that I've got a constant feeling of I don't know who these guys are.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask.
I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
I don't know these guys.
Yeah.
And I can't be as cocky about just give it a little bit of time. Nah, Bregman's a notoriously slow starter. We'll be fine. I don't have that same foundation to fall back on right now.
Dude, and some of the guys, like Yiner is a disaster right now.
Oh!
Yiner is awful right now. Terrible.
You know where he's been really good at is pitch framing. The one thing that people were wondering, he's like Sean, he's in like the 97th percentile of pitch framing.
And he's 1 for 22 in his last 22 at bats or whatever it is.
Hey, the baseball gods giveth and they taketh away. It looks like he's a true veteran catcher there behind the plate with his pitch framing, and yet, yeah.
I appreciate you having his back. It's very noble of you to have Yiner's back. Would you rather have Yiner rake at the plate and be kind of crappy at pitch framing, especially knowing that the electronic strike zone is coming sometime down the road?
The electronic strike zone isn't going to do that much to negate the importance of pitch framing because you have to challenge. So the pitch framing still matters.
But you know what's always going to be important? Hitting the baseball with runners on base. That's always going to be important. And Yiner is doing none of that right now. He's awful right now. So there's that. Altuve. I did like that Altuve, forget about the defensive part of it. He had an error on Saturday. Still having trouble getting the ball out of his glove and into his throwing hand.
Yeah, that's his big obstacle right now is just actually taking the ball out of his.
Up his platinum sombrero on Thursday, because they have Friday off, with a really good weekend at the plate, including the game-winning RBI yesterday. So overall, positive on Altuve. Jordan Baum, great. Paredes, 4-hit game. Hey, Josh Hader, 2-inning save yesterday. No hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Josh Hader, probably not pitching tonight, I would guess, if there's a save situation in Seattle tonight. They play late tonight in Seattle. Well, that's an intense night of sports watching here in Houston. We got the Cougs in the title game. We got the Astros with their first divisional matchup of the year against the Seattle Mariners at 8:40 tonight.
8:40.
It's going to be a late night, man.
What time's the basketball game start?
7:50. 7:50 tip. Yeah.
All right, I might have to take a nap this afternoon.
Yes.
Damn it.
Yeah. Budget that sleep, man. Budget that sleep. So that's the good and the bad. I feel 4-5 right now. The problem is the Rangers are 8-2. The Angels I'm not too worried about, although Mike Trout looks like Mike Trout. He's hit home runs in his last 3 games, So
yeah, I'm sure that'll work out brilliantly.
It always does. Yeah, it always does.
Yeah, Mike Trout can be the triple, quadruple MVP this year.
There you go.
They'll still be the Angels.
Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text page. The worst part about that take about Deion and his son, for those just tuning in, we just replayed Emmanuel Acho's take that you should take Shedeur with the first pick if you're Tennessee so you get first crack at Deion next year as a head coach, and the two will subsequently revolutionize the NFL.
And it's more so that Deion will revolutionize the NFL.
Yeah.
Not even the Shedeur. Basically, Emmanuel Acho basically said that who knows if Shedeur Sanders is any good as a quarterback. You need to get Deion in the door if you want to revolutionize the sport.
All you got to do.
I'm okay if you're high on Deion Sanders as a coaching candidate in the NFL. That's cool. But don't be sitting there and telling me a guy's going to revolutionize the sport.
Yes. So here's the text. The worst part about that take about Deion and his son is what if they're horrible and you can't fire Deion because then you're going to piss off your quarterback. Yeah, they are inextricably linked. What titles or championships has Deion won as a coach? Why is then they got some other stuff in here about Deion that I'm not sure is true. Angelo Acho versus Cataldi is going to be like the Cena versus Orton of the early 2010s. It is 2 really bad takes.
Yeah,
that was
they'll definitely be. They'll be in the circle of infamy at the end of the year when we have the final tournament for worst take of 2025.
Yes. Yeah, I'm keeping track of all of them. I keep the ones that are really, really bad.
The take that started it all off was Ross Tucker's take that if you really like a restaurant, that you should not tell anybody about it because you end up waiting too long to get in. And he almost said that you should talk bad about it. And then lo and behold, I was watching an old Pepe Le Pew cartoon this weekend, and I forgot one of the cartoons. There's a burglar who paints the cat with like a skunk.
Oh yeah,
and then puts the skunk in a bank to get all the customers. So the bank robber just goes in and takes all the money. That's the Ross Tucker strategy.
Yeah,
Ross Tucker would advocate a skunk scare to try to make his restaurant have less of a wait.
Did you intentionally go to watch a Pepe Le Pew cartoon, or were you flipping around and you landed?
I did. I went to watch a Pepe Le Pew because we've got a skunk issue, and I've been trying to get rid of a skunk without shooting the skunk. I'm going to trap it next. But I got some skunk repellent, and you know what? It makes perfect sense, and yet it was a shock to me that skunk repellent, it smells, it's incredible smelling.
Oh,
which
really?
makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you're trying to repel Pepe Le Pew,
yes,
then something that smells fragrant and nice. It's all these essential oils. It's peppermint oil and all this other stuff. And it smells incredible.
So let me be clear on this. You have a skunk problem at your house. Is that what I'm hearing? And so you were watching Pepe Le Pew, hoping to kind of get inside the mind of the enemy a little bit? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, I don't know. That would be a good one. No, I think it was almost like, remember Pepe Le Pew? What was his deal anyway? And then you go back and you watch it. Like, it was that you totally did a bunch of stuff to get yourself canceled in the future. Yeah. Just putting the full court press on this poor cat, the whole cartoon.
Seth's got a coyote issue. He's sitting here watching Wile E. Coyote like, oh, God, I can destroy these creatures. This guy is stupid. We've got some fun dip takes.
No, but you can buy a skunk trap. Mm-hmm. That my father-in-law actually has one. I'm going to borrow from him. It's very small, so the skunk can't lift up to spray.
Okay.
So you think like, oh, great, I buy a skunk trap and then it sprays all over the place. The thing is, it's tearing up our vegetable garden is the problem.
Got you.
So that's why we got to get rid of the skunk.
Okay, so you negate his or her superpower by putting them in that box. Okay, I got you. Text message. I snorted Fun Dip once when I was a kid. I have no idea why either. I didn't know a damn thing about Coke. I had blue and purple snot for a while afterwards.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I remember a kid snorting sugar packets. Well, you're at that age where you don't know what cocaine even is, but you've seen it in a movie or something.
Yeah.
And, what was that kid's name? He was one of the kids who moved away. And, those guys kind of become dead to you. He was a huge part of my life up through 5th or 6th grade, and then he moved away.
And that's it.
You talk about him every now and then, but he snorted a line of sugar.
Was he miserable afterwards, or was he like?
No, he acted the way you would in the movies. If you saw somebody snort a line of Coke, he acted like he was just going to go out and take on the world.
Great.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of that was psychological. Like,
it was 100% psychological.
Yeah, that's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment.
Can I tell you my other drug scandal?
Sure.
We were at a wrestling camp one summer. Our whole high school team went to the same wrestling camp. And we were down in, we were at some gas station. We had like a couple hours off, so you go into this little town. And we saw these things. We were all dragging our asses, and they had these pep pills that were, and I'm guessing looking back on it, they were mini thins back when ephedrine was legal to buy over the counter.
Yep.
So we all bought these pep pills, but there was who didn't have any money at all. He came from a real poor family, and he stole the pep pills. He shoplifted the pep pills and got caught doing it. Yeah. Yeah. So poor Kenny, meanwhile, the rest of us, we took these pep pills and we were flying. We were flying at the next session. But poor Kenny almost got kicked out. And then they had to sit us all down and talk to us. It was like an after-school special. Kenny was allowed to stay at the camp, and but he gave us this talk about drugs and everything, and it scared us straight. I would never do many thins again until high school. Yes.
Taught you how to kind of manage it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mini thins were rough, man. That was bad. I can't believe those things were legal. Those things were powerful.
3 little kids drugged up at a wrestling camp on pep pills.
What could go wrong? At Alfred State College.
Oh my God. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, final segment coming up. Best bets. I got a couple best bets for tonight's championship game between the Cougs and the Gators. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. We will do that coming up next.
We certainly will. I'll tell you what else we'll do, Sean.
Report. Live from the Mokaram Intro. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll see how we're feeling when we come in tomorrow. Cougs, Florida tonight, 7:50 p.m. tip. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. Here was Kelvin Sampson. I think this is, if there's a cut out there that encapsulates Houston in one phrase, take a listen to this, and this is Kelvin Sampson with the warning shot to all other people out there associated with other teams and evaluating the world of college basketball. Do not sleep on Houston.
Lucky to have them, but it's not lucky that they do what they do, because that's work. They trust their work. They trust their teammates. You know, I hear what people say. You know, Duke this, Duke that. Duke's great. John Shire is awesome. But don't sleep on Houston. Don't sleep on Houston. We went 34-4 playing in the Toy Poodle League. We were 19-1 in the Big 12. Playing in the Big 12 helped us. Shout out to my Big 12 brethren, Coach Brett Yormark, and all the great coaches in the Big 12.
All right. Kelvin Sampson gets a chip on his shoulder really easily.
Yeah, even on behalf of his new conference, even. I like that. I don't know. There's just something about even, not that I'm not all hyped up for a whole bunch of Big 12 chants or cheers somehow, like SEC chants.
No, and I don't even think the Big 12.
Work.
I don't think the Big 12 gets disrespected, really. I mean, I know the SEC got a jillion teams into the tournament. I don't think it was undeservedly so. It was a really, well, some of them were. UT going 6-12 and getting into the tournament. That stuff is a little bit annoying when a team only wins a third of its conference games and they still get into the NCAA tournament.
There is a little something about maybe professing his love and putting some advertising out there for the Big 12, just with the concept of a rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah.
So the more you can get, the more shine you can put on the conference, the more it increases your base, perhaps, of recruits and what have you.
Oh yeah, for sure. My thing for tonight, I'm taking the Cougs tonight. Walter Clayton Jr. is frightening for Florida. He's hit a bunch of big shots.
Yeah.
But my two prop bets that I'm going with here, because Walter Clayton Jr. is the first player since Larry Bird to score 30 or more points in an Elite Eight and Final Four game back-to-back. He had 34, I want to say, against Auburn in the semifinal game. He was great, especially down the stretch against Texas Tech in the Elite Eight. I mean, he has hit big shot. Go back to the UConn game in the second round. Big shot after big shot. I am going Walter Clayton Jr. under 18.5 points in this game.
Under 18.5?
Under 18.5. I think Coach Sampson's going to put the clamps on him tonight.
Okay.
They're going to be chasing him all over the place, and they do a really good job of getting the ball out of the hands of the guys that can hurt you really, really
with
bad.
Walter Clayton, I'm kind of feeling the same way I did about Cooper Flagg, in that I don't worry as much about what his total output is, as long as you can make it difficult for him.
Mm-hmm.
Except that Clayton's also done that. Clayton, like Texas Tech and Auburn, he didn't have an easy go of it, and he still produced.
Yeah.
I think he's got more of a dog in him. Cooper Flagg at the very end is exposed to be what he is, which is a coddled Duke kid. Whereas I think that Walter Clayton is more of the real deal.
Yeah. It does feel a little contrarian. I'm going to admit that, but I'm going to lean into Cougs plus 1.5 then if they're going to win this game, then they're going to have to hold Walter Clayton Jr. to under 18.5 points, probably. Florida team with a lot of firepower. They like to play up-tempo. Cougs like to slow it down. I feel confident in the Cougs kind of dictating the pace. The other prop bet I've got, Seth, is L.J. Cryer over 2.5 three-pointers made. He had 6 in the last game. And on something like this, it's really about opportunity. Like, he's going to shoot. I don't think that, like L.J. Cryer has had at least 8 3-point shots in 4 of the 5 tournament games so far for the Cougs. So he's going to get opportunities. They're going to, again, he's probably going to need to make more than 2.5 for them to win this game. So these are 2 prop bets that are kind of correlated with my pick of the Cougs in tonight's game.
Yeah, and the one thing about Florida's defense has been playing well. They're not nearly. I mean, nobody's the defense that Houston is. Right. But they do. They send teams to the line a lot. The Cougs haven't been awesome at getting to the line, so there's a little bit of how much of that does become a factor, and that it's not something that the Cougs really rely on, and yet when Florida's playing defensive well, they'll foul a lot. So that the free throws might end up being a bigger factor tonight than it typically is.
Second shots, they've got to keep pounding the glass. If they play their game, I think they're going to be tonight. A hell of a game. I'm anxious to see what the crowd is like. I mean, obviously it's going to be a sold-out crowd, but I'm anxious to see if it's a Coug crowd. If the geographic proximity to Houston for where this game is being played plays out in a way. It's so hard in those stadium venues to create that sort of thing. It's not nearly as intimate as, say, the Fertitta Center or arenas like that. The crowd is so far away from everything.
It's hard for people from Florida to drive 15 hours down the I-10 corridor without being distracted by some kind of vice along the way. So I don't know the percentage. It's almost like baby sea turtles almost. They might be leaving the beach there in Florida, but the percentage of them that actually make it all the way to San Antonio, I don't know. And not to mention having spent 48 to 72 hours there in San Antonio already. How many of them actually make it into their seats tonight? I'm not sure.
Toughest part for me is you go through multiple cities with casinos along the way. Like New Orleans would be a tough putt for me. If I had to drive from Florida to get to San Antonio to see my team, that would be the toughest obstacle for me, getting through New Orleans without saying, you know what, I'm just going to stay here and watch it in a sports book. I'm good. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are here.
We are here.
Yeah, man.
Only in body.
How great was it to watch not only the Cougs win, not only Duke lose, but the Cougs force a cataclysmic choke job on Duke.
It was the perfect storm.
This was a great weekend, man.
Unbelievable.
The Astros in that Duke game, the Cougs game over Duke on Saturday?
Yeah, both my sons went to the game separate from each other. They didn't know they were going to be there.
Did they see each other at the game?
They did, ultimately, but it was the Spider-Man gift, meme or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then my daughter's going tonight. She called off work.
No way.
Yeah, she and her husband are going tonight.
Are your sons jealous that she's going to the game?
Well, they saw one of the most memorable games in the history of basketball.
They didn't take your advice and hang around and get some other tickets?
Yes, well, actually, my daughter, I gave my kids that advice, which when Duke loses, if Duke loses, find the Duke fans.
Yeah.
My daughter got tickets for like $140 a piece.
Love to see it.
Awesome.
Online or like
online, but it was Duke fans.
Duke fans were dumping them.
Yeah, they were dumping them. It was the perfect play, man.
Used to be easier back in the day when it was paper tickets.
Yeah,
you just
hand them
buy
off.
them to you. Yeah, now you got to,
$140 for the championship game?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
well, that would be amazing even if you didn't have a rooting interest, right? Like to be there but if you have a rooting interest in one of the teams.
And it's going to be so much of a UH crowd tonight.
It is.
It's going to be huge.
Do you think, you've been to these games in these big football stadiums before. Do you think it translates like on TV and in there? Like
I think it translates some, maybe not like you said, the Fertitta Center.
Yeah,
I think we're going to ask Chancellor Johnson. We'll talk to him at noon.
Is he going to be there?
Yeah, well, he was there.
I know he was there. I heard him on.
He should be on tonight, or be there tonight as well. So I want to get a feeling for what the arena was like, because also Alamo Dome is kind of weirdly shaped. Like it's not quite the fullness of like some of the more cavernous football stadiums.
It's about as intimate as you can get in a stadium.
Yeah. It's been around a while. now, huh? Maybe the old stadium that's still getting stuff like this.
100%. I was thinking that watching this game. I was like, how is San Antonio still managing to draw with the Alamo Dome? A building that didn't they build that just to try and lure away one of these teams? Was it the Cowboys?
Probably.
I don't know if it was the Cowboys. It might have been the Raiders back in the day.
It might have been the Raiders.
Yeah, it might have been the Raiders.
And then the Saints played there.
They've managed to get so much run out of it.
But San Antonio does it because they're like Indianapolis, but good. Good in terms of touristy.
Oh yeah. Indy likes to tout how they got all those
they're great.
tunnels and everything.
They're great, but they don't have all the the bells and whistles.
Where's their Alamo?
Yeah.
Where's their Riverwalk? Yeah.
They got Jim Irsay's house.
Yeah.
A lot of crazy stuff took place there too. I'm sure, just like the Alamo. So we got that. We had the Astros this weekend. Are you more excited about Jordan hitting a 2-run bomb in extra innings, or worried about the fact that both of their starting pitchers this weekend got chased before the 4th inning was over?
I'm more excited about Jordan hitting the homer. I think that the pitching has had to be so phenomenal just to get close to winning games early on. Run support is something I feel good about. Like I feel strong about those top 2 pitchers in particular. So I know that these are blips on the radar, at least in my estimation. If you have the offense clicking to a degree where hopefully you see 7-9 runs, you give those guys a little bit more freedom. I mean, it's a different feeling being up there on the mound, knowing that I don't know that I'm going to have. I don't think I can give up 3. You know what I mean, I don't think I can give up 2 or 3.
It's funny you asked
where you feel like I can give up 5 and still feel like I have that.
That's that because we were asking that question, something about that at 11:20. But I'm sure you're wondering, what is the question of the day?
I am wondering what is the question of the day. Actually, yes.
What's something that you used to be horrible at, but now you're really good?
Okay, who's
like
this?
Jawan Robertson free throw.
Oh, okay. Okay, something I was horrible at.
He was on some 5 beats a day for 3 summers. Like that feels.
Mine is fixing what was then my daughter and now my granddaughter's hair. Like she used to look like a troll, my daughter.
Okay.
But I've been fixing my granddaughter's hair. Gorgeous.
And you really
Yeah,
got a little hairstylist thing going on,
all
huh?
that stuff. I've practiced.
Are you doing this like every day? Is that what's happening?
As often as I can.
Wow, that's a good one. Do you have one, Seth, for that?
Yes, public speaking.
Okay.
The first part of my life, I was not a good speaker whatsoever, and I still have many, many blemishes. But I didn't start speaking until I was 3 years old. I was a late bloomer, and then I was very, very quiet for a long, long time. I had like speech impediments and what have you. So yeah, that was just by having to work at it, and then being thrust into an environment in the NFL where I had to speak into a microphone. I had it beat into me that I at least became a credible public speaker.
This is a boring one. I'm way better at managing my time now than I used to be. Ironically, when I was out in the real world in sales, I was horrible at managing my time.
Really?
Very
I find
easily
that hard
distracted.
to believe.
I was decent at it. I do look back now and think if I was the organizer that I was back then, but back then that I am now, because I do stay organized now.
Would you have a Scrooge McDuck?
Oh, no, I don't know if I would. Well, I wouldn't be in radio probably. I probably would have been more successful as a vice president of sales. And the higher up I got in the company, the more that came back to bite me.
Yeah.
Because you're not just working on your schedule.
Yeah.
You're working on the schedules of like 15 other people. So, but that would probably be mine. There's nothing athletically I've gotten better at. That's what immediately pops into mind when you bring up Jawan Roberts. Like, oh, he got better at shooting free
Putting?
throws. No, well, I'm a little better.
As guys get older, they tend to be better at short game and putting.
I'm a little better at golf overall.
Yeah.
I hardly ever play.
Yeah.
But I've only played probably 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years. I'll get asked to do a tournament. Like if somebody here in the office needs a 4th for like a sponsor tournament, they'll ask me, and they'll go, don't worry, you just need to talk to people and make them laugh. You can suck, it's a scramble or whatever.
Yeah.
I've actually, in the last few scrambles I played, they've used my shot
As guys get
way
older,
more than they would have when I was.
For some reason, as guys get older, their short game gets better.
And that's not even brute force in the same way that that Jawan, 150 makes.
Oh, I know. The fact that he works on it that much.
Since June.
It's crazy.
Like, I was thinking about it, like, what happens in, like, off days, travel days? Where are we finding time to get to the gym to make sure we get 150 makes?
Kelvin Sampson said he does it on non-practice days.
Yeah, managers go in,
grabs
open
a
the
team
gym.
manager. Yeah.
Everybody has to.
Yeah. Yep. All right. We are done, fellas. Enjoy looking forward to enjoying the next 4 hours.
Oh, we will.
Basking in the afterglow of a great weekend of Houston sports. 7:50 tonight. Championship game between Florida and the Cougs. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies. and a glory.
Thank you very much. All right, we are done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, we are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Figgy Fig still has the day off. It's Byron Matthews.
Yep.
And Byron, can you help me out here? I feel like we got to set the tone for this one right out the gate.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game.
That's right. There it is. There it is. Cougs to play for a national championship. First time since '84. An opportunity to win the first one in school history. What was quite a travesty in '83, obviously.
Yes.
But to get to a place where, you win a national championship for the school, for Kelvin Sampson. What an incredible time. And let's start the show off. You get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, or on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, either on Twitch or YouTube. What was the most amazing part of that 70-67 victory by your Houston Cougars over the Duke Blue Devils on Saturday, rather?
Where do you begin on this one? First of all, as Sean and Seth did that to Duke, which just is a feel-good anyway.
Best team in the nation.
Yeah, it's just a feel-good. But that's what I'm talking about. Not only was it Duke, but it was this Duke that was absolutely – they were the more talented team. They were the more talented team than the Houston Cougars. And I'll put it this way. The fact that it happened against Duke, but if you traded coaches, Duke would have won by 15 or more.
Yeah.
If you traded coaches, Duke would have won by 15 or more points. It was what Kelvin Sampson could do. It was what was ingrained in these players. It's what they did early on. I'm going to get to that in a little bit. It was the fact that it was Duke, and then the atmosphere. I mean, I was getting all kinds of home videos from my boys and everything. People were going berserk. And my oldest son has been to 4 or 5 Final Fours just because he's one of those guys, and I've been able to help him out here and there and all that. And he says he's never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it.
That's incredible. I want to lean on some more of that experience, but I almost felt bad. I'm glad that you brought this up, like the experience. And let us know, like, where did you watch this? How did you kind of, like, what were the vibes of the places that you did watch this? Because I almost felt bad. I watched this at home, and I probably should have, like, gotten out to the watch party or gotten out to a bar, because I can only imagine the roller coaster that existed in this game while watching it. And I really don't want to overstate this, because I don't want to make it seem like I knew something that somehow someone else did not. But I don't think that I ever got to a place where I fully let go of the rope of belief on this. And again, that's not any level of, like, credit to me. It was just this team kept close enough. And really, I think more importantly, there was never slumped shoulders. There was never a head that turned downward. You could see it within this team that Kelvin Sampson has whipped into them. And maybe that's not the right way of saying it, but, like, has really gotten it into their heads that, no, you fight till the death. Like, you are, like, you're playing for your season. I think that was the way that Emmanuel Sharp, if I remember correctly, said it. Or maybe it was Cryer at the half. Like, they are going to play till the final whistle. And so, like, even when you get late, and I was texting with a group of friends about, starting to get late early, it felt like at one point. And you still look up and you go, yeah, but okay, it's 7, it's 9, well, it's still within reach. Even to the point where you go, all right, it's 6 here with a minute to go. And that's still something that they can overcome, and they ultimately did.
Look, I'm so glad you brought that up. The fight in these guys is very real. The discipline and the defense we know about, the culture is very real. Let me illustrate what you just talked about. Because everybody's going to be talking about they were down 14 with 8 minutes 27 seconds left. They made an 11-1 run at the end of the game. They made a 9-0 run to finish the game, and that is what ultimately put them in the national championship game. But you don't win that game without somehow, some way, scratching and clawing your way to stay within earshot 4 times, at least 3 times, depending on how you want to look at it. But Duke was on the brink of running away with this thing at least 3 times in the first half. And every time, like, let me give you some examples here.
Please.
The They couldn't make a shot early, like nothing. They didn't make anything. And Duke was out 18-9 with 11 minutes to go. Somehow they didn't let them run away. They kept scratching and somehow made a couple of shots and stayed within range, so to speak. All right, so they withstood that one. Then Duke is up 31-19 with 3 minutes left in the first half. 31-19 with 3 minutes left in the first half. If they go on a little run, if you don't scratch and claw, that game might be over in the first half. But no, the Cougs came back and somehow found a way to pull within, you said it, 6 points at the half. And then, of course, later on, Duke had a 10-point lead twice in the first 9 minutes of the second half. And the Cougs somehow just stayed within that range. A 10-point lead, double-digit lead. I think at one point it was even more than that. I think it was 11 at one point. And you just somehow stayed. So, yeah, the final run was it. But 3 times the Duke had a chance to just run you out of the gym. But that fight that you're talking about was very real and kept them close to make that final run in the final minutes.
Yeah. Some of, like, the incredible things, I think. Like, I really want to focus on the incredible. I think that's one of the things that we come to sports for, is to see people do incredible things. And, I mean, it's easy to talk about the 28-7 scoring run in the last 8 minutes and change, especially because, like, this is a Houston team that prides itself on defense, and that's a large part of that, only allowing like 1 bucket in the 8 minutes and plus of the game. But I think the opportunity to, like, just go on a 10-0 run, which they did at one point, I think that's really one of the big indicators of a team that can win a national championship, is going on a 10-0 run, but specifically, like, the way that it looks. Because a 10-0 run, we kind of think of it looking a particular way. A couple of threes, couple of drives, and boom, you have that kind of vibe going. This was like a knockdown, drag-out 10-0 run in the back half of the second half of basketball there, where, it's just gritty stops and it's offensive rebounds. But and I guess that brings me to another thing that I felt absolutely incredible. Did you realize that the Cougs out-rebounded Duke 42-31. A Duke team that was taller than them, including, and this is the thing that, like, I didn't even realize during the game. I saw it afterwards. 7'2", Common Maluach notched all of 0 rebounds in this game.
How does that happen?
I don't know.
How does that happen?
Although I guess I do know, but like it's mind-boggling. It just, like, shows that this team is so locked in on their process. There's instances where that veteran nature that this team has, right? The experience that this team has, both when you talk about coaching and then all of the guys that they have on the floor, like, they just lock in on rebounding and boxing out. And I guess shout out also to preparation for this team. I think that their director of development or whatever, basically is the S&C there, in March talked about on social media, talked about they play volleyball with medicine balls. And, like, you see the ways in which dudes who, admittedly not that tall because they won, but long wingspans, and they jump.
Yeah.
They get up, they attack the ball at the highest point, and that's how you end up with a situation where they out-rebound. It's that and want to, right? Just the will to get these boards and rebound as a team. And I thought that was, like, really incredible that they just went and did the hustle things, including a point like that where the length and the fact that they had been outsized was a huge talking point going in, and then you see something so definitive, so hard of evidence in that way that they did not let that deter them.
You used the word I was going to use. What you're talking about are hustle plays. And there were 3 plays I thought that are going to kind of be overshadowed by the flag foul, which could be, maybe not.
Over the back foul?
Yeah, well, whatever.
Yeah.
But they were overshadowed by that because the Cougs had a chance. Okay, so Tugler with the put-back dunk off of Sharp's missed 3.
Yes.
That doesn't happen, they don't win.
Correct.
They don't win if he doesn't get that hustle play rebound and dunks it. On the next possession down, there's I think it was Knipple had a little miss, and Tugler just tipped it, and somehow the Cougs got the ball. That's another hustle play. They don't win if he doesn't do that. That's 2. And then even the Crier, the ball fake and step back, and the 3 right there, I think it made it 66-64 at that point or something in that range. They don't win if it wasn't for that play. So just the smallest little things that the Cougs did in the final minutes, that's exactly what you're talking about.
100%. But that's all throughout the game. Like, and that's part of the reason why I never felt like this thing was going to get blown out, because you didn't see a lot of, like, crazy runs, Duke going wild, like they're going supernova. Because even when they were kind of scoring buckets, it was often difficult shots, or at the very least, it was the instances where, okay, there's a trap and then a swing backside, and here's a shot knocked down where you go, that's going to happen from time to time. You mentioned LJ Cryer, and this is another thing that I found incredible. Like, he had an incredibly hot shooting performance, and he's the first player, mind you, with 25 points and 6 made three-pointers in a Final Four game since Bobby Hurley in 1992, which that's got to smart a little bit of your defense, right? But I think more than anything, that's one of the big differentiators between this Houston Cougars team and previous Houston Cougars team is that you have that, and not just in one dude, you have multiple guys who can give you some of that, right? You have Miles Uzan, who didn't have an incredible shooting day per se.
Made some big ones.
He did make some big ones, right? And I think that's huge. Emmanuel Sharp, who made some big ones, and some timely ones, including the one that cut it to 6 in under a minute left of gameplay. But LJ Cryer's just ability to, when you needed a bucket, there was a few times where they were going through like some droughts, and it was just like, here is a knockdown three to keep you attached, right? When we talk about staying attached, getting those, those maybe low percentage shots at times, but knocking down threes to kind of keep you close and give you a little bit of energy and give you a little bit of kick, and also force Duke to defend on the perimeter, like keep a little bit of spacing. I thought that was hugely, hugely important for this team, and really illustrated again the difference that they have here in this team compared to years past where maybe they had that guy in like Jamal Shad or what have you, but dudes that have gotten injured in those moments where you needed them to be able to do that for you. You did not have those injuries, and you definitely had the delivery for the other guys that have been charged with that kind of responsibility on this team.
And they had Kelvin Sampson. It all stems from him. Everything we're talking about is his personality. Everything we're talking about is his, commanding of this team, demanding things like the free throws we talked about, 150 makes, every day, and their style of play. It all comes from Kelvin Sampson, and I felt like that was of the many things that were so important for this to fall just right for the Cougs. John Shire didn't have an inbounds play, and it just blew me away. The Cougs in the final minute, Duke had no answer, in terms of trying to change something up, even after timeouts, to try to inbound the ball from the baseline. And it was just, he's a great coach. Don't get me wrong. John Shire's done an amazing job. And they've obviously their work speaks for itself, recruiting and on the floor. But Kelvin Sampson flat out was better, and Shire didn't have an answer.
Yeah, this is something I actually want to ask, because I was texting with a group of friends all the way through this game. And one of the things I was like, man, it feels like this is a distinction in coaching, or maybe like a John Shire kind of demerit game in some ways. And I was trying to go through, and I was like, I don't know how many things I would have looked at as, man, you just kind of needed to do them better in that moment. It felt like this was the difference between an experienced coach who knows you're going to be in the national title conversation at the beginning of the year and stashes those things away. Like this game was the acorns that was stashed away for winter, then coming back and being useful.
Well, they were never in a lot of close games either. The Duke.
Correct.
Duke was never in a lot. Like, Let's make no. Their defense is amazing too. Their defense made life horrible.
I was very afraid of this team, and I called Duke like
it's not just like they got a bunch of 5 stars.
I truly felt like Duke was a better version of Houston this year.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
Like they have a stifling defense and an opportunity to score at a big rate, especially knocking down shots. Like I thought that was one of the things that I was scared about this matchup. But the thing that ultimately was the difference was like the grit. I hate when we get to the places in sports where it's just gritty.
It's obvious.
But like I think it's the best way to it's relentless. It is grit. It is the determination, the will to win it all. Like this was clutch city stuff. Like this was what is it? Charles Barkley calling us the Rockets cockroaches that refuse to die. Like it was all of those things. It was a legacy of Houston basketball that really just showed itself once more, and I really appreciated that.
Well, after the game, Barkley said this. He said this was a game of skill versus will.
Right.
And Will won. I mean, you can't put it better than that. Will won. But that's not to say that Shire can't coach. What I'm saying is, like, if you go back, the acorn thing that you're talking about, Kelvin Sampson never blinked, and Shire blinked. He never tried any number of things you could have done on those inbounds. That's one thing that drove me nuts. But I also feel like with Kelvin Sampson, the Kansas game, the Purdue game, now this game, he's seen it all, and these guys have experienced it all, and that was ultimately the difference.
From the 832 on the Jim Out of the Texas to Hammer text line, I'm a photographer, and I was on the job and listening on my AirPods when the last call happened. I belted out and I imagine I'm really underselling. It was the best game I've ever seen. And from the 832 guys, I don't want to seem braggadocious, but 3 of the 4 Final Four coaches are Jewish. So there you have it. My people leading basketball forever. All right, shout out. Go ahead and talk. You'll talk wherever you can. All right, can I ask you about this? Because you mentioned the foul, and I know that was a somewhat large point of conversation, but I don't think it really reached a fever pitch because of something that I clocked, which is it was just a very weird whistle all game, and it wasn't like the controversial type of weird whistle. It was like things that felt like they were the least subjective things, like, hey, that one went off of somebody's knee. Or that one went off of somebody's foot. Out of bounds. Yes, Knipple kicking the ball out of LJ's hands. Yeah. It was a weirdly officiated game in a way that made me kind of disappointed in the officiating crew.
It should have been. Yeah, it should have been. But yeah, you know that because it was flagged, because it was such a big moment, is going to be focused on and probably who doesn't understand that. But you're right. There were all kinds of different calls in there. This is a game where you can truly play whataboutism. And it's accurate. Like, what about the dude kicking the ball out of bounds? Yeah, I mean, the Cougs would have had it right there. What about this? What about that? I'm telling you, and just to not bury the lead because they're playing tonight.
That's right.
They're playing.
They got Florida
a national championship tonight against Florida. I think the Cougs walk away with it.
Interesting.
I think it's going to be a guard game. Remember my whole thing with the Duke is, they're so long, they're so athletic. There was a lot of that they had success with defensively. I think this is going to end, and I could see. In fact, I like it so much. I went ahead and searched out an alternate line.
Oh, look at you!
Yeah, the Gators are favored by 1.5. I'm taking the Cougs minus 4.5 so I can get better numbers. They're going to win by at least 6 or 8 points.
There you go. There's your John Lopez lock. I don't know how much I personally feel about that. But, I mean, look, I love the energy and excitement.
There's no stopping them now.
Feels like a team of destiny, 100%. Somebody texted that in from the 832.
Do they
feels
have
like
momentum?
A team of destiny. I'm not doing that with you. You're not going to get me that far. I gave you team of destiny.
Yeah, that's the closest you can get.
Somebody said, as a lifelong fan, let me say it feels good to be on the good side of an epic collapse. I mean, that's a huge portion of this, too. Like, this does feel like, in some ways, an exorcism of 83, right? Like, it feels like this is an opportunity to redeem what was kind of lost in that moment for a historic Houston Cougars team. It seems like these dudes are playing in some ways for that. 760 work at the convention center. The crowd was wild. And then also someone else texted in. I believe this is Lacey, our guy Lacey. What's happening, man? What everyone is missing is Duke's players ran out of gas. Hard to execute when fatigue hits you. Here's the problem,
I don't think
though.
that's the case.
Duke is the deeper team of these two teams. Like, Duke was the deeper team of these two teams. I don't know how much. Maybe it was fatigue. But that is, you went up against a team that seemed indefatigable, right, when it came to their preparation for this. And they had line changes during this game, whereas the Cougs played majority, like 7-8 guys, and it was the same guys that were on the floor for a majority of it. Like, I think, again, that speaks to the preparation, the ways in which this Houston Cougars team built themselves from June and maybe even further back all the way to this moment where they'll have an opportunity to face off against Florida tonight.
No stopping them now.
7:50 p.m. In San Antonio, and you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. We'll circle back around to that game and more when we talk to Chancellor Johnson at noon. I figured let's keep it the same. Let's talk to the same people that we did before the Cougs got a victory in the Final Four and see if we can get
keep the momentum going.
We're not doing that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it was a fun weekend of basketball all the way around the city of Houston, including Rockets getting 2 big victories. So which of the Rockets' weekend wins did more for your belief for the playoffs with this team? The win versus the Thunder or the win versus the Warriors? Let's talk about that next.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Byron Matthews in for Figgy Fig, who has another day off. Shout out to the man. And shout out to the Houston Cougars getting a huge victory over the Duke Blue Devils. We talked about it all through the break. It's so exciting. We'll have an opportunity to talk to Chancellor Johnson, who was in arena for that game, and he will be in arena for the one against Florida tonight. We'll preview that. And now I want to circle back around to the other part of Houston basketball, which is the Rockets, who had a great weekend in their own right, getting a couple of huge wins and almost fully solidifying their spot as the number 2 seed in the Western Conference, ahead of 3 games out, mind you, of the NBA playoffs. And so the question I have is, which of those 2 huge wins this weekend, a 125-111 victory over the Thunder or a 106-96 victory over the Warriors, did more for your belief when it comes to the playoffs with these Rockets?
That's a great question. I would have to lean toward the Thunder win.
Okay.
Yeah, 11 straight, just click in, clearly the class of the conference. And you handled your business, man. And it not only, did a lot for you in the standings, it did a lot for you, period. I think everything we've been wondering about, talking about with this Rockets team is, all right, here comes the big stretch. Here comes the big stretch. Boom, you open it with that. And then you followed up with the other win. I think for sure it was that one.
Yeah, one of the clear things when you go back and look at the box score of this game, just if you want to look at it in an easy way, the 2 guys that you gave extensions to the start of the season, the 2 guys that you were looking at where are they going to develop to, where they're going to be. 34 points on 11 of 24 shooting from Jalen Green and 5 nice assists in this game. And then 31 of them things for Alperen Şengün, including a 9 of 12 free throw performance from him. Like, I think that those are the things that immediately jump and show themselves, display themselves in this game, in addition to Thompson being Amen Thompson. That showed up more, I think, in the Warriors game. But I think those 2 guys leading the way, leading the charge for you is one of the most encouraging parts. Like, the development that those guys have showed over the season and doing it against the top tier of basketball in this year in the NBA. Because, I mean, we talked about it. It looked like they were hitting their stride, especially with Jalen Green. We tried to give him a lot of love with the development of his playmaking, especially off his drive. He's not just driving to score; he's driving, looking also
seeing the floor, making better
defense,
decisions.
Looking at that second defender. One of the things that I found really incredible covering Luka Doncic a little bit is, like, he talks about when you're really good, it's not about looking at your defender that's covering you. It's about looking at the next defender, because if you can adjust them, then you can pass off of them or what have you. And it seems like Jalen Green has learned that lesson. And it showed very much in this game against the Thunder, where he continues to elevate that to a level where he's doing it against the best
and learning. I'm like, we're not going to put him in that class just yet, but it's clear what the development has been with both those guys, and you feel just more confident because you could see it. It's one thing to see it against some teams that have won 20 games or whatever. But to be able to see it like this against this quality of competition and experienced competition, even the Thunder, you would put in that category, it is a whole different world. And then on top of that, you mentioned they're going to lock up the number 2 seed. They might lock it up before they even take the court, because if the Lakers lose, they're gonna have the number 2 seed locked up.
Right.
You can start manipulating things and rotations and such. So they're in a really good spot.
Yeah, it's the magic number is 1 for those asking, and it's if the Rockets win one or if the Lakers lose one, they will officially solidify the number 2 seed, which gets even more interesting in these last few games of the season, 3-4 games of the season for various teams, because there's a whole group of teams that you could possibly face in the first round. But I think that particular game against the Thunder made me look up at all the teams in the West and go, they're all beatable. And not necessarily that I wasn't there, right? The Rockets have already beaten the Thunder a couple of times this year. They've beaten the Cavs on the other side, the top team in the East, a couple of times. We knew that it was possible, but like, especially this time of year, we know with basketball there are certain periods where the effort is a little bit less in order to try and get through the marathon of the season. This is the time of the year where everybody's playing at a high level and everybody's trying to ramp up. And even in that space, you gave it to the Thunder. All right, so there's that one. I actually lean towards the Warriors game as the one that really did more for my playoff belief.
Why is that?
I think that Alperen Şengün said it best. We saw the shenanigans that Draymond Green tried to pull, right?
Yeah.
He's in here, bumping Alperen Şengün. He's in here yelling in his face. He's clapping, literally
daring
clapping
the
back
referee.
At referees. Yeah, he's like, if you think that's a foul, call it. And I'm like, word? That's how it is? And you got one tech out of this?
Yeah.
And a flagrant one, and we didn't end up with you off the court? All right, bet. But I think Alperen Şengün said, I think that they were trying to get in our heads and make us play soft, was essentially what he said.
Yeah.
And they handled that really well. Like, they stayed level, nobody gets thrown out. And also, to a different degree, Ime Udoka, who is not above to opposed players. We've seen it with LeBron James. We've seen it with others. Him and Steph Curry, babyface assassin Steph Curry, ended up trading barbs. And everybody stayed level-headed. And that's one of the things that I've kind of held in the back of my head is that something that could knock them off kilter, is getting in a game where the emotions run high and that kind of taking them to a different space. In the similar way that we were talking about with the Cougars. Like, they're level-headed, they have the experience of being here before, and they just stick to the task. I really appreciated that against the Warriors team that, gave them some hell and really tried to knock them off of their kilter intentionally. They stayed level-headed and they saw that game out. Like, I think that really does a lot for me in getting to the playoffs where that emotion changes, finding a way to stay level-headed and stay to the task.
That's more than fair. I think that's a good point because previous iterations of this Rockets team, who knows how they would have, number one, handled it, and number two, reacted. And they did both those things quite well. But they're just in such a good spot, because. And then there's their potential first round or second round opponent, because they're going to play the play-in winner in the first round.
Correct. The winner of that 7-8 game in the play-in, which as of right now, if the season were to end today, which is not really useful because there's 4 teams that have the same record from 5 to 8, and of course the Thunder are just another half game above that. So there's a lot of teams that can end up in this game. But if it were to end today, it'd be Timberwolves-Grizzlies in that 7-8 matchup, and I imagine it'd be Timberwolves. It's not one of my favorite matchups, but you could play them decently.
Yeah. And then if you win that, you get Nuggets-Clippers winner, more than likely, if I had to look at it, because they would be, if everything goes according to how the seeds fall. And I don't mind that.
Right now, the Lakers would be in that 3, so you'd be facing off against, if everything were to be right now, it'd be Warriors-Lakers in that 6-3 matchup. And so you'd be facing off one of them in the second round if that were to fall.
And that doesn't mind, I don't mind that at all. So getting that number 2 seed is huge for them. It's just going to be a matter of getting through that first round. And as you said, they've shown a lot of growth just in these 2 games, which we were getting hints of when they were facing inferior competition, but now you're getting it at this level.
And on top of that, with the Warriors game, I kind of buried the lead. Hey, man, how about taking a dude in Steph Curry who had 125 points in his previous 3 games and putting him in, I think, what some of the folks in Rocket circles, I think Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets, the one who coined this, if memory serves me correctly, the Amenitentiary. Amen Thompson being like, locked down, I am going to put you in the gulag type defender is a huge, not fully development because we've seen him do it all year long, right? That he is being the bulldog that you sick on the opposing team's best player. But seeing him do that in this particular way and be a cooler specifically in that way, he's ready. He's ready for the playoffs where you're going to need that guy to be able to pick up that toughest assignment. And so just seeing it this close to the playoffs, I thought was really cool too. Seeing a guy who is on a hot streak, a guy who limitless range, a guy who has done this many, many years at this level, come in and just be absolutely putrid because Amen Thompson is locking him up.
Yeah, no, I think this is a fantastic. Really feel like they're in a place right now where your confidence level, I guess that's how I put it. My confidence level from Friday to today has maybe doubled in terms of what they can do here.
And I doubled is always weird for me just because I want to acknowledge they've been doing this. They've been showing this. It's cool to see it all come together with this particular stage. These two really good teams at this juncture with 3 games remaining. The Rockets are in really good space and excited to see what they're able to do in the playoffs. They got another day off before they face off against who do they face off against tomorrow?
Oh, the Clippers.
That's right. Right. They get the Clippers, who again, that's a potential matchup, or not even tomorrow. They got a couple more days because that's a Wednesday game, when they face off against the Clippers in LA. So a little bit of time off on the road trip, interestingly enough. But yeah, we'll see the Rockets again on Wednesday. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day, which inspired by Juwan Roberts going from a 60-something% free throw shooter and then shooting free throws every day of the year till this point, to become a 80-something or 70-something to low 80s% free throw shooter. What is something that you were just terrible at but somehow got good at? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog. Big week.
ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the question of the day here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. What is something that you used to be horrible at doing, but now you're good at? And real quick, before we get there, on the text line, somebody said, pardon me, my boss made me work late on Saturday, and my DVR cut off about the last 4 minutes of the UFH Duke game.
Oh, no.
Now I have to wait until Friday to see a replay coming up. That is wild. I'm glad that you're not one of those people that's like,
spoiler alert.
I can't. Don't tell me what the game is because
you're out of luck.
Yeah,
you're out of luck.
But I do wonder, like this gentleman, like Sean. What is the experience of watching that game not live? Because obviously I watched it live, and you have all of the emotions of it going through. Even though I don't think I ever felt like there was a place where it felt like they let go of the rope, so I didn't fully get to that place. Although I did think, oh man, this looks real tenuous.
Yeah.
I imagine what it is watching that game without the stress of will they do it, as opposed to just kind of watching it in this perspective of, oh, they're about to do this. You know?
Yeah, the energy level, the level, and the unknown is all gone.
Yeah, and maybe you feel a little bit like how the Cougs did, where they went in at half and they were like, we're only down 6 after all that. Okay, cool, right? And they consistently looked at it and like, all right, well, it's not like we're down 20 at any given. Like, I think that was legitimately the words that Kelvin Sampson said to their team when they were down 14. Is they're not like we're down 20, which. Bold, but that's the guy that's there. And speaking of Kelvin Sampson, this is Kelvin Sampson talking about Juwan Roberts and the free throws, because he made a couple of really big-time free throws down the stretch to stretch this game out and to really give them the game. And he's not notoriously a great free throw shooter.
62?
Yeah, not a very good free throw shooter. How did he get to that place, Kelvin?
You know, he did that 2 or 3 times this year. So after we lost to Duke last year, everybody said that we lost because we lost Jamal Shedd. That's not why we lost. We lost because combined, Jaywan Roberts and Javier Francis, I think, went 4 for 12 from the free throw line, or 4 for 11. We missed 7 free throws in that game, and it was a one-possession game at the end. So we adopted something new starting in June. Starting June 1st, 7 days a week, our kids had to make 150 free throws. When he started, he was like 68, 69. I looked at his free throw percentage the day I left to get on the bus to come over here on Wednesday. He's up to 86%. He believed. That's what hard work will do. He shot 100 free throws. Even as we didn't practice, the managers went in there with him. So you give J1 the credit for making those free throws. So he missed them last year, but he made them this year. And of the 2, I'd rather make this year.
6.5 months?
Yeah.
7 days a week?
150 makes. 150 makes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I guess that's one way to do it. Just brute force, I will get better at this, which shout out to Juwan Roberts for hitting those. But what's something that you used to be horrible at doing, but now you're good at? Bonus points if you did brute force strength it like Juwan Roberts and just with sheer power of will, made yourself better at it.
Now, the first one that came to mind is I didn't do it 150 times 7 days a week, but I've really tried to get better at it. And even though I feel like I'm a lot better than I used to be, you and Figgy and Byron will probably argue against this.
That's right. I don't even know what you're saying, but yep.
Cutting and editing audio.
Ah, okay, yeah.
I used to just say, hey, Byron, can you do this for me? Hey, Figgy, I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, Reggie, what's going on here? But now I can do I do a lot of cutting and editing myself. So I'm very proud of that. That was work, just because I thought it would be important. But I still do it slow. I'm not very fast.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You've gotten a lot better at that.
I've gotten a lot better at that.
I thought you had a really good answer earlier that you gave to the fellow.
Okay, so from my daughter's, when she was just a baby. And she's 30, how old is she? 31 now? I better get that right. Until she was like 7, 8 years old, I tried to fix her hair, to make it, like sometimes my wife would be out of the house and I'd have to send her to school or take her to school. So I'd have to comb her hair, brush her hair, put the ribbons in, the clips, the ponytails and all that. God, I was awful. I mean, I was so bad. Every day when she went to school, she looked like a troll. I mean, she looked like a troll. And 9 times out of 10, I would drop her off, and the teacher that picked her up would redo her hair. Oh, Dad did it today. Oh,
wow, that bad, huh?
It was that bad. But now that I have a 2.5-year-old granddaughter, shoot, it's magic. You should have seen the hair I did. She spent the night Saturday at our house. Man, she looked like could have been a Gerber's baby. It was perfect.
There you go.
I've gotten so much better at doing little girls'
shout out to you.
hair. Yeah.
All right. On the YouTube, Lopez will appreciate this one. Backing up a trailer, they said.
100%. That's if you don't practice, you're going to put that boat into the dock. You're going to have to do 7 or 8 tries just to back up the boat or the trailer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm there's no way I would get that right. Like, I just truly don't have the physics in my head to be able to make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's simple, but
it's not that simple. Everything's reversed.
No, not that. But the one that I was going to throw up there, it's simple, but it really makes me happy, is cooking a steak. Like, I hadn't been really good. You know,
you can mess that up
very easily.
Yeah.
And I have.
Yeah.
And the worst part is you mess up a steak and you're like, dog, that is wasted money right there.
That was expensive.
That was not, and it's not like I was buying the pricey ones either. But yeah, man, like being able to get that to a good space. From the 832. I will throw a euphemism in here to help you out. The horizontal hanky panky. They said. They've definitely gotten a lot better at that.
Okay.
But yeah, Byron, is there something for you that you've gotten better at, just sheer power of will?
As of late, I would say more like focusing while I'm reading.
Oh.
Because I do want to get into it, because usually growing up when I would read, you know, if the phone vibrates or just anything in general, it's catching my eye. So it's really once I open the book, just like, you know, be open-minded and look forward to what you're about to read. So, like, I know I'm reading comic books now, but like, I eventually want to go to more bigger books and stuff that are not comic books, because, you know, reading, like, this has been fun reading. Like, when I'm focused, I'm not distracted. So yeah.
You know, think about reading. There's something to that. A lot of times when teachers make you read something in school or college or whatever, you just kind of read it without comprehending. It's like, I got to read this.
Sure.
Yeah, you just kind of read it without even taking it in, so to speak.
For sure. 281, learn to cook on stainless steel cookware. Yeah, it's a whole different level. Where you have to like know like the tips and the tricks. It's not just put it on there and wait till it's done. You have to know specifically how to do some of these things. For sure. Somebody said gotten much better on temper control. Oh, and that's big, man. If you can, because yeah, man, you could really mess up some things in your life if you if you end up with that road rage or with just like that temper that won't be controlled. Yeah, I'm excited for it, man. I love the level of preparation that this Cougars team has had. Like, there's so many different little anecdotes of the ways in which Kelvin Sampson has master planned this team to be ready for it. It's the 150 free throws. It's the, you know, working out with playing sand volleyball with a medicine ball so that these guys have the explosion and the, you know, the endurance. And speaking of endurance, like obviously all these dudes running all those miles on the track in the early portions of the season. Now, this team has been well prepared, excited for a championship game tonight, 7:50 p.m. in San Antonio, and you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. And here's the thing that's also fun. They get a victory, you can get yourself some merch immediately. Immediately, I think they're basically, I don't know if this is all the Academy stores, but all the Academy stores that I'm seeing.
9 stores.
Are 9 of them that are going to reopen tonight in the event of a Cougs championship win. So there's Upper Kirby, there's one in Katy on Katy Freeway, there's a south one in Pearland, Meyerland Plaza, Bunker Hill, another one in Pearland on the Business Center, on Business Center Drive, Webster, one on Northwest Freeway, and out in Pasadena on Sam Houston Parkway. Like, there's 9 of these places that if the Cougars win, and maybe I'll say when the Cougars win.
Oh, they're going to win.
Like, you could pop out and immediately get your championship gear so that you can show up at work tomorrow.
Yeah.
Supporting the Cougs.
Well, another thing that I just realized that I'm good at that I used to be horrible at. I'm not great, but as much as I cook and love to cook and know a lot about cooking and do it all the time, baking. God, I was so bad at baking.
Baking is funny because baking is the
different world, man.
Baking is the easier in my mind. Like, you just that's really following steps.
But see, that's the problem with me because like when I barbecue or cook, a lot of times it's kind of feel and flavors that I like and don't really baking. If you don't measure, you're going to screw everything up. And so I've learned to just be a little more disciplined with actual weights and measures and ingredients and all that stuff. But I'm not good at it yet, but I'm getting better.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including surefire, Hall of Famer retiring, and a player release that I am kind of interested in for maybe these Texans. We'll talk about that next.
All right. Let's talk about D&M Auto Lease.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And NFL, interesting place because with all we're getting near to like fully hitting off-season workouts. In fact, all the teams that have new head coaches, today was the day when they could open up off-season workouts, including I think I saw the Patriots posting videos of guys coming in, the Jets obviously in that space as well. We're already hitting that space. I think the Texans will join along with all the other teams in the NFL April 21st. So in a couple of weeks, that's the week of the draft, mind you. Obviously, the draft will be the 24th. But yeah, man, we're already in that space where players are showing up to do like the workouts, the voluntary workouts, which apparently Mike Vrabel, who is one of those new coaches, he said last week at the league meetings that he sent out he wrote voluntary letters that he mailed to players that he hopes that they voluntarily read so that they voluntarily go and work out. I'm like, okay, so just go ahead and tell them they got to be there.
We need some volunteers. You, and you.
Yeah, y'all been voluntold to show up to the. But I mean, I get it, right? To some degree, it kind of violates the letter of the law in some ways, but in spirit, there's only so much time that you have an opportunity to like get guys in and get them into your program and going in the direction that you need them to be going. Especially if you're bringing in a new philosophy or a new ideal, it takes a second for that to latch on. And you want guys to be in that space. Hell, we had a lot of salutes for the Texans that in the offseason you had guys working out together, being around to be ready to go, including incredible videos of C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kamari Lassiter doing the iron sharpens iron thing of like kind of comparing notes and talking about how they handle certain releases with players and where their eyes are, which I imagine is going to go very well for making Kamari Lassiter an even better player with some of the advanced and some of the veteran know-how C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
There are so many things in the NFL where you just kind of wink and roll your eyes because, whatever the definition is for legal tampering and you can start with that, but when it comes to voluntary workouts, especially with new coaches, man, it might not be fair to sort of hold a grudge if they don't show up, but I would hold a grudge if they don't show up. I mean, flat out, it's a brand new system.
You're not allowed to. You're legally not allowed to.
But I would hold a grudge because it's a new system. It's a new coach. You better show up. Why would you not want to? First of all, that's what I would wonder.
People like enjoying
their vacation. Cabo is nice this time of year.
People like in Boston, maybe not so much, or Foxborough, right? Yeah. So I imagine that also helps. The Texans are in a city where it's a lot more manageable to be around people like living here, even outside of their seasons or even beyond their playing careers. Houston is one of those places. That's one of those advantages as well that comes up. All right, a thing that happened this weekend. One of a couple of kind of really, really good players retired, and we can talk about the other one a little bit, but I think the big one that caught a lot of people's attention, Julio Jones, after a 13-year career. He didn't play last year, but 2023 was the last season that we saw him. 7 Pro Bowl selections, 2 All-Pros. Julio Jones is retiring officially from football. Another guy who leaves from that 2011 class that J.J. Watt came in with. I feel like I don't have to say this, but I want to check with you to make sure that we're all on the same page. That guy is absolutely a Hall of Famer, right? Like, we don't have to do this, right?
100%. 100% he's a Hall of Famer. Look, people are going to always say, yeah, but. Come on. I mean, that guy, I think he was the fastest to 11,000, 12,000, 13,000 yards. It's not even close. And plus, if you go to, the Pro Bowls can be a little iffy. But if you look at some of the other things that he's done, I mean, it's not even close.
Yeah, a couple of All-Pros, and one of the things that I always love looking at, especially with the Hall of Fame, it feels like if you get this check mark, we don't even have to worry about the other stuff. This is like your clear pass at the airport or whatever. 20-decade team.
That's it.
Right? He was one of the 4 wide receivers on that all-decade team. I feel like he's stamped. When he goes in, I imagine is also one of those conversations that we have, but he feels like an absolute Hall of Famer. the question that I really wanted to get to is Julio Jones, and fill in the blank for me here, Lopez, and you listening, 713-572-4610. Julio Jones is a blank all-time receiver in the NFL.
As in ever?
Yes. He's a top blank receiver.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Right? Because I think it's easy to go. Obviously, you go Jerry. You go Randy after that. Who do you go third? Because I tend to go Larry Fitzgerald.
I think Fitzgerald's in the mix. Oh, boy. I would say Julio Jones, top 15? Top 10? Top 15. Top 15. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's entirely wrong when it comes to Julio Jones. But yeah, like just incredible to see like a player of that magnitude kind of retire in some ways, but then also like it was kind of tough to see him never really get his due, and in some ways like thought about him almost like Andre, right? Like he feels like a similar soul.
Calvin Johnson.
Calvin, absolutely.
Yeah.
Although Calvin, I feel worse than those three. And maybe I'm wrong. It feels like the Lions actively hampered Calvin and then treated him bad on the backside as well. Like they're trying to get money out of him.
Yeah.
After he decided that he no longer wanted to play.
But he has that Calvin Johnson characteristic of, just an absolute monster. And that's where I was saying earlier that, this or that with him.
So
I'm looking at some lists right now just as I'm trying to parse it out.
Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, number 88 from the Colts. You remember him. He used to play with Payton. I don't like saying his name. Larry Fitzgerald. T.O.
T.O.'s on the list.
Steve Largent is in there. Lance.
You know what? Largent is top 5, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, then you start getting into some interesting names like where do you have Chris Carter? Where do you have Tim Brown? How do you feel about Torrey Holt and some of those guys? And that also gets interesting because, I mentioned Larry Fitzgerald. Torrey Holt hasn't been able to make it into the Hall of Fame, and Antonio Brown is in that place where he's kind of in that area as well. Like, how do you feel about those guys?
Then you go old school, some of these old guys as well. But look, you mentioned, you didn't mention Marvin Harrison. I think Michael Irvin is in there.
Hushed tones. Michael Irvin, absolutely.
I go back to a couple of guys older school. I think Fred Biletnikoff.
I don't know what to do with that. I'm just going to be honest.
I get that.
What am I supposed to do with Fred Biletnikoff?
But Fred Biletnikoff,
great trophy named after you, dog.
No,
that's all I got for you.
I think anybody over the age of 45 would put him on there, but that's old school. I get it. Andre's in there somewhere.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
All right, so full disclosure, I'm looking at Pro Football Reference has a Hall of Fame monitor as kind of a metric to kind of rank who should and who will ultimately make it into the Hall of Fame or how far away they are. Monitors, Jerry Rice is obviously expected to. Randy Moss is there. I'm trying to see where Andre Johnson fell with a Hall of Fame monitor score of 91.91 and this metric is kind of normalized to where your average Hall of Fame wide receiver is a 100. And Julio Jones ends up with a 108.6. So
okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that they have that level of conversation there. Some other texters come in. Chris Carter is way better than Steve Largent. I mean, I could see that. I could see you getting to that place.
I think it's an argument.
But the tough part about it is, like, I am not somebody that can speak with firsthand experience of Steve Largent. And Steve Largent is one of those dudes that I don't know how to measure him because let's talk about the elephant in the room. The white wide receiver definitely impacts some of this, but he was also very cold.
Yeah, I don't think it matters.
But I'm saying, like, when we have conversations, people like making sure to mention Steve Largent as like, hey, remember that this dude was really cold. And I feel like some of that is like, I don't want you to forget this guy in part because don't do the white guy racism thing.
No,
right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, I think Biletnikoff and Largent, just in any era, they're going to be that good. It's just an older era. I get it. You don't understand because you didn't live it, but some of us did, and I think Biletnikoff would be up there. Largent would be up there. Chris Carter's up there, but I think it's a solid argument between the two of them. Yeah. Here's the thing: you got Randy Moss and Jerry Rice, and then everyone else you can argue.
Guys,
everyone else you can argue.
Yeah. Right, like after that, you have your conversations, which I'm for how much more difficult getting into the Hall of Fame becomes with wide receivers, because you lived in an era where there was some good wide receivers, but I think we're getting to a place where the game has shifted so much towards the passing game, and we're finding so many good wide receivers coming out. Good, maybe, and I don't want to say like everybody's great necessarily, but we're having so many good that I do wonder, like, do we find a time where the barrier for entry for wide receivers shifts, either like downward, upwards? I don't know exactly which way, but it's kind of a thought experiment that I've been trying to run through of, do you change how, who gets in based on the amount of people getting in? Like, do you artificially limit this in some way?
I think we'll get there, right? Just because of the way the game has changed. I think you're onto something. I think that we do change sort of the way the calculus, so to speak.
Yeah. But anyways, we'll have room to talk about that more. But salute to Julio Jones and Teron Armstead also hanging it up when it comes to really, really good careers in the National Football League. All right, some other things around the NFL. This release kind of piqued my interest, and I want you to tell me if I'm wilding here or not. The Raiders released Jack Jones, cornerback Jack Jones, who is a veteran cornerback. He was drafted to the New England Patriots, and he started there. He started 16 games for the Raiders, but eventually kind of lost his way. Apparently the Raiders were attempting to trade him, but just got no bites. And so ultimately this weekend they decided that they were going to cut bait and release him. He got off to a strong start with the Patriots in 2022, struggled to stay healthy, and he was also undisciplined, arrested for like gun charge in Boston Logan Airport. Like, so that's probably not great, right? And then the Raiders claimed him on waivers, and he's, they tried to get him, but he just kind of fell short of expectations. Started in week 1, benched due to lack of effort and those types of things. So I know that, like, culturally doesn't necessarily fit with the Texans, but I feel like you take the talent, and especially with the opportunity to be a depth guy, because you have your 2 starting cornerbacks, obviously, in Kamari and Sting, and then you have Ronald Darby, who is a veteran, who I think can be leaned upon to be that third guy. I'm kind of interested in the possibility of a Jack Jones as a further depth guy, especially if the market is such that teams are just out there not caring about his free agency now.
Well, he took a step back in all his measurables that you can measure for a cornerback last year, but he does have that Patriot connection. He does have experience.
I didn't even do the Patriot thing.
But he does. I mean, we got to be fair. There is a relationship pre-existing there, and that's just where we are right now. But I don't have a lot of interest in him, to be honest. I mean, compete for a job, sure, maybe, but I don't think he's any depth piece, as you put it, in any way. Right off the top.
Yeah, and I like he also kind of outside corner, but also can play like a nickelback, which I guess you don't need as much, especially with the depth that you add in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, which kicks Jimmy Ward into a place where he's, more as a depth safety, where he can kind of fill in either of those safety roles or the star role, as they've called it, for Jalen Petrie. Yeah. So I just saw it as like an interesting guy that's out there. That was like, hey, maybe the Texans take an opportunity, throw him into a defensive locker room, especially that has such a strong culture, that maybe that helps with the other stuff, and then you just kind of get a talented player.
Yes.
And maybe this is too much of a reaction to last year not having any real depth in that secondary. Although the not having a lot of depth did not hurt them too much, because in looking up some of the statistics, specifically I was looking at catch rate over expected allowed. Right, so obviously, it's a metric that kind of normalizes to some degree the catch rate, because depending on what kind of passes were being thrown, what's the expectation, and how much better are you doing than that? All 5 of the defensive backs that are expected starters for you this year were top 30 in catch rate over expected allowed last season. I'm talking about Kalen Bullock, who was 3rd. I'm talking about Lassiter, Sting, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. All of these cats, and if Jalen Petrie also was above, the likes of Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, right? Like, those guys gotta love it. All these guys were in that place, and that made me go, oh man, these dudes are really good last year. Yeah, they're probably really good. And then for a split second, that little anxiety got in my brain where I was like, what happens if they're not exactly that level of good? If there's a little bit.
Well, sure, but I mean, I think that's why someone like him, like Jack Jones. Maybe kick and kick the tires, let him compete. But I feel they're in a good spot now, especially.
Yeah, but I really loved. I just looking at a metric like that pointed to me also know that defense front pairs with back pairs with front, and anecdotally we could say that the secondary was very good. But I did love this kind of seeing this metric that separates out. It's not just that they're getting a great pass rush and then they're getting interceptions, right? Interceptions can be a little bit of a messy metric to kind of build your defensive case on. But it was cool to see another metric where all these guys, maybe not even like individuals, all these guys show that they play at an incredibly high level. And then you have a few of these guys that are getting better year over year just with more experience, plus adding a C.J. Gardner-Johnson who seems like he's already divulging some of his wisdom to others. I can't wait to see what a menace this defense is going to be going forward.
Me neither.
Some other things around the NFL. Travis Hunter said he had a special request for Roger Goodell at the NFL draft.
I like this.
And that is that when his name is called, and it is a win, obviously, right? Some people are looking as high as, in 2 or 3 with those teams up there. I think 4 is one of those interesting ones with the Patriots, especially with their need at wide receiver. And specifically around that, a lot of teams seem to isolate him as maybe he starts on defense, but he says when Roger Goodell reads his name, he better say wide receiver and defensive back from Colorado.
He should, shouldn't he? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's not cocky. It's what he is. I mean, if you can't define what he is going into a draft, then you got to say both.
I think fair,
right?
Maybe. And I love how much attention and how much care they've given to. He really wants to try this. Like he really wants to do this.
I think he needs to
on both sides. I don't think it's responsible to do it at like the level that it seems like he wants to, though, right? Like I think that it very much has to be one way of doing this, which is already insane that we're already saying that, but that he gets to be a cornerback and has some packages that he can work his way into. Just because I know that he's incredible, like he is a true blue chip prospect as both a cornerback and a wide receiver. A lot of draft scouts are completely viewing him in a different category of his own than the other wide receivers and cornerbacks respectively. But it does feel like still you have to give him an opportunity to develop with the learning curve of the NFL by starting at 1 and then maybe expanding the role beyond.
I think that's true, but I think whichever team drafts him is going to have specific package. I mean, he can't play that many snaps. He just can't do it at the NFL level.
I don't think so. And especially like you did it for, what was that, 13 games or 14 games at the college level?
But
you take that to the next level and it's too much.
Yeah, it is too much. But whichever team drafts him, Reggie, they're going to have specific packages to play him on offense. Whether it's 5 plays or 18 to 20 plays, that makes him an offensive player. I mean, it just does. Whether it's, if he's in your offensive game plan, he's an offensive player too. So that's why, I like this.
Yeah. All right. So there you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to another team that had at least they broke out on Sunday. It's the Astros. Fantastic. Come from behind victory, down 6 runs to get a victory on their way out of Minnesota. Did the Astros find something at a very crucial moment yesterday? Let's dig into that next.
All right. If you are going to build your own home, finally got to a place where you're going to go to millcreekhomestexas.com. You don't want to compromise. I mean, this is your dream home. You want to build it exactly you want to, with the things you want, the style you want, whether it's a luxury home, a farmhouse style, or anything in between, barn-dominiums even. Mill Creek Custom Homes will get it done for you. Do not compromise. Get everything you want out of that home because you can go buy a house anywhere, but build the dream home that you've always wanted. That's where Mill Creek Custom Homes in. I've been doing it for more than 15 years. Anywhere between Houston and Austin.
Let's go, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you're enjoying your day. Did the Astros find a little something over the weekend, and particularly yesterday, after what was a winning series? The second
that was a wild one.
Yeah, Sunday game in particular, a 9-7 extra innings victory over the Twins. Nice getaway win, and it came down to the very end of this thing, right? It was some really fantastic hitting late in the game. They were to stack some things up, and then seeing Jordan get an extra base hit, man. See, get that, not even an extra base hit. Get a home run, right?
Yeah.
The long ball from Jordan. Is that what we're talking about when we're talking about if the Astros found a little something this week?
Yes and no, right? I think that's about as important a swing of the bat as the Astros have had this year. Jordan, I was frankly just starting like, what's different? What's going on? He seemed to be fooled a lot, in the zone. Sinkers were kind of perplexing him. Obviously, the batting average wasn't there. The power numbers weren't there. But big swing after being down 7-1 early on.
Yeah, Ronell.
I mean, and then to be able to come back. And the reason I say yes and no, because it's time, it's so early, as we always talk about, but at the same time, he still had, it was an extra inning game. It was a relief pitcher that, he just had his number, so to speak. But I think it's the perfect place to start. What really kind of, I think, is something to keep an eye on, that in a good way, is middle relief has been able to do things. That was a Blanco performance that you just did not want to see. And it became a bullpen game real quick, and they answered the bell.
Yeah.
That kept them in it.
Yeah, and big salute to, Contreras, Montero, King. All have the Twins to 3 earned runs in 5 1/3 after having to, come in and bail out Ronel Blanco. Like that, that was some huge stuff. But it's not just those guys. Some of those other guys, I mean, Okerts looked good. I've really liked watching Ryan Gusto pitch. Like that, he has been very good. And shout out to Chandler Rome, alluding to the fact that King, Okerts, Scott, Montero, and Gusto all have a 1.27 ERA collectively thus far. Like, those guys have been very important in a bullpen that we had some question marks. Like, we didn't have a lot of understanding of what they could be, or I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else. I don't know how much confidence I had coming in. It was just kind of a big question mark coming in. You knew that you had your guys at the back of the bullpen when it came to Hader, obviously, in the 9th, and Abreu in the 8th. But outside of that, you're like, all right, let's see what they have. And early on, they've been pretty damn good.
Yeah, so that's been a big part of it. Abreu, by the way, still hasn't given up an earned run, which I think that's pretty good. Just another quick aside. Contreras goes down. Van Weyck comes up.
That's right.
So he's been a guy that was killing it in spring and apparently continued to do it, and so he's back up. Middle relief has been a big thing that we still need to see. Is this real? Frankly, on middle relief, we know what the back end is. We also still need, Jordan speaks for itself. Got a home run, maybe things start to happen.
You think that's enough of a click that to make it go? Because, I mean, Jordan is still in a place where the batting average is not great,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Like, even with that big shot, his OPS is still at a 559, right? Like, it's not like it fixed everything, that big shot. But do you think that's going to get him clicking and he's back in that space where he is dangerous?
Yeah, I think it's very, very possible, because Jordan is one of those guys that can go on those tears and something clicks, and he has a track record. What I'm getting at is relief pitching. We got to still keep an eye on that and see if that's real.
I agree.
And then Jake Myers and Brendan Rodgers.
That is a
They were huge in this game.
Yeah.
Is that real? Because frankly, nothing about either one of those guys says that that's going to be something that you can count on. We were talking just last week about, are they giving away too many outs at the bottom? Well, Brendan Rodgers has been playing pretty dang good, and Jake Myers was big in this game as well. So I think the combination of the reason I said yes and no, I believe Jordan could maybe get a spark out of this. They play Seattle tonight, and we'll see how that goes out. But middle relief and some of those lighter hitting bats that are hot right now, those are the things that I think you got to continue to wonder about.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that aspect of it. If the bottom of your order can just be a little bit more dangerous, it gives you a little bit of confidence, because you've seen you've seen some of the guys in the middle of the order find some hits Christian Walker's one of those guys. Jeremy Pena, I think, has been solid, but obviously there's more to be seen there after a pretty cold start. Yainer Diaz has been kind of perplexing. I'm waiting for when that's going to come around. And I mean, we've been in this place with the Astros, looking at these various guys going, when is this going to come around? Which is also juxtaposed in a very uncomfortable way when you look at the hits leaders in MLB. Have you seen this? The leaders in hits in MLB. Kyle Tucker.
Oh, that's a familiar name.
Alex Bregman.
Oh.
And then tied for third is Jose Altuve, who has been obviously still delivering hit 9 at the top of your order. But, it almost makes me go, is this an Astros curse? What troll or leprechaun or what cleansing of spirit does Jim Crane need to do? Why is it the Astros just in general as a slow starter? Because we looked at Alex Bregman as a slow start, and there he is, right? And there he is starting pretty strong as well. So that's been a little frustrating to see. But especially seeing this with Yainer having to deal with it, and then Jordan in the very odd way. But thankfully, he gets a very timely home run after Isaac Paredes. Isaac Paredes with a great day himself. I think that was an encouraging thing. He had 4 hits in that game yesterday. So I'm comfortable. I'm happy that you saw some offense in a couple of these games this weekend. Hopefully that keeps on, because I don't think that this is a team. I know, in fact, this is not a team that you're just going to say, go out here with pitching.
They're not going to mash consistently, I think is what you're saying. But the other reason I think you need to keep an eye on things here is not only is batting still somewhat of a struggle, as we've talked about, but starting pitching, if you're going to continue to put this type of pressure on those middle relief and back end relievers, then it's going to catch up to you. Josh Hader probably can't go tonight. He went 2 innings yesterday. Yeah. So the fact that Blanco didn't have a good start and eat a lot of innings, Fromber sort of scuffled his way through but didn't have a good start. Your starting pitching feeding into what the relievers are doing, that could get real problematic real fast.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm surprised that you didn't mention one thing before I get there. He said, LMAO, no, Myers playing good is not real. Come on.
No, I said that. There's nothing in their histories that says this is going to be sustainable.
The thing I'm interested in for Myers is, can he be a modicum better, where it gets a little bit more comfortable to utilize him a little bit more often. They've very clearly kind of mitigated or minimized his exposure, but when he's been up there, he's been kind of good, and I do wonder if maybe that shows as a path forward to kind of have him be more useful, to the team, especially on the offensive side. I'm surprised that you've not mentioned the defense in the field, particularly in the outfield.
Because I got something for you.
You got the error, right? The first one was the error, the transfer that went wrong for Jose Altuve. He was hoping to try and throw out a runner coming from second in this series this weekend. And it's just another one of those things that I understand, having the bigger glove, these things going to happen. I'm willing to navigate this, especially because in that same game, and I think that was that Saturday or was that Sunday? My memory is already kind of falling.
Saturday was the error.
Okay, so it was Saturday. We had so much Houston sports going on that I'm trying to keep it all straight in my brain. But you had that error, and in that same game, you see that the infield for the Astros is top 5 in outs above average when it comes to infield defense. That's what that move is for, right? Is to make that infield defense a lot better, which it has. I think that these are the growing pains that unfortunately are pretty big pains. Having an error of that magnitude was tough, but I think that it's worth having in order to get the infield defense, unfortunately.
I'm glad you brought that up, because there was a play yesterday. All's well that actually the Astros came back and won the game, but there was a play that Altuve made that was exactly what I was talking about before the season. I don't know if you saw this play, because it was just sort of, I think, in the 3rd inning when the Twins were making their run. But I'm watching the game, and there was a mid-range fly ball to left field, and Altuve got it. Actually, it was a base hit. I'm sorry, but Altuve picked it up, and there was a runner on second base right in front. It was mid-range, right in front of Altuve. Challenged his arm, scored. That's not an error. That's what I was talking about. That's not an error. But a mid-range fly ball to left, the runner scores from second. I think it made it 5-1, if I'm remembering that correctly. And I'm like, okay, that's never going to be scored an error. But that was on Altuve, and that was a run that cost cost them a run, but also affected how they were going to handle Blanco the rest of the way, because he started really giving it up, and then they pulled him early. So there's going to be a lot of that. The error on Saturday wasn't necessarily the biggest problem. I know it was and talked about a lot, But you're giving up easy runs that aren't scored errors just because they're challenging you. That's a problem.
Yeah, and it's something we've thought about, but it's a different thing to kind of see it in practice. In addition to that is, even when he's on the run, taking a good path and everything, and I don't know how much of this is optical illusion because you see the little legs kind of churning, but even when he's trying to run at his top speed, it don't feel like he getting there all that fast compared to, and I mean, like that, it was to be expected. We all knew that, right? Is that, that stride length is going to do something different in the outfield. It's one of the reasons why you typically don't have 5.6 out. I do wonder if that ends up becoming so much of a problem where it's an issue. I know Seth was talking about this. He was digging into the baseball savant numbers, and I salute him for being a numbers junkie like that. His speed has even taken a tumble this year comparatively. In the same ways we were talking about his defensive metrics taking a tumble at second, kind of necessitating a move to switch up the infield. You're seeing kind of the speed take a tumble to where I wonder, like, at what point do you go nuclear option and, like, have him DH and put Jordan back in the field?
He's just killing it right now offensively. That's where he's picking the team up.
Yeah. And this is the reason why you're willing to stomach all of the outfield stuff.
But then, you put Jordan in left field. I don't feel comfortable with that on a heavy dose, type basis.
So then this is what you got.
This is what you got.
This is absolutely what you got. All right. But it was good to see them win 2 out of 3 over the weekend. Second series win, interestingly enough, for the Astros. Still sit in third, but they're facing off against the Mariners this week. Important kind of series. Obviously, you start off your divisional series, and this is going to be important because winning this division matters in a big way, right? Like all the
Rangers are 8-2, I think.
Rangers have been very good to start, both pitching and hitting wise. And so it's going to be important to win your division, especially all the divisional matchups, because you look at the projections, and this is not like this is supposed to be a tight one, right? And so you got to make sure that you give yourself as good of a margin as you can, including getting some advantageous divisional records. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including you mentioned Logan Van Wy getting called up, but also there's another baseball player that got big money. We'll talk about that more next.
Texans GM. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. There's no bigger story in all of sports than the University of Houston Cougars winning in the Final Four in comeback fashion after being down 14 points. I mean, that incredible return and winning 70-67 over what is widely regarded as the best team this season in college basketball. They were not the number one overall seed, but the number one seed in Ken Palm rankings, in all of their rankings going back to like 87 or something like that. And they were down. They were down. Cooper Flagg, the presumptive number one, all of that. None of that stopped the Cougars from getting a victory that catapulted them into the national championship game tonight, 7:50 p.m. versus the Florida Gators. That was a game that we didn't get a chance to talk about at all. So if you have anything, I'd like to talk about it. There was a few things that really caught my attention. And I think that was also one of the reasons between Auburn, the number one overall seed in this tournament, and Florida, a 79-73 comeback victory in their own rights for Florida. That was one of the things that kind of kept me on the leash in the Houston Cougars game. Obviously, I was going to watch that to its conclusion, regardless is the word I was looking for. But seeing Florida have their own comeback themselves mere hours earlier on the same floor made it so that the comeback vibes were in the air to a point where I felt like Houston always had an opportunity, and they managed to come back.
We're going to be hearing from Chancellor Johnson here in about 15 minutes from San Antonio. There's all sorts of things that are going to be in play in tonight's game. I think Florida, they've done that multiple times too. See, the whole thing we were talking about, Duke has never been in a close game, or very few. The Cougs have had spectacular comebacks at Kansas, Purdue in this tournament, and then, of course, Saturday night as well. So they're a little bit proven on that. Florida has done that a lot. I mean, they had a second-round scare in the tournament this year, and they've played in the SEC, which has been very back and forth with Auburn in their games with Auburn this year. So they are proven it's going to be a good matchup. It was a great comeback win for them. I just don't feel like anything can stop the Cougs right now. I really don't. And I think it's not just hope upon hope. I think it's on the floor. I think this is going to be a guard-dominated game. The other one was the bigs and the length of Duke. This is going to be guards. They have one of the planet, Florida does, but I think the Cougar guards are going to be able to eat on this one and get it done.
Yeah, that one of the best guards in the planet that you mentioned, Walter Clayton Jr., 34 of them things in that game versus Auburn. He was huge, and he's one of those guys. He feels almost like L.J. Cryer, loves taking difficult shots.
Yeah.
So that's going to be obviously he's going to be the dude that you have to watch in that game. We'll talk to Chancellor Johnson here shortly about that game, that matchup that's coming up later on today. But another huge news and a note in sports, Alex Ovechkin, he did it. He made it to the mountaintop of goal scoring in the NHL, breaking Wayne Gretzky's goal scoring record of course, and I'm about to say it, and of course I've forgotten exactly. I believe it's 895, correct? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't want to let a little dyslexia get me to a place where I was saying the wrong number, but he did that this weekend. And in a weird way, against the same team that Wayne Gretzky scored his final goal against. He scored it against the Islanders on the road. An incredible feat for Alex Ovechkin, one of the greats in this game.
Look, I've covered some hockey. I've followed some hockey, watched some hockey. I am no hockey guru by any stretch, but I do know this. To get that many games and that many goals in that amount of time, quicker than Gretzky did, is an absolutely incredible feat. I just,
Well, he was quicker than Gretzky to 894.
To 894.
But to 895, he did that in the same number of games as Gretzky to 894, funny enough.
Right. But, as much as that's true, this is like comparing Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Ovechkin is a scorer. Like, he is he's been a scorer his entire life, obviously, with the goal record. The thing about Gretzky is a lot of times the stat that you look at in hockey is points.
Yeah.
And
nobody's touching him.
Ever. You can talk about like unbreakable records. Ever will it get? He's like over 1,000, 1,500 points ahead of the second place guy. So that's not to downplay either one, because Ovechkin, it's two different players. Ovechkin is like Kareem. Get him the ball, he's going to score. Get him the puck, he's going to score. Whereas, Gretzky was magic. Not only could he score, but he could do everything else.
Yeah, one of my favorite, it's like sports stats that, you love to kind of leverage in, I don't know, like I was going to say in a party, but what kind of dork is like, hey, would you like to hear an NHL stat?
You would do it.
I mean, and my point stands, what kind of dork? But, I mean, all-time points leaders, you mentioned that Gretzky is far and away ahead of Jaromir Jagr, who's second. If you took away all his goals, right, all the points that he scored off of his goals, right, because obviously you get points off assists as well, he would still be number one in points.
Isn't it like 1,500 points ahead of second place?
It is a lot. It is. It's not 1,500. It's like 900 points thereabouts. But 2,857 is the number of points that he has, and it's just a wild, absurd stat to have. So Gretzky, the great one, will still remain that, but one fewer record on his ledger, and he's actually cool about that.
He was great.
You'll hear more about that in Winners and Losers. He acquitted himself incredibly well for that. All right, some other things. The Rockets got a couple of huge victories. We mentioned that a little bit earlier. A 125-111 victory over the Thunder, and then a 106-96 victory over the Warriors over the weekend. Their magic number falls to one single win or a Lakers loss solidifies the number 2 seed for them. What a fantastic season that this has been, both obviously like in the achievement that they've had, right? Once they do, because I'm willing to say that they will lock up the number 2 seed. Once they lock up the number 2 seed, you imagine, or you think about, this was a team that was 41-41 last year that just missed out on the play-in and came into the season with the expectations of making the playoffs.
Just making it.
And here they are, 3 games away from the playoffs, where they are in the driver's seat, and very comfortably so, to be the number 2 seed in the West. And they just got a win over the number 1 seed in the West over the weekend.
And then the big win over the Warriors. Look, I think they're in such a good spot right now. How about basketball in Houston just in general right
City,
now?
Clearly,
it is happening. But as far as the Rockets, they might know they might have the number 2 seed clinched by the time they take the floor on Wednesday, and then that gives them an even better edge in terms of how they're handling things, what they're going to approach, and who's going to play, who's going to rest, rotations and such going into the postseason.
And salute to Amen Thompson, who absolutely, completely locked up Steph Curry yesterday. Steph Curry entered that game scoring 125 points in his previous 3 games. You want to know what Steph game versus the Rockets, mind you, on their home floor at the what's the name of the damn arena?
Come on, that's your job.
The Chase Center in San Francisco. Took me a second. A place, mind you, the Rockets had not gotten a win since 2019, so they exercised those demons as well. Steph Curry, after scoring 125 points leading into that game, had all of, you ready? 3 points in that game. 1 of 10. Because Amen Thompson locked him up. Amen Thompson is holding all-star guards this season to a 40% from the field and 26% from 3. He is on an incredible run.
I don't think he made a bucket, a shot, I should say.
Well, he made 1 3-pointer.
That was and that was late in the first half. I think that was the only one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
You meant second half?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Amen Thompson, I think that the noise should be getting a lot louder for him, Defensive Player of the Year. First team all defense feels like that's pretty easy. He needs to be getting a little bit of noise for Defensive Player of the Year. He has been incredible in the way that he's played. And so I would love to see him get that kind of love, especially at this point of the year where people are starting to put together their ballots. Another note in what's popping. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. At one point there was kind of reporting.
I thought they stopped negotiating.
Yeah, supposedly he had walked away from the table where a $500 million offer had stood, and I don't know if he just went back and picked it up or what have you, but a 14-year, $500 million deal signed for Vladimir Guerrero to continue playing with the Blue Jays, and it is the 3rd most lucrative deal after Shohei Ohtani and Juan Soto gets signed to the Mets. But notable about this one, he did not have to leave the team that he was with. He did not have to get into free agency in that open market in order to get that money. And definitely big bats are going to love that, but also specifically, Kyle Tucker's going to love that.
Kyle Tucker's going to love that. Astros fans should love it. How does that make you feel about Jordan's deal?
Yeah, that's a great
because it's not even close. Didn't he get 115? And this is 500? Like, all of a sudden, you make Jordan's deal look like that was highway robbery. I mean,
yes, 6-year, 115. Now it's a 6-year deal, right? Which is not the same. But I mean, even if you extrapolate, the average annual value is wildly different, and especially because, right? Maybe you could say. I mean, well, I guess I was about to say maybe you could say defensively some of these other guys. I mean,
Jordan is better than Vladdy.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's just better
because Vladdy is not a defender, right? He's not.
Just go across the board.
There's no defensive acumen, but he's even a little inconsistent at the plate as well, right? Mm-hmm. I would say not quite the case with Jordan. More feared hitter, and you have him on a much more reasonable deal. Now, of course, mind you, a shorter deal, but you still have what, including this season, 4 years? Mm-hmm. Like that's more than you can ask for, I think.
Highway robbery
and handling the business.
I mean, you kind of think, wait, he's getting 115. Yeah, but look what he could have gotten.
And this makes it so very clear that the Kyle Tucker trade was a good one because there was no way.
Because Kyle Tucker is not going to buckle. I shouldn't say buckle, but not going to agree to that. You know, that's several deals are out there in the $500+ million range.
Yeah, there was no way Jim Crane was going to get to that space. But it does make me wonder, at some point, Jim Crane's going to have to get his mind around spending that kind of money, isn't he?
Yep.
Like, because
he sure is.
You're going to, I mean, you have some time. Like, who would be the next guy that you would look at as a possibility of getting into that space? Like, I mean, you far out from Cam Smith getting to that place, and as he started, we're early on, but he started in a rough place with, especially those sliders down, man.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about a slider down against folks? He's still trying to work on. But like, who you have some time before you have to really get into that space.
You got a lot of time. I mean, it's not going to be Jeremy Pena.
No,
it's not going to be. He would be
not
the
that
only
kind of bat. You would need a revolutionary type thing from him in his game in order for him to get to that space. So at least you've got some space. But it feels like
that's kind of good and bad. It's good because he's not going to have to worry about that kind of money. It's bad because there is no transcendent player out there right now for. Not counting, Altuve and Jordan.
Yeah, but you really need to. I mean, it just feels like just to play in the water in baseball. We're getting to a space where the money is just going to be a wild place at the top if you want to have that kind of talent. And especially if you want to play in free agency, which, I mean, I don't know that there's going to be a ton of that. But all right, that's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's turn it to San Antonio. We did this on Friday. Ended up with a victory. I'm not saying that this was the reason why, but I figured might as well keep it the same. But also, just to get a feel, what was the vibe at the Alamo Dome on Friday? And let's preview a Houston Cougars, Florida Gators national championship matchup. We talked to Chancellor Johnson next.
Whose house? Cougs house. The Alamo Dome with Kelvin Sampson's crew made an incredible comeback to stun Duke for a Final Four win. Tonight, the national championship is on the line against Florida. Can the Cougs conjure up a little more magic and bring the title back to Houston?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Colorado held its pro day on Friday. Teams at the top of the draft got a 2-for-1, getting to see quarterback Shedeur Sanders and two-way star Travis Hunter. Now it's Hunter who appears to be the favorite to go number 2 to the Cleveland Browns. When it's close, teams usually go QB, but Hunter is unique. He brings as much buzz as any non-quarterback could. And frankly, that's what they need the most right now in Cleveland. I'm Andrew Perloff.
When something breaks, you got to ask yourself, who you going to call?
What's it going to cost you?
Where you going to find them?
And?
Will you trust them to do the job right? Start with Tom Tynan on Home Show Radio. Tom's been giving advice on home improvements longer than there's been internet and has a list of trusted home show pros to help you. Saturdays 9 to noon and Sunday mornings 8 to 11.
And anytime you want.
At HomeshowRadio.com.
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast for Tequila Volteo, an awesome new tequila founded by a professional athlete who is looking for a healthier option in spirits. It's made with the finest blue water agave. Tequila Volteo is 100% organic and additive-free. It's got a really cool bottle, and it's available in 3 different expressions: Blanco, Reposado, Cristalino, made to enjoy in your favorite cocktail. It doesn't matter. Go get yourself some Tequila Volteo. Here we go! tomorrow, it's Tequila Volteo. And our friends at Zamora remind us to drink responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
It is a great feeling owning your own home, and yet it comes with certain hang-ups.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a National Championship Monday as your Houston Cougars are set to face off against the Florida Gators tonight in San Antonio at the Alamo Dome. 7:50 is when first tip happens, and you can hear that if you're out and about or if you just need a chance to listen to Westwood One's coverage right here on Sports Radio 610. And to talk a little bit about that big-time comeback victory over Duke and set the stage for this game tonight, we welcome on the hotline. He's a friend of the show. He's been covering this thing. He's been covering this Cougars team for a minute now, and he has some really fun videos that he's been doing for the Chronicle. His name is Chancellor Johnson. What's happening, Chance?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me on once again. It's an exciting Monday, championship one for the Houston Cougars. Have an opportunity to earn their first national title in program history. Should be a fun one tonight. Yeah,
absolutely. Excited for that possibility, but I kind of want to go back and start with that game on Saturday night, against Duke. And I'm interested in the building itself, right? The Alamo Dome is a football stadium that they're playing basketball in, as you know, during the NCAA is wont to do for the Final Fours on the men's side. A lot of Cougars fans in there. What was the feeling? What was the energy? Did it reach to the kind of almost court level? Like, how did it feel in the building during that game?
Oh, yeah. Well, it was electric. I can definitely tell you that. I think going into the game, a lot of people thought because it was in San Antonio, because it was down the road, that Houston would have a home game. I disagreed because they were playing Duke, and Duke fans certainly traveled very well. And if I'm being honest, for most of that game, of course, Duke controlled things for 38 minutes of the entire ball game. And for the most part, Houston fans, they did their best to try to rally them, and credit to the Cougars for keeping themselves within striking distance to ultimately finish with that epic comeback that, to me, is one for the ages, right? It's one of this historic type of comeback that we'll be talking about in regards to the NCAA tournament and the Final Four for years to come. But Duke fans were definitely, they were kind of leading the charge there for their Blue Devils. But, once Houston started to come back into that game, they made things tight. That's when Houston Cougar fans, they really started to rally. And it got really loud in that arena. And I will say, for as crazy that game was, Duke fans were shocked. And so were Houston fans, right? Like, they were down for so much of that ball game, and for them to come back with the way they did, it was a lot of like hands on heads for Duke fans who were hands on heads in disgust, and for Houston Cougar fans, as in what just happened, we won the ball game. But a fantastic environment indeed.
But that speaks to Cougs have been all year. We mentioned it earlier. I counted at least 3 times, in the first 8 minutes, and then late in the first half, and then early in the second half, when Duke could have easily just, put their foot on the gas and maybe run away from the Cougs. But each time the Cougs came back. And so, we can talk about the last flurry all we want, but those previous 3 flurries kept the Cougs in the game, and that's what they are, and that's what has to have you feeling good about tonight.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because it feels like when we talk about this Duke-Houston game, a lot of the conversation naturally is to the end of the ball game. But for me, when I was back on it, I look at what L.J. Cryer was able to do. Because for the first, especially that first half, Houston couldn't hit anything. Like, they were struggling. They were taking bad shots. And, it was funny. Last time we spoke on Friday, I had mentioned the adjustment advantage that Houston has over most teams. If you haven't seen them before, it takes a while for teams to get adjusted to that physicality, the toughness, the kind of the speed at which Houston plays with. But for the most part, I remember watching the game on Saturday thinking everything that Houston has done to other teams, Duke was doing it to them. Mm-hmm. But L.J. Cryer consistently in that first half, he was keeping them in the ballgame, taking some really tough jumpers and connecting with them. And I thought that if Houston was going to win this game, L.J. Cryer could not have a stinker. And he ended up finishing with, I believe, 25 points and, close to matching Cooper Flagg's 27. And like I said, he had some really big shots. And as you mentioned, as they went on that run, he was hitting some threes. He was getting in the paint, setting up for others. And so to me, Houston throughout the ball game and was able to let Juwan Roberts kind of get going in that second half. Same thing with Miles Uzan, who struggled in the first half. Kelvin Sampson took him out. And he came back late in the first half, hit a big three, and it felt like they were starting to wake up. But there were times in this ball game where I remember when they got off that slow start, they had a play where they missed a layup, and then they turned the ball over, and Kelvin Sampson called a timeout. And I had a really great view of it just sitting right there close to where the TV broadcast was. He called a timeout, and as the team walked over, he didn't say anything. He had his hands on his hips like a disappointed dad and just stared at him. Like, guys, what are we doing? And sure enough, they were able to wake up, and we saw that they ultimately were able to win the game. But that just speaks to the toughness and the buzzword we love to use when we talk about the Houston Cougars, culture.
Yeah, grit, culture, all of it. Yeah, man, it's fantastic. And they were able to bring comeback victory to the building, but not the first one. They were beat to that a few hours earlier by Florida, who had a comeback victory of their own, and this is who you're going to match up with tonight. And I feel like I was asked earlier today, like, what's the biggest matchup concern for this game? And I don't know. Is there any way that you could say anything other than Walter Clayton Jr.?
Oh, yeah, no, it's certainly Walter Clayton. And just look at what he's done over the course of this NCAA tournament, but primarily over the last two games. He's had at least 30 points in the last two, carrying him to ultimately the national championship game tonight. And the thing is, I will say this. I feel better about the Houston Cougars' chances tonight than I did when they played Duke. I thought that you had a game Duke, but I knew that a lot of things had to go right. Like, I knew that once again, LJ couldn't have a rough game. I thought that they had to really punish Duke on the boards, and I knew that it would if they were going to win the game against Duke, it was going to take a full 40 minutes, which of course that it did. But tonight, I feel like Houston has some more advantages than they did against Duke. But for as you mentioned, it starts with slowing down Walter Clayton Jr., and it's much easier said than done. And he's so unique and so dynamic because he can really score from anywhere on the court. But I thought something was really interesting. I'm talking to Miles Uzan yesterday. Somebody asked him, is there any other team that you can compare Florida to? And I kind of like this one. He compares them to a little bit of a better version of the Texas A&M Aggies, right? Some really physical guards who are super athletic, and Florida certainly has that. And the head of the snake is their ball-dominant guard. For Texas A&M, it's Wade Taylor. For Florida, it's Walter Clayton Jr. Both can get buckets, and both can beat you single-handedly. But there's also, besides Walter Clayton, they also have another another NBA draft pick in Alex Condon, and then they also have Will Richard, who can also can beat you. So they're a very talented team. It will take, I think it's going to take a lot for Houston to beat them. But like I said, I feel better tonight than I feel better about tonight than I did going into Saturday's game.
I do too, and I think a lot of that has to do with just the number of guards that the Texans, the Astros, the Cougars can run.
There it is. We've actually got some.
We're cycling through them. It's all good.
But on the inside, look what we did to Duke rebounding, and Juwan Roberts and Mulawash not even getting a rebound. I think as much as Condon is really, really good, and like you said, an NBA player, I think that's where the Cougars are just going to eat in terms of rebounding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think here's another thing too. Duke has a problem with getting themselves into foul trouble. We saw how advantageous it was for Houston, especially in that Duke game. That really helped them get back in there with some, getting into the bonus and things like that. But yeah, if they can get, especially if they can get, Florida to make some of those mistakes and get them in foul trouble, A, it takes some of their best players out of it, of course, naturally. And B, you get more shots, to more opportunities to get to the line and get easy baskets. And especially in the Final Four, obviously Houston didn't shoot the ball well, but it is tough. I mean, it is an adjustment shooting in a stadium and an elevated floor. It just feels different. And so, yeah, anytime you can get easy baskets and easy opportunities to get to the free throw line, you'll take it. And I think that's something that Houston could have an advantage in tonight.
We're talking to Chancellor Johnson. He's out in San Antonio covering this Houston Cougars run to the Final Four and to the national championship game. You can see some of his stuff for the Chronicle that he's been doing, including some really fun videos that you'll hear a little bit more in the show. But, Chancellor, I think one of the things that I was looking at with Florida is it's easy, though, to focus in on Walter Clayton Jr., 34 points in that game, in the Final Four game. But what else are we looking at? Because, I mean, this is another team that doesn't have a lot of, top 100 recruits, but they play really well together.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's led by the head coach, Todd Golden. And welcome to the NCAA tournament, buddy. His first chance in March Madness is the national championship game. So they're very well coached. And the thing is, too, with Houston, they certainly, if they get up in Florida, if there's opportunity to do that, which they've shown ability to get off the slow starts Florida has, and so, but we saw that against Texas Tech, and we saw that against Auburn, and they come back on both. And the point that I'm trying to make is you kind of have to step on their throat because if it gets late in the ball game, once again it goes back to Walter Clayton Jr. and his ability to get buckets late. He's a guy that's definitely not afraid of the moment, and you don't want if it's a close game and 30 seconds left or whatever, they might need a basket. You probably don't want it in his hands. And so I think it's really important that Houston, once again, if they get up on them, they have to really keep their distance. And we saw that almost, when they played Purdue, where they were able to keep Purdue at arm's length. And same thing with Tennessee game where they were up. And Tennessee, of course, they were going to go on their runs. It's basketball, right? It happens. But they were able to kind of keep them within no more than 8 points or so for the Volunteers. And so I'm not saying they're going to go up by 15 against Florida, but if it's a 6-point game, you got to continue to basically hold them off. And so I think they'll have an opportunity to do that. But the big thing, too, for Houston is not get into any dry offensive spells.
Yeah.
We saw that against Duke. It hurt them. But, like I said, I feel pretty good about Houston going into the night.
All right, so the thing about the Gators, playing in the conference that they played in and playing some close games, that's different from Duke. And so coming down the stretch, if they're in a close, all that it comes down to Sampson and Golden. And what do you see there?
Well, Sampson certainly has the coaching experience, but Golden runs some really, really nice sets. Offensively, he knows how to get the ball into Walter Clayton's hands in some unique ways. Same thing with setting up Condon as well, putting him in great positions to succeed. But it was funny talking to Kelvin yesterday. He was talking about how he got a number of texts from some of the other coaches in his age neighborhood, like Rick Barnes and Bruce Pearl, Tom Izzo, saying, "Hey, go win one for us old guys," right? And so he was able to do it and take down John Shire. On Saturday, and he looks to get his first one tonight over Todd Golden and the Florida Gators.
All right, so you'll have to forgive me because this is getting a little ahead of stuff, and that's not something you should do, especially ahead of a game that's of this magnitude. But should the Cougars get this done? Like, what does this mean for this Cougars program, especially having the likes of Hakeem courtside, even though they wouldn't let him on the court after the game, and obviously Kelvin and his storied career that's just missing that one little notch. Like, what does this mean for the program if they're able to get over top here?
It just officially stamps them, right? When you talk about kind of like this new era and kind of new guard of some of these programs, look at Villanova and some of the recent success they've had. UConn kind of returning back to national prominence that we've seen versus, in the past, it's been the Blue Bloods, the Kansases, the Dukes, the Kentuckys, Michigan State. And so that success, so much of it, over the past few seasons, a number of conference championships, whether it's in the Toy Poodle League that I guess
yes.
was referencing, in the AAC to what they've done in the Big 12, right, winning the conference championship back-to-back. This year, also winning the conference tournament as well. But one thing that's always eluded them has been the Final Four and winning a national title. And here's the thing. We can talk about that Duke game all we want to, and it'll be cemented, like I said, in kind of like, when we look back on, the NCAA tournaments. But it would be really tough if they weren't able to ultimately close, this kind of the storybook with a national title. And the thing is, obviously, getting to the Final Four and winning a national championship is so tough. There's so many factors that go into it, health being one of them. Obviously, you need the talent. And look at Duke, right? They've had two generational type players over the past, 5 years or so. One being Zion Williamson and the next being Cooper Flagg. And they have 0 titles to show for it. Winning is hard. Winning in the Final Four, winning a national championship is even harder. And so, with Houston, if they can close this, storybook of the season, and look at all the success they've had this year, right? Like I said, winning the conference championships, not losing a game on the road this year, and ultimately closing that out with the national title. People aren't talking about them like maybe they should, but this is one of the better college basketball teams we've seen. Even the metrics said that as well in a really long time.
Yeah, Chancellor Johnson, he's out there covering the Cougs in this one, and hopefully you get a chance to cover for a national. Before we let you go though, you eat good because I know that you've spent the whole weekend in San Antonio. I need the report card on San Antonio, how it treated you this weekend.
You know what? I didn't do San Antonio did its thing, right? I started off with a spot. It was called Curry Bros Barbecue. It was interesting. It was some curry mixed with some brisket. The brisket was tender. The curry I could have did without, but it was a recommendation from the locals here. It was cool though. It was cool. Then I had some fire Mexican food. I can't even tell you the name of the spot. And then of course I had to get some authentic Mexican tacos. Those are fire. So I would say to put on my best Keith Lee hat, I'd say I'll rate that 7.5 out of 10.
Perfect. Very good. And apparently your response is stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to, San Antonio.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
All right. Chancellor Johnson out there covering this game. Appreciate you, my man, for all your expertise and joining us.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me on.
All right.
There you go. Chancellor Johnson out there covering this tournament. Check him out on Instagram, on Twitter, and then also on Twitter, it's Chancellor TV. And I know that he did a really interesting he's done some interesting stuff with the Chronicle and a series covering this team. Excited to see this game, 7:50 p.m. tonight. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically where we do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
What's been Nick?
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's talk about one of the big losers of the week. Coming up in about 15 minutes is winners and losers. But I got to do this as a confession.
Okay.
CBS sucked in one very big way. And then more than any network could possibly spit the bit, so to speak.
With like Raftery and Grant Hill? I thought the announcing team was good.
They were great. They were absolutely great. So over the course of the second half especially, how many times did we see Mike Krzyzewski shown on TV?
I don't remember exactly, but I definitely remember seeing his face.
7, 8. They're talking about it. Are you seeing this? Oh, I got this straight off of Twitter. It's been very, very popular and accurate topic. They were showing him more than they would show Taylor Swift. I mean, it was Coach K this, Coach K that. Look at him, he's still coaching, blah, 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 blah. And then the final minute and a half to 3 minutes happened. And they showed Coach K exactly 0 times. From the time that the Cougs started their big comeback until after the game, through the post game. It's like he disappeared. Coach K disappeared. What are we doing? Like, if you're going to show Coach K and the genius.
Oh, you wanted Coach K surrender Cobra?
It's all over. Like, it's not a me thing. It's not a me thing. They're like, if they're going to show the surrender Cobra thing, which, Chancellor was talking about, all this stuff and all this, when they're losing, you got to show Coach K. Like, they just spit the bit. I thought it was egregious. I thought it was irresponsible and sorry. Like, all of a sudden, like, oh, okay, where is he now? Where's Coach K now? Have they showed him yet? Are they ever going to show him? I thought that was a big mistake by CBS.
I mean, you say that, and I think that's fair. What I do appreciate that they did, though, when they cut to Cameron Indoor, and them folks was just sick. Sick. It was, you could hear a pin drop in that stadium, Cameron Indoor Stadium, obviously the Duke's Blue Devils home arena, and they had it full of that blue, and they was all looking blue in the face, too. They were sick. So I appreciate that. I tended to focus on those portions of it. But yeah, you're right. They definitely leaned into. That's one of the reasons why I had to ask Chancellor, like, what was the vibe in there? They definitely showed them Duke fans like they were in there,
but not Coach K. I guess when things go bad, he kind of disappears, or they're afraid to show him.
Oh, so you're saying he's a coward that runs away from?
No, I think it was CBS. They're like, we can't show him sad. Not Coach K sad. Yeah, you can. It would have been great cinema.
These are my confessions.
I have to admit. I have to confess, I have a very good bracket. That's not the confession, right? Like, I picked all number ones in the Final Four. And again, not a real credit to me. It's easy to look at, Ken Palm rankings and see, these are historically good ones, so I'm going to lean there, right? Yeah. When it got down to it, and I had the Final Four matchups of Florida and Auburn, I was like, yeah, Florida's going to win. They've been the hottest team. When I got to the Final Four matchup of Duke and Houston in my Sports Radio 610 bracket, I was like, yeah, Houston's going to win. They're going to win it all. Just voting with my heart. When it came down to that money bracket, I put Duke, and I feel bad about it. I was like, I should have went with my heart. Like, there was good reasons to believe, but in my head, I was just like, I think the Duke's a better team, and I still think that they were like a better team overall. Like, when you talk about like,
they were more talented,
talented, and those types of things. But you can't measure heart, apparently. But you can measure how much money I'm losing in the pool that I would have won if I just put Houston.
You're not alone. You're absolutely not alone. A lot of people are like, yeah, I like them to the Final Four, but Duke, I don't know. I don't know about that.
But man, look, it's a big old pool with, hundreds of people where the payout is at least 4 figures.
Yeah.
And I would have had some money to make if I would have just trusted my heart.
Oh, that.
Yes, very big pool. And usually I'm terrible in big pools, right? Like, I'm not the person who is the ultimate predictor. And apparently I'm still not the ultimate predictor because I put Duke in there.
Yeah.
So I feel stupid, but I'm happy to feel stupid in this instance because Houston moves on.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I can't stop singing the Cougs fight song. I just can't. It's been ringing in my head. I've been humming it. I've been singing it for about 4 days now. You know how certain fight songs are just better? Like the Cougs. The Cougs have one of the best fight songs, especially that drum beat. Oh. Here it comes. I'll wait for the drum beat, especially the drum beat. Here we go. Ready?
All right. I'm gonna have to bang the table now.
I can't stop singing it. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but then it's got me thinking about there are certain fight songs whose teams I hate. Now, I love the Cougs. My son went there. My daughter's going to the game. She took my advice.
Yes.
She took my Duke,
tickets.
buy the tickets from the sad Duke fans advice as soon as the game is over. They're getting in for $140, man. She and her husband. But there are certain teams that I just don't like that have great fight songs too. Not the Cougs, like Michigan, Notre Dame. Do you have any of those where you just love the fight song?
Probably, but in this moment I can't. For me, it's usually just during college football season because, I'm a sicko. I got 3 TVs. I'm watching them all at the same time. It's just the ones that get stuck in my head, and I'm not even thinking about whose fight song it is necessarily. It's just like the one where later on in the night,
Arkansas has a good one like that.
And I'm just like humming that, and I'm like, why is this stuck in my head? Because I watched them on the big noon kickoff.
Yeah.
In this moment, I can't come off
like
the
driving
top.
in today. Yesterday, off day, I'm just walking around. I went for a long walk.
Of all the things that the UH band plays, it's the fight song.
Yeah.
I'm like, I love when the UH band gets into their bag playing this other stuff.
Yeah.
When they start playing like Fat Pat and stuff, that's when I really loved. I'm like, okay, y'all really showing out for Houston, huh?
These are my confessions.
All right, so after just a great weekend of Houston basketball, I have to confess. And I'm not sure that I actually feel good about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would absolutely love a Houston Golden State series for entertainment purposes.
Really?
Yes. And I know I
After
shouldn't.
the Ime and Steph stuff.
Because of the shenanigans.
Yeah.
I think the shenanigans make it more entertaining, but I really shouldn't because they're shenanigans, right? It's shameless what Draymond Green is doing, getting into Alfred's chest and then yelling in people's faces and managing to not get a technical, right? That reputation stuff that Draymond's able to get away with. I should not enjoy it because it takes away from the competitive spirit of the game, right?
Yeah.
That you have these players that are held to different standards, right? It's everything that people kind of get frustrated with officiating in various sports, but particularly in the NBA, is some guys have the opportunity to get their one technical out the way, and then they have free reign to do whatever the hell that they want. And yet and still, I cannot shake myself from that feeling of, the vibe, the vibes will be testy, it'll be electric, it'll be fun. I kind of want that.
I'm not afraid of the Nuggets all of a sudden.
Oh no, not at all.
They're in a free fall. They're in a Westbrook spit the bit on the 61-point night. They've lost 4 in a row. Now, he didn't talk after those losses. And then he talked yesterday and was very weird about some of the things he was saying, that he doesn't know if they've I forget how they asked the question, but basically saying he's not sure, he's uncertain about the locker room right now, etc. No, I don't mind yours, but I also think it's the Nuggets don't scare me.
No, Nuggets are an interesting one because, you have the bigs to throw at Jokic. Jokic is a monster, don't get me wrong. But then outside of that, the guards, especially with, Jamal Murray dealing with some injury issues. Go ahead and drink if you didn't have that one on your board or what have you. But, none of the guards, they don't have a lot of depth. I'm not all that afraid of what they're throwing up. All right, so if you had to, in this moment, of the 4 or 5 teams that are all kind of tied in that space, you want to do a quick re-ranking of teams that you would like to see the most or teams that you would not like to see the most?
That sounds like a good plan to me.
So real quick, sitting in currently a half game above that group of teams is the Nuggets, who are 4th, the Clippers, who are 5th right now, the Golden State Warriors also 46-32, Timberwolves also 46-32, and the Grizzlies also 46-32.
I would say Grizzlies 1.
Most wanted.
Yes. Nuggets 2.
Okay.
Ooh. Clippers? It gets a little dicey after
Clippers
after the
question
top
mark.
2. It gets a little dicey after the.
And then I'm guessing Warriors Timberwolves?
Yeah, Warriors Timberwolves.
All right.
Timberwolves are a little bit scary.
These are my confessions.
Well, I suppose I got to give Gino Auriemma some credit.
What?
I guess. Remember I was torching him for not clipping the Nets?
Oh, yeah.
After the final, to get to the Final Four? Well, they won the national championship. They won again. And
they beat the mess out of South Carolina in that game,
They beat both teams by combined 57 points.
That is correct.
And Paige Beckers gets hers, and they win, and they cut down the Nets.
Shout out to Ozzie Fudd.
Guess I got to give them credit. Whatever dumb reason that he had.
He also came hard at the NCAA for like having the super regionals or whatever they have, where they have two, obviously NCAA and on the men's side, each regional is in a different place. On the women's side, they have two of them paired. Yeah. And he's like, that's just the money saving. I kind of, and this is a confession in a way as well, off your confession. I kind of wonder if the men shouldn't be that way. Like, do we really need need to be all these games in all these separate places?
Of course not, but they're not going to do that. Of course not.
No, I mean the money of it is there. But I was like, I get what he was saying, treat the women like the men. But I also wonder, like, do we really need to have this tournament split up in some ways?
Need has nothing to do with it.
Fair enough. Touche. My bad for being in the wrong here.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So I went out. There was a little bit of amateur boxing this weekend. Yesterday, in fact, out there, home run dugout in Katy. Shout out to Patrick Creighton, who was on the ring announce duties there, and it was really fun. Except yesterday was a little chilly, and I did not realize that before I left the house.
You were in shorts?
I spent an hour and a half outside watching some very fun youth and amateur boxing, shorts, and a Phi Slamma Jamma t-shirt. I had a lot of fun, but never again. Like, I gotta admit, that has changed my general outlook to where I'm going to be a lot more diligent, at least in the next few weeks, even though it should warm up by the end of the week, in making sure that I check my phone and check that weather before I leave the house, because I will never be caught out like that again.
Every April, you can count on it. Every March, somebody in your family or in your circle of friends says, I think we're past the cold now. And every April, there's at least 1 week, at least a couple of days, where it's flat out cold.
And you want to know the most embarrassing part for me?
What's that?
Is that everybody, I got it at least 5 times. You're not cold?
Yes, I'm cold.
What you think I'm cold? It's 55 degrees out and I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Of course I'm cold. I'm just not going to talk about it. Like, you want me to walk around and be like, hey guys, y'all think it's cold out? Because I'm cold right now. Yeah, of course I'm cold. Don't ask me about that.
Yes.
All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Again, shout out to Baby Bull, Darius Fulgham, who I met out there. Great dude. Yeah, man. Boxing in the city of Houston is fun. Very fun. All right. Coming up next, let's get to our winners and losers of the weekends. Do you feel like there was somebody in the world of sports or otherwise that was a winner or loser on the weekend? Text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We will discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about Saturday.
at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our winners and losers of the weekend. Although before we jump in, the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line, you can always get involved there. 713-572-4610 for the 281. If and when UH wins against Florida, against Duke, or after Duke collapse, rather, will that take away the demons of the NC State UH championship they lost back in '83?
No. I mean, short answer, no. Some people might still remember that more so than winning a championship, although, obviously it'd be parsing. It'd be, both be remembered very well. One very well, one not so much. Because, I mean, that was one of the greatest collections of talent in the history of the game, and it was one of the biggest upsets in the history of the game.
Could you make the argument that losing that championship helped make sure that Phi Slamma Jamma team was remembered even more so? Because, I mean, look, it was a Phi Slamma Jamma team that, like, culturally became incredible, so, like, people were going to recall it anyway. But then I think also the idea that they had such a memorable loss and the Jimmy Valvano NC State thing became so big, it became a touch point culturally in a way that we wouldn't forget. On the team, but damn about none of that.
No, they don't. But I think that's a fair argument. But had they won, then we'd be talking. Didn't they only lose 2 games that year? 1 to Syracuse and 1 to. I'm just proud that I remembered one.
Yeah, it's like your memory would be better than mine in that particular instance.
But had they won, people might say greatest team ever.
That is fair.
83 Cougs,
and they don't get that. They don't get that love, so that's fair. But regardless or not, like exercising demons or not, an opportunity for these young men to stamp themselves in history's book themselves, and I think more importantly, the big thing, if you're talking about maybe the number one item on the ledger, if they win this championship, getting Kelvin Sampson that championship ring.
Yes.
Because he has pretty much everything else that you could absolutely want from a legendary college basketball coach except that national championship. And he has an opportunity to do that today, 7:50 p.m. You'll hear it here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. And then after it, Area 45 will be live. So if they win, you will have live listener reaction. You have live reaction for Bijani and Creighton and the jubilation of a national championship should they win. All right, let's get into some winners and losers of the weekend, and I will kind of stick in that same vein. Everything's been all cougared out. And a loser, San Antonio travel. Did you see this? Like, I saw Will Kunkel kind of had an update on this on Saturday in the early afternoon, or I mean, really in the morning and then into the early afternoon. I-10 west towards San Antonio had a car on fire that basically shut down the highway, and the highway was closed supposedly till 6, and it was backed up a good long while, like 7 miles. That was backed up back towards Luling on 10 rather. And I was like, yo, this is the worst. Obviously, it happens for a particular reason, but like the worst time to have a particular backup on an interstate in that place.
I've made that drive a number of times, and up until my mom passed away a few years ago, I would always go visit. It's horrible anyway. Luling isn't that where the Big Buc-ee's is in Luling?
Is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
I don't make that particular 10 to San
I've made that drive a bunch. It's awful no matter what, but it was especially awful this year. And by the way, if you're on your way, a lot of people going right now. Gonna catch the game, maybe drive back. My son got like 2 hours sleep.
So he didn't do the stay anywhere. He just drove and came back.
No, he did stay, but he had to. He wanted to get back, and then I think they had something to do anyway.
Sure.
And then my other son's got about 4 hours. Look, it's gonna be wild, man. It's I-10 West. What do you expect?
Careful on them streets, by the way. I hadn't even thought about like all the people that'll be making the return trip on the same day, and I imagine tired drivers. Be careful out there.
Yeah.
Houston fans and all fans, obviously, you want everybody to be safe on the ropes. I just found that to be interesting. A winner on the weekend. Our guy Ben Olsen and the Houston Dynamo got their first W.
Wait, what?
Their first W at home versus LAFC, a 1-0 victory. Jack McGlynn.
Nice, easy 1-0.
Well, I'm not saying all that, but it was a really good goal. Jack McGlynn, midfielder, worked in on his left foot, took a nice goal, shot from distance. Low expected goal on it, but he ended up winning. And so shout out to the Dynamo, getting 3 points on the board, getting a little bit further up.
You actually looked at the expected goal?
Yes. Why do you not? Like, you should know me by now. Why? Looking at statistics, especially advanced ones.
You looked at the expected goal percentage.
Yeah. Well, that's absolutely 100%.
And you got a problem.
Although to be fair, it was sent to me. Like, I got MLS friends. Like that's also one of the things that's cool is like I'm sure everybody listening has that friend. Like you got your Rockets friend who's always talking about Rockets, and sometimes you lean on them if they, or even if you're a Rockets fan, like they'll send you some nugget. Or you got an Astros fan, or you got, obviously everybody's got Texans friends who are like, oh, well, did you see this? Or somebody said this, right? So yeah, I had a friend who actually he works in MLS.
Yeah.
So whenever there's something MLS, particularly Dynamo related, I'm gonna hear something about it.
I can tell you with 100% authority, I don't have any friends outside of you that would send me an expected goal percentage.
Okay, so now I have to be your Dynamo friend then. You need me to be your Dynamo friend? Just say that. If that's what you need, just say that.
I love soccer. I don't want to see the expected goal percentage.
Too bad. You just subscribe to the mailing list, baby. Expect the XG mailing list coming directly to you. All right. So a loser, Alamo Dome or NCAA security. I don't know who it was, but this is well known at this point. After the Cougs get a huge comeback victory against the Duke Blue Devils, celebration happens on the court, and UH legend, and notably very obvious human being because he is an incredibly tall, he's 6'11", and then he is Hakeem. Like I feel like there's very few people who could not pick Hakeem Olajuwon out of a lineup. He is denied access onto the game. All right, so I want to ask you, Lopez, where do you fall on this? Because there's the very easy answer of it's Hakeem Olajuwon, you let him on the field. In fact, Justin James Watt, JJ Watt on social media is like, what are we doing here? Let him onto the court.
Yeah.
Seth made a great point this morning that, buddy who's in security was probably not just being a jerk. He's probably like, yo, I understand what's happening here, but my orders are, I don't let nobody on this court unless blah, 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 right?
I think there's a second part to that, too. And a lot of people who work at whether it's Fertitta Center or Toyota Center or NRG, you're there for every event. Like the same people, by and large, work every event. They're not all basketball fans, man. Like they do concerts, they do football, they do high school, they do graduations. I think, first of all, the right thing to do was this looks like a large human being. He's in his 60s. He's wearing a Cougars shirt. He probably is a guy that should be on the court, so make the call. And the guy did. He was on his little mic.
Yeah, he's like, hey, just give me a second. Let me see if I can talk to somebody above me.
Yeah, and ultimately I think he didn't he, get on the court?
I actually did not follow up to that degree. I do know that he did the thing in reverse that Charles Barkley did. I mean, same thing, but obviously different circumstances. Charles Barkley was off to the side when all his Auburn guys came off, gave them all handshakes.
Yeah.
Hakeem did the same when those guys came off the court. So I don't know if he ultimately made it on. Either way, he was able to salute his guys, which, by the way, San Antonio got their revenge on Charles Barkley. I saw someone text that in earlier.
Yeah.
Because he'd be talking all that trash, and they were like, oh, word? Well, your team's not going to the national championship. How about that?
But so I'm going to give that security guard slack.
Maybe. We need to do some research.
Is he a Spurs fan? Maybe. It's one extreme or the other. Either maybe he's that, but I think it's just like all these people, they don't know every person.
You should.
In every event in their building.
You should. But yeah, multiple people saying that maybe he was a Spurs fan is mad Hakeem repossessed that MVP in 1995 when he got the Spurs up out of here. What he did to David Robinson. Yeah. Yep. And at that point, you know what? I respect it.
Yeah.
That's good hating. Good 30 years later hating off of that. I could respect that a little bit. All right, how about another winner? We talked about this a little bit. Big time bats. Vladdy Guerrero, 14-year, $500 million extension. No deferrals in it, mind you. So the Blue Jays actually putting money down here.
Yeah.
And he didn't reach free agency like Soto or Ohtani, who have gotten the largest contracts. And, of course, the real winner there is Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is going to get paid.
And Dana Brown.
And Dana Brown, yeah. I mean, well, I would say more. And Dana Brown obviously executed the trade. You got the good get back, including Isaac Paredes, who went 4, was it 5 or 6?
I mean Dana Brown because of the Jordan deal.
Okay, yes, fair enough.
Right.
I can agree. I was thinking Jim Crane because of the willingness to acknowledge if you're not going to do this and you see where this is going, get something back. I hope that is a lesson that they're learning, although the scary part about that is the next opportunity that they're going to have to maybe exhibit that lesson would be Fromber.
Yeah.
And that feels like that would have to happen at the deadline, seeing as this is his final year. So I'm very interested to see.
Right?
I can't imagine. It just does not seem like they're willing to pay what's necessary. And you see what Max Fried got in the offseason. It just, Fromber is in time pay. And if he's not, it means something went terribly wrong and you're not happy there either.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And so, yeah, man, I I hate to say it because I very much enjoy Framber Valdez and what he does for this Astros team, but it feels like he's gone. So yeah, that's tough as well. How about this? Staying in baseball, if we're talking about a loser, the Pittsburgh Pirates, and not just because they be losing on the field, right? That's one thing. Did you see what happened with the Pirates in the outfield?
What happened?
So literally on the outfield wall, right under the right field pole, there is typically a logo dedicated to the most famous Pittsburgh Pirate of all time. And if I say it like that, can you guess who the Pirate is?
It would be that second baseman. Not second baseman. Willie Stargell.
Okay, no. I was hoping that I would get it. So maybe I set us up wrong.
Yeah.
Roberto Clemente.
Clemente and Willie Stargell are both up there, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
As long as you didn't say Barry Bonds.
No, not Barry Bonds.
He's one of I still think of him as a pirate in some ways. I understand he spent a lot of time broke the record.
You should.
But Roberto Clemente obviously passed away in a tragic fashion, and so they make sure to hold him up because he was also incredible on top of all that, but they hold him up in high regard. Except the start of this season where that patch lived right on the right field pole, somebody noticed, in the first 10 games, obviously, of the season, that there happened to no longer be that patch and that logo, and what was there was an ad for Surfside, which is a canned cocktail beverage. It's like one of these vodka, hard iced tea, hard lemonade things. Of all the things to replace it with on top, the disrespect was on top of other disrespect. Now the Pirates have said that they will replace it and put it back. But I'm like, who made that call? Because
there's a number 2 over there. Let's take that down.
Who made that call?
Whatever number.
I think it's 21.
21.
Who made that call?
Yeah.
Because somebody had to have made that call. Whoever made that call, and I hate to be that guy, right? The guy who's immediately calling for somebody's job, but you got to be real uncomfortable with the safety of your job. If you were the one that was like, hey, franchise legend, legend.
Don't worry about it. Take it down.
Yeah, we'll get whatever how much advertising money would be worth this particular, I guess scandal is a little bit much, but this particular blooper.
I mean, none, right? You don't do that. You don't take it down. Period.
And there's no other place we could put this ad. It had to be the Clemente spot, right? It had to be for real.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, big time loser, the Pirates, because you just look stupid for no good reason. There was no need for that. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and I'm just seeing a picture from Brian McTaggart. I'm guessing he's still in the city of San Antonio. Yep, definitely in the city of San Antonio because I see an exit ramp for the Alamo. They don't have that very many other places. TxDOT has on those little flashing board signs. Is a big W. Can you read what it says on the sign?
Does that say whose house? Cougs house, drive safely.
That's right.
How about that?
The state of Texas is all behind.
UH is just taking over San Antonio.
Dude, this is America's team right now.
Yeah.
One of the things I texted to Sean this morning as I was listening to Payne and Pendergast is I think one of the reasons why the Cougs have become like America's team as well is they're a throwback. There's continuity year over year. There's an old school coach with a lot of personality in a very particular way. I think epitomizes a lot of the things that people kind of lament about missing in college basketball.
And they're an underdog. They shouldn't be an underdog, but they're an underdog.
Yeah, in a way, especially just because of how good all these other teams have been.
And brands.
I'm interested to see if that holds on against Florida because it was definitely that against Duke, but that's Duke, right? Duke is the school where all them people are like investment bankers once they graduate, right? Florida, I don't know if it has that same stigma. So I'm interested to see if that remains in this national championship game.
So many UH fans in the Alamo Dome tonight. And oh, by the way, 2 5-stars and a 4-star is coming in for the Cougars.
Yes.
Next year.
Just in case you thought that it was everything. Nah, they're still working on making sure that this program remains at the highest levels. Shout out to Coach Kelvin Sampson and the entirety of the UH men's basketball team. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get some Texans in here, man. Obviously, this has been a fantastic time in Houston sports, and why not also the Texans? This is something interesting. There's been some things that have kind of been showing up when it comes to getting ready for the draft here in a couple of weeks. Do you trust this organization, this Texans organization, to do this particular thing in the draft? I'll tell you what that thing is next.
Playoff basketball is coming back.
it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited for this national championship Monday. The Cougs facing off against the Florida Gators. I almost said the Duke Blue Devils. You already handled that.
Oh, they're gone.
You already did that.
Yeah.
Ding dong, the wish is dead. Kelvin Sampson seeking his first NCAA title in 32 seasons as a Division I coach. You heard Chancellor Johnson at noon talking about how other coaches around the nation,
all the old heads
of that older class, are like, go win it for us, win it for the AARP.
Show those
squad.
young bucks what it's all about.
I meant that with love, Kelvin. We'll talk more about Kelvin here once we get to the mixtape. But I did want to circle. Actually, before I get there, you were talking about all the images of Coach K on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Someone texted in. It was fair. They said that the Duke fans are probably watching that, sick of seeing Jim Nance pop up there all the time. But he's become the mascot for the Cougs. That's just who it is at this point.
I could see that. The thing about Jim Nance is, I've known him over the years and we've done, sat down, chatted with him for several times. I did a big column on him a long time ago.
Can you broker peace between him and Show?
I don't know if I could work miracles, but I really like Jim Nance a lot. But I also recognize the guy's got a big ego. The guy's got a huge ego, and I can see where it rubs people the wrong way. So that's why I say all that, because I could see where Duke fans and others, neutral fans would go, come on now.
I feel like we should have a better mascot in this instance. Text in if you got a better mascot. I feel like, could we, Bun B out there or something?
Slim Thug? No.
Is that too hyper local?
Lil Wayne went to U of H for a while.
I'm good on that. I'm sorry.
Jim Parsons.
Am I being too particular? Let us know.
Big Bang Theory, Jim Parsons.
That's right.
Went to U of H.
Sheldon himself.
Yep.
All right, 713-572.
Those aren't better choices, are they?
4610. I don't know that they are. Who's a better option for a mascot for the Cougs? All right, let's move back to the Texans. Do you trust this Texas organization if they were to do this particular in the draft? And this came up because we've been watching mock drafts all over the place. Shout out to Payne and Pendergast doing a mock draft injection every single day. And so we're seeing all the folks that are mocked to the Texans, including recently, I think it's Chad Reuter of NFL.com. Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, was the guy that was mocked, who I think is really interesting. Has like that kind of size and quickness duality that would be interesting in the defensive tackle spot for the Texans. But all sorts of people have been mocked. However, there's two that have been mocked to the Texans. One a little bit less so recently. One more so recently. That have a particular thing that is associated with them that I do wonder if the Texans would do and how I would feel about the Texans doing that. And those two people are Luther Burden, wide receiver out of Missouri, and Josh Simmons, tackle out of Ohio State. And the thing that binds those two together is a two-word phrase that is coded and that is dripping with a little bit of a little bit of baggage, and it is character concerns.
Yeah. All right, so here's where it gets interesting. We've heard D'Amico Ryans, talk about the right kind of player that's been used a lot in Swarm and all that.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio more recently, including with Payne and Pendergast, talking about certain types of players that they like.
Yeah,
well, if you go ahead.
He was getting to the point where he was basically making the point that they've done a good job to where they're not locked into anything.
Right.
And in the same way that a person might say the only thing I have to do is say black and die, he basically said the only thing we have to do is draft someone with the right mentality. And so that feels like the one touch point where you cannot get to that place. However, these two dudes are incredibly talented, and they're at a position of need, and they've been mocked a decent amount to the Texans, and they seem like they might be there in that space.
That's where I was going, because both of these guys, Luther Burden, a lot of people, say that he might be the best wide receiver in the class. You can argue that, but both of them are, at least in terms of mock drafts and outside looking in, are falling. I've seen Burden into the second round.
Yeah, I'm just looking at one of the big boards. There's many different big boards out there. One of the big boards that I've looked at various times, the Ringers big board, Luther Burden is the 25th ranked prospect on there, so he's not the number one wide receiver for them. They have Golden above him. But then also, if you look at Simmons Simmons is pretty highly regarded.
Regardless,
himself.
he's falling as well.
He's ranked as the 12th highest, and like that's the tough part about it is like the athleticism is there. Like if you watch the film for Simmons, it's there in spades. We were talking to Brian Broaddus, who was a Super Bowl winning scout with the Packers back in the Favre era of that stuff, and he loves what he sees on the tape. But the injury is there, although he's on the league.
Yeah.
The injury is not going to be an issue, but. You trust like what is it, the Go Long podcast or Go Long Substack by Tyler Dunn. Bob McGinn had some anonymous scouts, and of course it's Lion season. You got to take these types of things with a grain of salt. But anonymous scouts saying that there's character concerns about him, about his ethic and such.
So the question becomes: suppose both of them or either or are sitting right there at 25. When you're drafting, and some of those other guys that we Connerly and some of these other guys that you and I both like, that there are no, quote, character concerns, are not on the board. Would you trust the Texans with these guys? To take these guys, number one, and secondly, to sort of, if they do have these, quote, character concerns, to kind of fix that.
And this is going to be me artfully dodging your question. I trust the Texans to stay true to their ethos. And their ethos is, we get the right kind of guys in here, right? So I think that we know that this organization values highly time talking to these guys. They value FaceTime. They value the opportunities to talk to these dudes. So first and foremost, I think that if these guys, if these character concerns are worth the concern, for lack of a better way of saying it, I think this organization will stay far away. I think that they know better than to unequally yoke themselves with a problem of a mentality that's not going to work well. Right. We've even seen them when they've taken the chance on someone like the wide receiver Deontay Johnson. Right. They were like, we'll take a chance. We'll give you. And it was when they felt it was clear that, hey, this is not working out and that he's not the right kind of guy for what we have here. At least that's the way that I interpreted it. You could tell me if you felt that differently with his time after Baltimore here. They got rid of him, right? And I think that is something that they value highly, especially when you talk about that 25 pick. And because there's so many other guys that it seems like you can get that are relatively available for them that I don't know that they would, latch themselves to one of these guys if that concern is worth being worried about. The other side of that, though, is if they're
really good.
They are good.
The thing is, we have our standards and our goals, but Simmons is there at 25, and some of these other offensive linemen are not. You might want to be looking around the room saying, yeah, we might need to do some work, but he's really good. And this is why I really wouldn't have a problem with that, me personally, whereas you would. He's the rookie. He's not the veteran left tackle. Like, I've called him Laramie Tunsil light. Really good pass blocker. Some people wonder about work ethic and some of these other things. Well, it's a lot easier to fix that when it's a rookie in a room of really good players versus a veteran impacting rookies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this is a text that comes in that says, they kept Diggs in check. I see them feeling comfortable enough in their own skin to feel like they can set a younger player on the right path.
Yeah.
And why I feel like the Diggs thing is different, though, is, and maybe it's the same because, like, we're still in this place where we hear the noise outside about potential concerns, but then you get inside and you find out that everybody that has worked with Stephon Diggs has not just loved him.
Yeah.
And it's just he has a level of intensity that when things aren't going well, then feels like it's a lot. But they did the research on that, the Texans, and they looked at it and they were like, nope. That's not actually a problem. That's not a wrong kind of guy. And so maybe you get to the place where they go and, Caserio and D'Amico Ryans sit down with these gentlemen, right? These guys being the representatives of the possibility of guys that maybe have concerns but have a lot of talent and they hit you in that spot, right? Maybe you have those conversations with them and you're like, no, there's not actually an issue here. We trust you. And D'Amico has said on multiple occasions, I am going to, you have a clean slate with me, right? We're going to operate on a new footing, and we will get somewhere with that. Maybe you get to that place. I just look around and I go, there's so many other talented guys in this space that I don't know that they need to take that particular chance at 25.
Right.
Where it gets interesting for me is what happens, because you mentioned Luther Burden. You're right. Like mock drafts, of course, draft stock, all that stuff, I feel to be somewhat nonsense. But as they get more information, this is the time of year where guys who are mock drafting, and girls, I should not be gendered in that, but the folks who are mock drafting these things are starting to do it based more off of intel rather than just kind of, looking at tape or what have you. And what I wonder if Intel now tells them these guys are going to be available maybe towards closer to where you're maybe
45,
selecting
50
in the second round.
Yeah.
Would that then be something where you're more interested in? Because I feel like your first round pick, I need you to nail that, right? That's one of those. You make a selection in the first round. You need that person to be at least hope for that person to be a day one starter. And I don't want to add character concerns on top of the already steaky in the NFL. Second round, you might be able to talk me into it. Although I think I'm still in a place where there's so much talent that I'd still look elsewhere. But I think that'd be where I have the interesting conversation.
I'll just go back to my main point. At the receiver position, just like the offensive line position, it's so much easier if Luther Burden goes into a room with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins, as opposed to Laramie Tunsil is the veteran in the room, sort of infecting the younger guys.
Not infecting.
Well, infecting, use it how you want, but not having the best influence and setting the best example. I think you get a rookie in there in that offensive line room with all these guys and the new sort of attitude that's there. That might help them make that decision to draft someone like Simmons. Same thing at the receiver position. Okay. If he has these character concerns and people are down on him, and I sent you something this morning, people are saying Burden is just dropping like a rock, and I don't get it. But maybe coming into a good room with some good veterans, no one's going to be better than Christian Kirk. That's all anybody's saying. You heard Nick Cassera talking about that as well with Payne and Pendergast last week.
Yeah. All right. It's interesting that you're mentioning, we mentioned offensive lineman and you mentioned a wide receiver because Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 has made mention of those two positions in association with the Texans today, and that's that wide receiver from Washington State, Kyle Williams, an interesting guy, has been the Texans are planning to visit with him on Wednesday. So he's been showing up, and he profiles kind of nicely as a Z wide receiver, a lot of speed. Sometimes the hands can be a little bit of a question, which is why he had kind of been looked at as possibly like a lower pick, maybe like a day 2, day 3 kind of wide receiver. He's been getting a lot of love. And then this one, who, I don't know, it feels like there hasn't been a lot of talk about him, but it's probably because he's a tackle, and I know that people are really looking towards the interior offensive line for this Texans team. But the Texans are apparently visiting with Josh Connerly of Oregon tomorrow. And Connerly only allowed 2 sacks and 28 pressures at Oregon over his time period, his 2 years there, playing left tackle. And that's a guy who I've heard a lot of great things from various different mock, draft scouts. And he seems like he would fit pretty well in the context of what the Texans are doing. The only problem is it feels he's played exclusively tackle. I don't know how much they're moving him in to guard with that same versatility that, like, say, a Kelvin Banks Jr., if you got him in, you could probably start him at guard and then maybe potentially move him out to tackle.
Yeah, look, starting to get a really good, the smoke signals are there with Connerly. I feel like there's been a little bit more, I guess maybe they're doing it on purpose. Lying season, you mentioned it. But I feel like they really do like this kid.
Yeah, I do too. But, I mean, one of the beautiful things is that they've got a lot of guys that are interesting that seem like they can reach them at 25. And they've also got a lot of capital. If they have a guy that, maybe they love who is possibly a little bit ahead of them, even though I'm still not in love with the idea of making at least a big trade up, they have the opportunity to do that. They are a dangerous, dangerous team right now when it comes to the NFL draft coming up in just a year.
How about that?
Days. That's the countdown. 17 days to get to that place. The all right, let's see if I can read numbers correctly. The 979 on the text line. Christian Kirk will be the Alex Bregman to the receiver room, especially for the rookie.
That's what they say.
That they draft. Yeah, I mean, he's been a consummate pro. I've been having to do a good job for myself of kind of getting rid of the preconceived notions that I had of Christian Kirk because of the framing of his deal. The Jags overpaid to get him there.
Yeah.
But he's not working with that deal. You're working, and if you're just looking at the player, he's a good one. He's been a solid pro, and he's going to be wearing the number 13. You remember that he's worn elsewhere. Did you see that Aziz Al-Shaair is changing his number?
Huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Did you see that Aziz is changing his number?
I did not.
Christian Barrios Braxton Berrios, I done changed his whole damn name. Braxton Berrios is going to wear 0. So that means that Aziz will be donning a new number this year. I don't think we have confirmation on what it is. So I'm interested to maybe see if we can possibly guess.
I
what
liked
his
him in
number is
Zero.
gonna be. It looked good.
Yeah,
it looked
did.
good. But maybe he's just, new year, new me type stuff, like change the vibes.
Yeah.
Is he trying to see if maybe they start calling?
Maybe they start calling penalties on Barrios?
Exactly. They're like, there he is. There's the one that we hate.
He's a dirty player.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into Figgy's mixtape. This is typically where we turn it over to Figgy. He still has the day off. So I'm going to do my best Figgy impersonation. We'll get into the mixtape where I have an audio grab bag, especially to salute the Cougars in the weekend that was winning in the Final Four and hopefully set up a big-time victory tonight. We'll talk about that.
Texans GM Nick Caserio joined
indeed. It is Figgy's mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I am not Figgy Fig. I'm Reginald Attitude. John Lopez hanging out with me. Byron Matthews, who, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to pull back the curtain. He's got a difficult job in front of him here. I haven't made it very easy on him, so we'll see how this goes. Because
as bad as I did Friday?
You didn't do that bad. I think I'm going to be worse for him. He's going to be very happy when.
Can you
Figgy's
bleep
back
this
tomorrow.
for me, bro? that was the message in the rundown.
You know what? Never mind. You're
I actually said, do me a solid.
Do me a solid and bleep. Can you get brother out bleep in this audio? You think you can get all of them? All right, cool. No, I'm not doing that. However, I got an audio grab bag for you guys, trying to get in and around all of some of the fun stuff around the Cougars getting a big time victory over the Duke Blue Devils on Saturday, 70-67. Before I get into that, I do want to ask you something, Lopez. You notice that my demeanor is different today as opposed to what it was on Friday.
It's your hair.
Correct? Yes. I got my hair twisted up after I had kind of let it down on Friday.
You haven't had this look before.
I
mean, here.
I have. It's been a little while, though. It's been a little while.
Okay.
It's been some months. I've been kind of letting the hair grow. I got a little hang time. However, Ron Hughley, the show of The Drive, I went in to say what's up to the fellas, and he asked me, when'd you get your hair done? I said, Sunday. He said, oh, so you didn't have that during the Duke game? I was like, oh, no.
Oh, bad juju?
If you are inclined to believe the juju factors in, did I just jinx the Cougars? Let me know, 713-572-4610. But definitely couldn't jinx them in this because the Cougs finished out the basketball game like this. And I want you to hear this because I need you to recall just exactly how the game finished out.
3.7 to go. Everybody runs down the floor. James, long pass down the floor. Cryer tips it. Loose. Knipple has it. Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good.
All right. Perfect.
Houston.
There we go. Houston gets the victory there, 70-67. That's kind of the ending points of the game. I take you, and I don't believe that they were in Detroit. I think they were on the road, but to a Detroit Piston, Marcus Sasser.
Okay.
You're familiar with him because
absolutely
he played point guard for the University of Houston not too long ago. And so this is Marcus Sasser watching, and this is a video produced by the team. This is him watching his Cougs, and I just want you to know, the pros, they feel like just like you watching the game. Yep. This is Marcus Sasser.
Yeah, one. Quit playing with her.
Jawan Roberts hitting his free throws.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, they don't got. Oh, what they gonna do? Hold on. What they gonna do? Hold on. No time. Oh, I feel okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get a stop.
So that's Duke coming up the floor and then getting a timeout. He's like, why are you not taking a timeout?
Yeah. That's what we do. Hey, Warren. Hey, Warren. Hey, I don't want to cuss on here like that, boy. You gonna make me say something. Stop. What they reviewing? Come on. Come on. We at the free throw line. Come on. Yeah, go ahead and knock these down, LJ.
LJ Cryer to the line for free throws.
Go ahead and knock these down, LJ.
He is quieting the crowd.
Come on. Come on. They don't got no more timeouts. What? Get up here, Houston. Yeah, JoJo. All over that. All over that, JoJo. Oh, hold on. No. What? Chill out. It is more. That's good. Hey, Coach Simp. You the GOAT, boy.
He is having a blast. So I want a few things that I found interesting. Let me know what you found funny about Marcus Sasser watching the game in full fan mode.
Yeah.
One, where he says, y'all gonna make me cuss, and then less than a split second later, he cusses. He's like, don't make me cuss. I'm gonna say something, and then bleep immediately thereafter. Found that to be fun. Secondly, he is hype. He's talking his talk, and it's not a particularly full room. Like, it's just a couple of staffers in there watching the game with him. But he's talking trash to whoever. He's quieting. And then at the end, like, with all the hype and bravado, you hear that just drop real quick when he goes, well, it is March. Like, because that is when, who was it? One of the Duke Blue Devils gets the ball for the last heave towards the hoop, and he's like, well, it is March, as if to say, wait, hold on, this could go in. And then he's like, no, we back to celebrating. Marcus Sasser, man, he's one of us.
It's the way it is. I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, these guys, they go into from being focused and intense on the floor and doing your job and all that, to total fan mode, like total fan mode.
He really did make the three-pointer sound like it had a shot to go in.
When it barely hit the backboard. It barely hit the backboard.
What I should have done is I should have gotten you Jamal Shead, another.
I saw that one.
He also had, for an entirely different team, had that kind of same. But I really enjoyed Sasser's a lot more. One of the best things though, about Jamal Shead getting his reaction video to the end of the game. At the very end, he says, B.I. gonna have to wear a jersey. B.I. being Brandon Ingram, a Duke alum who plays for the Raptors. So yeah, the Cougs of all different ages, all different life guys who are off in the NBA, they're all excited as well.
My favorite thing watching this game, because we were just at home. I think you were watching it at home.
Yeah.
But we were getting videos from my two sons. At the Alamo Dome. That was awesome.
I should have asked for that. Like, did they have a crazy reaction video as well?
It's just nuts. I better not play it because it might have had some bad words
I have a strong feeling that there's definitely. If you weren't saying bad words watching that game at the end, I feel like you are a part of the clergy, and good for you, right? Like, shout out to you. But I feel like if bad words are in your repertoire, they definitely came out at some point in the late parts of that UH victory over the Duke Blue Devils. All right, so that's one of the things that happened during the game. So now you have the win. Should we go before or after the game? I'll let it be a choose-your-own adventure.
Let's go before.
All right, before the game. So Milos Uzan is the point guard for the Cougars, transferred from Oklahoma, originally from Las Vegas. And he's been a huge, huge factor in this Cougars team. Like, definitely been a great scorer, but a great distributor as well. He had gotten foul trouble in this game. I was kind of impressed that, because when he got to 4, I was like, oh, this might be one of those it's getting late early type situations. And then he finished with 4 fouls. It was not an issue one bit. So Milos did a great job on the court. Off the court, when it comes to being a Texan, a little concerning. Needs a little work. So I will ask you whose fault it is for Milos's performance, because this is actually from our friend Chancellor Johnson. Did this for the Chronicle. Did a little quiz with Milos about some Texas stuff, and I'll let you know the answers ahead of time, so you know what's happening. Wait, before we go, these are the things. It's going to be 4 questions, and the first question he's being asked about. Can you remind me of what the first one was? The first one was, because the second one was kolaches.
Yeah, the first one was. I'm having a brain fart now.
Yeah, I am as well. So the second one was kolaches. The third one was Selena.
Yeah, Selena was the third one.
And the fourth one was Buc-ee's. I'm having a hard time remembering what the very first thing was that he was asked to identify. But here he is trying to identify some Texas things, see how he goes.
Ain't it Boosie? Who is that? Like, I'm so
Oh, okay, this is Bun B. I forgot. There it is.
Have you ever heard the song International Players Anthem?
International Players Anthem?
What is that?
Bro, it's so funny because we'll be having these in the locker room. It's not a hot dog, but it's something like it. What is it?
It's a kolache. A kolache. That's what they call it.
Bro, it's so...
Do you know who that is? You're 0 for right now.
Yeah, see, I'm saving my baskets for tomorrow. Yeah, see, I got a girlfriend, so I be having my eyes on one girl.
What is that?
Oh, my God. Bro, what you mean, bro? Oh, this is the food spot? Oh, it's I know this one. Hold on.
Good Lord.
Hold on. Boosie? Ain't it Boosie?
Boosie.
Yeah. Boosie?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Byron.
They practice way too much.
Yeah, maybe so.
they practice.
Maybe so.
He's shooting 150 free throws a day. So what do you expect him to know Bun and kolaches and Bun B?
Which was the most egregious not knowing for my list?
Buc-ee's.
You think Buc-ee's is? Because I would have said kolaches. Did you hear what he said?
Boosie's. Oh, you're talking about kolaches, like not a hot dog.
He said we have these all the time in the locker. You mean to tell me that they're like, yo, it's kolaches in there all the time, and somebody's like, yo, I'm gonna get some kolaches. Like, I imagine that the word.
But also Buc-ee's, they're everywhere, and you're driving anywhere, and people are, and your friends are talking about Buc-ee's.
But is he driving?
You see Buc-ee's bumper stickers.
Is he driving around the state? Because I feel like if you're like just on campus, right, which is a possibility, being a dude on campus or then like taking your team flights, there's a possibility maybe you don't run into Buc-ee's. He legitimately started with, we have these all the time in the locker room, and you didn't figure out what they were called.
But they also play in the Big 12. You got teams around here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You tell us, 713-572-4610. I think the most egregious is Buc-ee's. But
Bun B, 832 says Bun B is the most egregious.
Nah, I think Selena and Bun B, you're either in that vein or you're not.
Bun B's still
Buc-ee's
pretty modern, though.
But Buc-ee's and kolaches are just always in your face.
Yeah.
One
of those literally, like kolache is literally in your face. So come on, Milos. You know whose feet I put this at?
Kelvin Sampson.
No, Juwan Roberts.
Oh, the veteran.
6 year senior. So you're a vet, like you're kind of leader in the clubhouse of sorts. And then on top of that, he's a Texas boy. Now I know he's from Killeen, but like some of the stuff is just like Texas kind of stuff. So I'm like, yo, what are y'all talking about in the locker room? And I understand there's young boy stuff. There's still like as much as I. Hey man, make sure your guys have some Houston culture and some Texas culture in them, man. Like, come on, dog.
Yeah.
Shout out to Milos though. You're still a very good Houston Cougar to us. Just let's brush up on the Texas stuff. All right, so after the Cougs get a big time victory over Duke, there was a couple of cool audio clips that I enjoyed quite a bit, and I'll start here with Juwan Roberts himself. Right, obviously. A fantastic showing, including nailing a couple of huge big-time free throws to make sure that the game was put away. And we talked a lot about the 150 free throws that he takes every single day since June 1st, up to, I think, this past Wednesday when they actually traveled to San Antonio for the game. So, I mean, he's improved himself. He's been such an incredible leader. And, he's the elder statesman in the room. And none of that matters because he still has a lot of respect for Kelvin Sampson. But this is more about Kelvin Sampson than it's about Juwan because Kelvin Sampson, we talked about, 32 years as a D1 coach. He's getting a little up there. And Juwan Roberts was asked about Kelvin Sampson and, maybe the times where you remember that he's a little bit older.
There's moments when his age kind of comes out, and if he does sort of funny things, you're like, okay, boomer, or things like that. Are there examples of things that come out?
Of him getting older?
Yeah.
Am I going to get in trouble?
No.
I'm not going to bench you tomorrow night.
Tell us the truth.
I mean, sometimes he forgets certain things. He calls me Jay. He calls me JoJo. Sometimes, he would we'll be in practice. I'm not getting in trouble, right?
He's worried.
Sometimes he's kind of like we'll be in practice sometimes, and he'll be like screaming at me, and then the next 5 seconds, he'll totally forgot what he's screaming at me about, and then 10 minutes later he'll remember and get back on me again. I'll be like, bruh. And I don't know if that comes with him forgetting at old age and then snapping back into it. I don't know what it is, but I don't like that.
I don't like that. Ultimately,
I don't like that. He's yelling at me. What was I yelling? I forget it. Now I remember.
Back to chewing you out. Yeah, I do love this for multiple reasons. One, he's 24, 25 in that range, Juwan Roberts. And it's easy to forget in this realm, right, when he's the oldest on the court. He's still a kid, man. To some degrees, he's like, I'm not going to get in trouble, right? But then I kind of do love, the amount of respect that you could hear from Kelvin Sampson or for Kelvin Sampson in the ways in which, he is dogged in his coaching style.
Not going to get in trouble, right?
But I mean, I think it speaks to just how much or how well respected Kelvin Sampson is, and how thorough he is when it comes to the ways in which he wants to build his program, and the ways in which these guys get it done. And that was a large part of the story of them getting that victory.
No, it was just a really great part of the whole post game and everything else. But these guys they're just. The respect they have for Kelvin Sampson is just crazy.
Yeah. Crazy preparation. That was one of the things I enjoyed a lot about after this game is just seeing the various things pop up of the ways in which they've been wildly prepared for these types of moments. You saw the videos of them doing their loose ball drill.
Oh, my gosh. They're all over. They were showing them on
TV.
They're
crawling.
We used to call that rollout. You just kind of get two guys on the baseline, roll it out, and see who fights for the ball. That was dangerous rollout. that was dangerous.
Yeah, but they're not going to be afraid of getting to basketball. Very early in that game, you saw them hitting the floor, and I was like, oh, yeah, this is what time it is. Yeah. And that's the type of energy that absolutely
why they are where they are.
And, that all of that is all of that energy and all that effort is also backed up by a little bit of discipline from Coach Kelvin Sampson, right? Like Kelvin Sampson makes sure that when it comes down to it, like his guys are, disciplined. Like this is the standard, and if you don't meet the standard, there's going to be something on the other side. Well, apparently, Coach Sampson is also not immune to that. This is him on the podium talking to the media. Something might have happened while he's up there.
Right matchup. The guy. By the way, that's a down and back for the old ball coach. I would not put up with that. I can't believe I have this in my pocket. Sorry about that.
So his
down
phone
back
went up. You think he's running it?
Yes, absolutely. He's running it. 69 years old. It might not be
the fastest down back,
but he's doing it.
I would love if he's like, hey, you got to make it in a certain amount of time.
No, we got to see video of it. If you're the UH social media team, you have to have it.
I have a strong feeling that we will. All right.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Figgy's mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy's social media. If you see something that you feel like is mixtape worthy, he'll be back tomorrow to give you the best version of the mixtape. I just give you as close as I can on this day. A little bit of news popped up when it comes to AL and NL players of the week, and they're both former Astros. It's Kyle Tucker in the NL. It's Alex Bregman in the AL. That's a little frustrating, but you knew that they were talented players. Like that's something that's not surprising.
Already?
Yep. No slow starts for those fellas in this instance. But thankfully, the Astros got a win yesterday, 9-7 in extras, in order to kind of make it so that doesn't hurt nearly as much. They'll be back in action tonight against the Mariners with Hayden Wesneski on the mound, facing off against Logan Gilbert. Hopefully that offensive explosion sticks.
Good luck with that.
Because Logan Gilbert, not the easiest one to work around. But yeah, we'll see what that looks like for your Astros. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next to get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, and T-Mill. We'll see what they got going next.
Whose house? Cougs house. The Alamo Dome was rocking as Kelvin Sampson
Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Very, very excited. It's been a fun day here in the Loop. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the Drive here in a moment. We were just talking about Milos Uzan not knowing some Texas stuff, and one of the things was kolaches. And shout out to our listeners of Czech descent who were like, just so you know, if it's fruit filled, it's a kolache. Otherwise, it's something else. I'm not going to pretend like I know for certain what that name is. And I do know of the distinction, but colloquially, we just going to call them kolaches. I think we're all in that space.
Calling them kolaches 40 years ago 35 years ago when I was in college.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't know if we necessarily want to make the line of demarcation. Well, that's what we called them 40 years ago, because I feel like
the way we've always done it.
That'll get you in some trouble,
it's
Lopez.
The way we've always done
There's
it.
also some other things that were being called stuff 40 years ago that I would very much advise.
We don't like the way they always did it.
Yep. Very much advise you not to do it that way, personally.
Yeah.
So appreciate you guys listening and getting involved. And of course, a number of people saw when Alex Bregman named AL Player of the Week, Kyle Tucker named NL Player of the Week. They literally are the two players with the most hits in baseball, so that's understandable. But yeah, a lot of conversation about, oh man, what's it look like if those guys are here or what have you. You're still good though.
I just think it's funny. That, like, no problem with the moves they made. Obviously understand why they did them. They it's all good. It's just funny. Like, Tucker, are you kidding me? Tucker and Bregman are respective players of the week.
And literally the two dudes with the most hits.
Yeah.
And of course, Jose Altuve tied for third, so that made it a nice little, hey.
Yeah, imagine if they were here.
Well, that would have been fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Guys starting to come around a little bit. You see Isaac Paredes actually getting a hold of some pitches, and then Jordan getting that big home run to tie the game at 7 yesterday. And they ultimately won 9-7, so that was cool. Logan Gilbert on the mound for the Mariners tonight, and Ocho on the text line says, go ahead and smash the under. Hopefully this is the type of situation. It doesn't always feel like that or often feel like that in sports where you get to a circumstance where you go, oh, it absolutely should go this way, and all of a sudden it goes the other. I feel like today would be a great day for that to happen, for the bats to light up there in Seattle.
Yeah, it happens a lot. You're betting on a pitcher, and sometimes those things just go. He's had a good start.
Yeah,
Logan Gilbert. maybe not 1 point whatever ERA.
No, he's a 3 ERA, but he already has 18 strikeouts and 2 outings. So yeah, he's good. And yes, they are kolaches if you grew up around here. That's right. Just trying to be fair to everybody out there.
No, I get it.
All right, so obviously big time national championship game tonight, 7:50. You'll be able to hear that on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. And afterwards, Area 45.
You can get your gear too.
Yes, after Area 45 will be on, so they'll be able to accompany you with listener reaction and everything from what I fully hope is a Cougar National Championship celebration. But then you'll be able to get out to Academy Sports and Outdoors. 9 different locations around the Houston area will reopen with Houston gear. I think I'm gonna go out and watch it with the people.
You should.
I think I'm gonna go watch it. I feel like this is the type of thing that you got to be amongst people. But I jumped on with BetMGM this morning, and they asked a question that I'm gonna throw out to you and you, dear listener. When it comes down to should the Cougars win, most outstanding player, who do you think should get the nod here? Because I mean, LJ Cryer has been. I mean, he was a savior in that game, knocking down shots when it was kind of stagnant offensively to keep them attached. Milos Uzan is a huge part of what runs this team, and I think that he has an opportunity to have a good night tonight. And then Juwan, I mean, he matters in a great deal, playing well above the size that he actually is listed at on the roster. And so I feel like those three are probably the ones that you're looking at, right?
Yeah, but obviously, a lot hinges on tonight. If you're saying who should be the leader going into tonight, because look, if Cryer goes nuts, it's going to be him. If it's Uzan, it's going to be him. But I think the leader right now going into the game would probably be Roberts.
Really?
Yeah. Offense, defense, rebounds. You can't get over Mulawat's 0 rebounds.
Zero, that's one of those
7
things.
7 foot 2 inch, aircraft carrier.
Right.
Athletic, just a dominant force.
Gonna be an NBA player.
0 rebound.
That's still incredible to me. I saw that stat and I was like, I'm sorry. Am I reading this incorrectly? Is there another 0? Did we forget something?
Yeah, is there a 1 missing in front of it?
I was like, I don't understand. But no, that is a credit to just the team rebounding. I was watching some highlights this morning just to kind of look at this game again quickly. Also because I forgot to record it. But
oh wow,
yeah. I'm gonna have to record the replay just to be able to watch that in full one more time.
Mm-hmm.
But or if they win the championship, it'll be on some tape somewhere. Do we still do the championship tape or CDs or DVDs anymore? Like, is that
I don't
still
know
a thing
about
that we
that.
do?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but it is going to be the one shining moment night.
Whatever. One shining moment, I can take it or leave it. I'm not.
Me too.
I really don't care that much.
But
about
like,
one
if it's the
shining moment.
Cougs, it's gonna be pretty cool.
It will be cool. It'll be cooler. Or I'll be okay with the with the cheesiness of it. But you can usually miss me with.
Will
that.
Jim Nance be on the one shining?
100, 1,000%. From the company he works for, he's absolutely going to be in there. He'd probably be in there too much.
He probably will.
You'll probably get more of him than like a number of other teams in the bracket, in the tournament. But yeah, I think if I have to guess, I'm going LJ Cryer for
You
most
think Cryer
outstanding
because
player.
the points?
I think the points. I think the narrative is easy, and then I think he's also like a difficult shot maker in a way that he would garner that level of attention. I think that
my
that's the
leader
place
would
to
be
go.
Juwan Robert, or as they say, as Kelvin Sampson says, J-Wan.
J-Wan, right? 100%. And you're right, 713. Sharp might not win MVP or most outstanding player in this instance. Sharp saved the Cougars, like 100%. Like this is such a team that they rely upon each other. They're built upon the play of each other, man. It's one of the. I sincerely believe that's one of the appeals of this Houston club. Whether I think people acknowledge it or not, is that it harkens back to a time that people really loved in college basketball, where it's a program where you have year over year in this context, year over year. I'm not saying that they're not going and getting players. Miles Uzan new to the program and everything, but they have a lot of continuity. They have this very strong figurehead at the top. Not to call him a figurehead, but like a strong coach at the top of the organization that has a pretty solid personality and that people know and love to some degree. And I think that all of that leads to people really wanting the Cougars to win.
Yeah, and they play in a style. Just their style makes them look like an underdog, even though they've got some absolute studs on the team.
That's a great point, yeah.
Like they've got some bad dudes on the squad, but because they're just all over the floor and knocking the ball while you're still holding it out of bounds and all these other things. Yeah. They play like a team that's an underdog, and the fact that they're coming off a true underdog. They were truly an underdog against Duke. Just makes them feel like more heartwarming for the nation.
Yeah, I mean, anything juxtaposed against Duke is going to go pretty well.
But even tonight, I think people are just pulling for the Cougs.
I'm interested.
They probably think they're like, some small school, or whatever. Even though they've been there as recently as 2021, they just look like an underdog, so they're easy to pull for.
Weirdest lapse in judgment in the moment as we welcome in the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, to our D&M Auto Leasing crosstalk. Weirdest lapse in judgment. JoJo Tugler trying to slap the ball out of the inbounder's hands across the plane, or Jose Altuve trying to steal in extras when Yordan Alvarez is on deck.
That's easy.
One's a Hall of Famer and he's in his 30s.
Altuve, yeah.
One's a Hall of Famer and it's what JoJo was thinking. But
there was a lot of movement with JoJo. There's a lot going on, a lot of chaos. Altuve
only cost him 1 point.
Altuve stood his ass out there at second base.
Yeah, the person who went to the line.
All that only cost him 1 point.
Knippel is a 90+%.
Yeah.
Is he just? What's he trying to prove with those sideburns? You hadn't thought about that? I look every time I look at JoJo and I'm thinking, Joe.
We didn't bring it up.
Well, like this is like, what are we doing here? This is like LeBron's hair. Like,
yes,
everyone's told him about it, and now he's just stubborn and standing on it.
Yeah, and that's a great question because I never viewed it from the lens of what's he trying to prove. I was just like, okay, I kind of miss, but I don't miss that time period where you experiment. You know what I mean? Like, that's the time period in the early 20s where you just kind of experiment with your hair.
There was a time them sideburns was a thing.
When?
There was
1895?
Late 90, 2000. There was a time where you
ain't
ran,
no way.
You
the
ran,
pointy sideburns?
You ran with the sideburns.
I didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
Oh, he's done it forever. Yeah, since he's been on the scene, he's had those damn sideburns.
Yeah.
Every time I see him, I just look.
It's a sharp line too. He's going in there like, clean this up for me, my boy.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Like if I were the barber, I've got to take a stand.
It's like, no,
this is not because you on TV, man. They're gonna be like, who's cutting that?
And you're gonna tell them, well, my boy over here at this shop cuts me up, and now that's an advertisement for the mutton chop shop.
You're gonna have to go over there, man. I got to stand my ground here. I'm not doing them sideburns. I'm not shaping them up.
Yeah.
I'm accidentally. Oh, damn. Hit that, man.
I think you were thinking of 1890s, not 1990s.
I've been saying 1990s.
There's some late 90s, early
my
2000s,
time,
baby. There was some interesting sideburns, but
right.
that went on out.
Now we got to do it. Worst hair or style decision that you regret at this point? Anybody?
Me?
Anybody willing to jump to the table?
Well, I had an afro in high school.
You regret it?
No, I don't
See,
regret
that's the
it.
thing. It's
Yeah,
like
I
it's
don't
more
regret
fun
it.
if you're just like, man, I shouldn't have done it.
I had the skunk look, man.
Yeah, you probably should regret that one, Tino.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't. Yeah, I don't.
You was good or did your parents make sure you had to get a
Yeah, I
respectable
mean
haircut
that,
all the
and
time?
then I was good with it. U of H's got a couple of guys.
Mine was Fat Farm. I was very Fat
Oh,
Farm.
really?
Yeah, it was a problem.
Yeah, I was gonna say I remember I had that Gumby cut, but I liked. U of H's got a couple of guys I got questions, and some people get annoyed on our show because me and Clint and Tyler, we can get into the hair.
LJ, is that what we're doing here?
It's just, dog, you got a sponge brush. If you don't, I got one in the bag. Hit the sponge brush, man. Go watch him. Clint, you ain't noticed it, but you will now. Watch LJ Cryer. You know what a sponge brush is now, don't you?
Yes.
And you know when you on TV, he just getting it lined up and he just getting up out getting up out the bed and rolling. Just rolling, man. Hit the sponge brush. Have one on the sideline. Just hit it. And I'll be sitting when he's at the free throw line and it really drives me.
Of all the things.
It really drives
all
me
the
crazy.
things.
I mean, he's an excellent shooter. Kept him in the game the whole way. But that sponge brush, if you're listening, get him a sponge brush. Some do LJ like I do my own son. My son Trey, we tell my son, listen, if you're going to get out there with that hair all knotted up like that, if you ain't going to do nothing with it, then you got to cut it.
Just shave it.
You got to cut it. You got to cut it. You got to go low. You got to go Ivy League. You got to go ball fade. But if that's what you're going to walk around here, Trey, with your hair, and you ain't going to use the sponge brush, you ain't going to wash it, the hell, cut your hair. That's what I look at it as.
That's what the young boys are on now.
Yeah.
It is, but it's
itself, man.
That's how I know you somebody's daddy. You out here. Get you a respectable haircut.
I don't mind if you wear it long, but you got to take care of it.
Which ones ranks higher, ashy or hair like that?
Well, ashy. I mean, ashy.
Yeah,
that's what I think. Say some folks just say, man, as long as the elbows and knees ain't ashy and ankles ain't ashy, we're gonna be all right.
There you go.
We'll worry about the hair later.
My son has a problem with running on with that too.
Well, he's young. He'll get better.
Yeah, you got put your deodorant on, you put lotion on.
Look at you being a good daddy.
Walking around. No, I don't want to have the funky kid.
No, because that one reflects
funky,
poorly on you.
The funky and ashy kid.
You just hope he can get. He's good enough he can get away with it.
Oh yeah.
He ain't no getting away with it.
Right.
You might be really good. We just gonna talk about it quietly.
Nobody good enough to get away from funk.
That's right. All right. Appreciate you fellas. Have a fantastic show. Thanks to D&M Auto Leasing for yet another crosstalk. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You heard Clint's in the building. If you are on YouTube and Twitch, you can see all of us and Tyler Milner. He is in the building doing this thing. Right, get Houston Cougars shirt, isn't it? That's what you wore. That's the H-Town. That's as close as you can get. There you go.
Literally, you just went through my thinking this morning in the closet.
Come on, dog. I know.
I love the Cougs right now. I'm supporting them. I'm pulling for them tonight. But man, I can't.
H-Town,
I can't be wearing some other school's colors.
But that's it. You got it. That's it right there. H-Town. You can pull that off. You could be in San Antonio. They know you with. They know you with. A lot to get to today. Clark Kellogg, CBS Sports. He will join the show coming up at 4:25 in the 4 o'clock hour. He is going to be in the studio show up there with Charles Kinney. So stay tuned for that. We'll get his thoughts on what Houston did Saturday night and then what they have to do tonight against Florida to be able to finish this thing off. Also, we will talk to our guy for the last time this year, Rob Doster of Field of 68. Now, Rob has been wrong each time he's come on here. He said, Clinty, you know what? I got your Razorbacks. I think they're going to go ahead and beat Texas Tech. That did not occur. He had Duke. He said he would take Duke. He would take the points and them straight up to not just win against Houston on Saturday, but to win the whole thing.
And neither happened.
So we'll see where Rob is. That's coming up at 3 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. But first, I just got to give these boys a hand. That was you don't have to clap either. But that I thought it looked like you started like you did.
Job ain't done.
Listen,
job ain't done, man.
No, the job's not done. But Saturday night, that was unreal to watch, Clint. That was one of the
instant classic.
Absolutely, they are the toughest, mentally tough, just fight all the time team that I've seen in a long time in college basketball. But I guess I want to start here with you and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch. I see you all out there. Jump in as well. When you watch the game, when you were watching the game and you were watching this comeback that we now know how it shook out afterwards, that Duke didn't score a field goal, didn't make a field goal in the last 10-plus minutes. We saw an 11-1 run to finish the thing off. We saw exactly how it happened. When you were watching it, did you feel like this was a Duke choke, or did you feel like this was Houston took the game from Duke?
Yeah, look, I think Houston took the game.
You
from
felt
Duke.
more like
I feel like, and this isn't just as I was watching it. This was really along the way, and rethinking it and rewatching the highlights, and like it is to me. This was a game where they were just absolutely relentless. They were more physical. They were the better defensive team. They were going to get in the jersey of the Duke Blue Devils, and it took until the very, very end for that to bear fruit, if you will. But when it was all said and done, there's a reason why I was not one of the many that turned the TV off. I literally, my head's nodding, bing, and I'm telling myself, what am I doing, man? They're down 10 every
You never thought it was over? Like you always felt.
Oh no, look, I mean, I'm fading. My head's nodding, and I'm thinking, man, what this
when
is.
Cooper Flag hit that three to put them up 9, I thought,
Yeah, look, every time that U of H did something, made a shot, you look up and it was still 8, 9, 10, 12, and you're just like, damn, they just can't. Every time they do something, Duke counters and keeps it at damn near a double-digit lead, and it's like, I just don't know. But there's a reason why I could usually I'd just turn that thing off. I'm just sitting there going.
Something in your spirit told you to stay. Huh?
Well, they're playing good enough defense. And at any point in time, if you could just get a couple of shots to fall, this thing was going to – and if your defense did end up taking a toll on Duke, you were going to be able to get this thing to a 1 or 2 possession game late, and I didn't want to miss that. I wanted to see it. And I'll be damned if down the stretch that didn't happen. I'll tell you this, Ron, before we get to the overall, like, takeaway, the number of difficult shots that – the Cougars made throughout the game, not just at the end. I'm talking about throughout the game. Like the Duke Blue Devils on the defensive end of the floor were lights out as well. And
their length and their size was just like, damn, they can't get shots.
I'm sitting there watching, going, Rockets are going shots off. And then I'm sorry, the Cougs. I'm watching the Rockets on TV, watching Draymond act a damn donkey. But I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and he makes this shot. And they come down, and a couple possessions later, boom, they make some just, through the roof difficulty, make it again. And I'm thinking, how are they going to keep making these shots? And I'll be damned if they didn't do it. They made enough to stick in there long enough for that pressure that they apply to actually bear fruit. And at the end of the game, I view this wholeheartedly as Houston went in there and took this thing right in the nip of time.
Yeah, as we said, we'll get into it. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe this felt like more of a Duke choke, or that Houston went and took it? Kick Rock says Houston took it. They wore him down. Kind of sentiments that you were talking about there, Clint. A couple here on the text line. Baytown is wrong. It was clearly a Duke choke job, especially Proctor of Duke, who missed the front end of the 1-and-1. It was a choke job, and Houston choked them out. This from Ocho, Ron. This was definitely a Duke choke, and the happiest people outside of Houston are Texas Tech fans for letting them off the hook, off their own choking hook versus Florida.
I disagree. I disagree. The missing the free throw was it hurt. Don't get me wrong, but Sharp's 3 was absolutely huge. The putback to make it a 1-point game was absolutely huge. The steal that then led to the putback was absolutely huge. Their defense, their ability to full court press Duke and make it absolutely impossible for Duke to inbound the ball. How many timeouts did Duke have to call trying to inbound the damn ball? Like, no, I disagree. Sure, like there was a level of you can bring the refs into it if you want to on the late foul that was called. You can bring Duke into it on the front end of the free throw, the 1-and-1 that they missed. Hell, you can bring Cooper Flagg into it being an 18-year-old phenom that couldn't even give his team a chance on that last play with that short shot that he threw up there. You can bring all that into it. I personally believe that the majority of that was due to the pressure and getting beat down by a more physical basketball team for the entire game, and the dam broke at the very end. Houston had a chance, and they seized the moment.
Yeah, listen, in the situation and in sports, we've seen moments like this, right? You've probably been a part of some. You've watched games, Clint, where everything had to go right for the outcome to hit like it did. They needed all of those things everything needed to happen. So generally, it is a little bit of both. But I think far more it was Houston forcing them forcing them into. They didn't get a field goal the last 10 minutes and 36 seconds of the game, right? Like that is extended pressure where they weren't able to do that, and they couldn't inbound the ball and not. Well, I mean, there's a thought of you'd have maybe a better inbound play at some point when you call a timeout, but still, they could not get the ball in, right? I mean, if you want to go to the free throws, Con Knippel, a 90+% free throw shooter. Hell, like it didn't even all go right for Houston. I mean, JoJo Tugler lost his mind and stepped across the line and stripped the ball out of the cat's hand while he's holding out of bounds. And they go to the line. Now, Knippel misses one of those free throws and Proctor misses the front end, all that. But I think, as you said, the relentless pressure of Houston and what they did, and they had to hit them shots, right? They had to hit that. Sharp had to hit that three. Like Sharp, like, hey, thank you for coming out, Emmanuel. I mean, for the first, you're sitting over there with 5-7 points for a long stretch, and then 2 minutes, he just forced it, got to the free throw line, made 4 free throws, and then he hits the three when Cooper Flagg runs by on the pump fake. Like he made. I just think they kept coming, and would not. No matter what happened, they flushed whatever happened bad and kept going. So, I think yes, Duke played their role. Like they make their free throws. You know, obviously the game is different, but they didn't. And let's just be honest, not like they just kept going to the line a lot, right? They got steals in there. They did their thing. So, and listen, Kelvin played it well. Like I heard Bill Raftery and Grant, and I was thinking the same thing. He played out a possession on one of those where I thought maybe they should start fouling. There's like 50-something seconds left, and he played out a defensive possession. They got the steal that led to the Sharp three, where I was like, so they played it perfectly and did what they needed to do. So
Ron, I thought Juwan Roberts was tremendous down the stretch. Knocking defense into the floor.
He's a 62% free throw shooter, and he was saying, "Give me the ball."
Yeah,
he was standing there to the officials saying, "Here, give it to me."
Yeah.
I mean, he was shooting. He's that guy in beer pong. You get pissed off. He just shoots line drives, and they just go right in. You're that guy. They just go right in, and he's just hitting front cups. Because I'm telling you, that's the only thing he had was that to go net. Because he shot that on a line and hard, and that suckers just went down.
He kept me in it. That's the Coug that kept me in it. I mean, his intensity on the defensive end of the floor, it was impressive. I mean, the way that he would get in Cooper Flagg's jersey with him, the way that he would get in the grill of guys, made it so damn hard for Duke to get anything and get any kind of rhythm on the offensive end of the floor. Juwan Roberts is without a doubt, ain't even close. He's my favorite Coug, baby. He makes me want to watch the Houston Cougars, and he made me hang in there the other night, and I'm glad I did. Yeah, I don't know if that does that so much, but
makes me want to do it.
Juwan for sure.
And listen, you missed it. I have issues with
like the mummies on the Walking Dead.
With LJ Cryer and what he's making his decisions with his hair upstairs. But he really kept him in the game the whole way.
That young man might be making an appearance on Best Bets at the end of the show.
We'll see, because Uzan got in foul trouble and he didn't have it going. Mm-hmm. And LJ was, like you were talking about the difficult shots, it was him. And he's hit so many step back threes and getting them to go down. And so, yeah, that's a group of tough kids. A group of tough kids.
Fun to watch, easy to get behind, damn sure, you know, a Houston team.
Texas.
I mean, easy for the city, the blue-collar world that we live in down here. It is easy to get behind them cats right there and root for them, no doubt.
Text line coming through. Can we be honest, though? The Cougs did get helped by a call.
They got helped by missed free throws.
Get
they got
out
helped
of
by
here.
Cooper Flag not being able to make a bucket at the end. They got helped by that call fell in their favor. I'll be honest with you. When I watched the call, Ron, I thought it was.
You thought it was clear cut.
I knew he reached over his back, but like I'm not overly familiar with the details of all the like what constitutes it and what doesn't. He definitely reached over the back of was it Juwan Roberts?
Yeah.
And Juwan was rooting his ass up out of there. So applaud the effort. He definitely reached over. I just don't know what typically constitutes a foul. I know most of the time you can see it. They just climb up on the damn back, and it's obvious what it was. That wasn't that obvious. So, you know, I think it was a ticky-tack call, but I think it's fairly easy to see why it was called and how it was called.
Yeah, it's a ticky-tack call. I don't to me it didn't result like it was a part of the game, but that is not at all. Like I don't come away from it thinking Duke got screwed.
Right. But
listen, there's some other calls in there as well. I don't think Duke got screwed. Would I have liked that not called? Yeah, me rather Houston got the ball. Houston and to me, I thought, as you said, it was ticky-tack. And, you know, let's see if Houston can go and get it, especially when it results into free throws. You know it does, but that's the game, right? But Duke should have not allowed Houston to get to that spot to begin with.
Agreed.
Like they should not have allowed. Now, as we did say, Houston did apply a ton of pressure to get them to that spot, but they did not. But they shouldn't have been there. They should have been there. They're up. What, 9 with 4 minutes left? I know 6 with 34 seconds left.
Yeah.
Like you just can't lose that game, and I'll be damned if those Houston players
missed a couple of shots at the right time, man. I mean, you know, the free throws, the last shot by Flag. I mean, they kept making those shots throughout the game for the entire game, and it kept Houston from even getting close. You missed them you know, 3 or 4 shots there that allowed them to get back in that thing, and then the more physical team, the team that was going to be better to deal with the adversity and the physicality in the biggest moment went and took that sucker.
Yeah. No, it was a great game. The largest comeback in Final Four history, down 14 in the second half, and they made that thing roll.
That's the largest?
Largest one.
I'll be damned.
They were like that's the thing about it, man. And you said it was a difference, and people have said that the last 2-3 minutes of the game, you can see one team had guys that have played college basketball for 4 or 5 years. Roberts Case more than that, and Duke looked like a bunch of freshmen, and I think Houston made them look like a bunch of freshmen down the stretch of the game with the decisions they made. And one team just looked very, very calm in the situation and like they were used to being in that situation in a tight ball game, and the other team didn't. So shout out to Kelvin Sampson and his crew. A lot to get to here, and I want this thought because I want to get everybody's feelings on this. Saturday's game against Duke is going to be one remembered for the ages and going to be one remembered in this city, and in particular for Houston Cougar fans. Will it change if they don't complete this tonight against Florida? Will it change it if they don't complete it? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys out there, if you are one of, because you're not alone, there are a lot of men in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and beyond who struggle with ED. The Men's Clinic has it for you. And when I know all those, the Men's Clinic have helped guys in those age ranges and have helped them all, and they want to help you, and they have got an amazing deal going right now. This is a package that normally costs you around $1,000 that you can get right now, $299. Let me tell you what it includes. It includes a consultation with Dr. Randolph, and I've met with him, and he is the best in the business when it comes to helping men with ED. An in-office test treatment. They have a 95% success rate, and they will give you a test treatment to let you see the success rate. You'll see if it works, what dosage you need, And if you're like minutes, and you can get all the supplies needed for future use with 1 month's worth of treatment. You can't pass that up. Don't pass it up. You got nothing to lose. Make that call today, 713-828-1476. That's 713-828-1476, or visit themensclinic.com.
Boner alert. What's been the dial. Just be locked in here at 750, and you can cheer on Kelvin Sampson's crew with us, courtesy of Westwood One. Let's go, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Throws to Proctor, heaves up a three, no good! Houston from behind, 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston in San Antonio on Monday night.
That's how it ended. Saturday night, Houston in a crazy comeback. So crazy, as we said on the other side, the largest comeback in the Final Four, down 14 in the second half. And they come back and beat the team that, if not, well, yeah, they were the favorite going into the tournament, and then that only increased with what they did leading to get to the Final Four and how dominant they were with Cooper Flagg and company. But they roll them up and come back and win that game 70-67. They'll play Florida tonight again. We'll have Rob Doster coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, and Clark Kellogg, who is on the set there with in the studio with Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith. He will join us coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, so you don't want to miss that, as we will have this thing covered. It's Hats and T-Shirts Day. It's the Houston Cougars going for a championship in this city, and we got you right here as the number one sports show here in Houston. I do want to, because I see some people commented on this, as I said coming in, and I want to discuss and get people's thoughts. If they end up losing this game to Florida, will that all change, lose the luster off of the memorable comeback against Duke? And I do want to get into that. But it's crazy. Everything that happened, and we talked about it, everything that had to go right. What would you guys say was the signature moment of this comeback? Right? Like, you think about back against Kentucky, obviously, Leitner, that shot, right? When, Kansas came back against Memphis, Mario Chalmers hits the shots to send them to overtime. And all of these, like these moments. What would you say is the signature moment of this game? Like, what's the moment you'll remember out of this game? Because it's
the sharp three.
The sharp three to get it to 67, 64.
Yeah. For me, that was it. I mean, that you missed that shot right there. You give Duke the ball at that point in time, that thing's over. You knock that down, and the pressure is squarely on Duke to make something happen. And then you go out and apply more pressure on the defensive end of the floor. That, to me, that is the defining. There's several of them that stick out like a sore thumb. The foul, unfortunately, is one of them.
That might be like the
steal and the putback. Yeah. I mean, there's several of them that I think are, but for me, it's the sharp three. I mean, that knocking that one down right there was absolutely huge when it happened. You don't have it. I don't think you have a chance. If that, in hindsight, you damn. But I'm talking about in the moment. Like, I don't think you have a chance to get to even foul and get it close at that point in time.
Yeah.
If that don't go down.
Some going in, rebound, put back by Tugler. Roberts hitting those 2 free throws, I guess.
Yeah.
And maybe, I mean, obviously, like, the Roberts free throws were the important moments that won the game. But, like, I don't know. I just think back in my head when they go back and they remember this team and they start showing, like, the video board, and they go back and like, this is one of the biggest moments in the history of the program. What's the moment you show, right? Yeah. Like, is it free throws being made? Might be it. What's the moment you show? But I think that is Houston, because it was more of maybe that ain't a moment, but it is the relentless play of every moment.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because it's so many of those moments of just relentless effort that I think ended up. Like, you even look at the last shot where Cooper Flagg, who had been, arguably, maybe it's not.
I had no doubt they would get a stop. That's what That's what their whole program is built on.
Yeah,
I had no
doubt.
doubt.
But Juwan Roberts literally getting in his grill and making that an unbelievably difficult shot from. I mean, was it elbow free throw range? I mean,
he couldn't wait to take on that challenge.
No question. But the fact that he didn't foul, the fact that it was just, the whole thing, man. You got one shot, up one. The best player in America is getting the ball, and Juwan Roberts, you got it.
And they knew where it was going.
Yeah, hell, I read the coach's mouth. The coach at Duke.
Yeah,
he told him.
I was wondering what Kelvin was going to do. I'm thinking, do you run at him and get the ball out of his hand, or do you just say, Juwan, lock him up? Like, I was wondering, do you double him? Do you run at him and you say, all right, I ain't going to let Cooper beat me. I'm going to let somebody else. But I think he had enough confidence that Juwan Roberts would come in, and Tugler was sitting there in the lap, too, just waiting for you to try to drive it. He was going to throw it, the national defensive player. It was crazy. To the other point, I see some people jumping in here. Ron, I think a loss tonight takes away some of the shine, but the comeback will still be remembered. Yeah, it will still be remembered. It's the same way. I was telling you this before. It was like, if the Red Sox didn't beat the Cardinals in that World Series, to me it feels like them coming back down 3-0 against the Yankees would feel different. Yeah. Like it would feel a little different if they didn't finish it off.
Yeah, look, what do you got it either goes down that game last night or Saturday night.
Yeah.
Goes down as an all-time great game in history of college basketball and UFH basketball for sure. You win tomorrow night. I'm sorry, tonight. I think my day's all straightened up. Them damn Astros and Rockets playing last night got me all jacked up here.
Right, Astros are tonight too.
But you win tonight, and it becomes an all-time great run. Right, I mean, you knock off Duke, you do it in that fashion, then you complete the task by beating Florida in the championship game, and then you can talk about how Kelvin has built the team and how they moved from a group of 5 to a Big 12, and the whole story is just
you win it all tonight. That becomes the trademark of the program.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
They continues. You win a time. This was the move. Someone texted in with Allen's Duke game. 7 Final Fours with 0 championships is all I'd see. Good Lord. This person's in need. This person's in need of the damn thing. Kick Rocks goes a different direction. It won't change the game and the memories of it. But if they win, it makes the game even better. This game can only get more. That game can only get more special against Duke. No, listen, U of H fans won't forget it. But tonight, you got it. That one shining moment will be special. It would be the Duke stuff into this game, into the finish.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
I'm telling you, U of H fans. Don't get me started.
Hold on, so
don't get me started on him working up those tears that he was working up after the game.
That was raw emotion, bro.
Raw emotion.
Raw emotion.
Jim wants to be
mad at old Nance,
Jim wants to be in Augusta, and he's pissed off that he has to stick to this thing, and he had to go to San Antonio.
He's going to get a couple days. Is he not in Augusta this year?
Yeah. He's probably waiting.
He's not going to get any days off, man. He's going
pissed.
straight there.
But now I got to be there. And
I just got the red carpet. We want to get into a controversy.
I like to get into my foot in your ass controversies. It's only because
I need this to get back to Jim, man. I need to get back to Jim. We need to hash this thing out.
I loved Jim, and he hurt me, and now I'm a corner badger every time I hear his voice.
I'm going to do everything after the Cougars win this, and I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to let bygones be bygones. You're going to put this behind you.
I'd love him to be on. I'd love for Tyler to hit me with hey, we got a surprise. James Nance is with you. No, you're not there with me, but whenever he comes on and he does this whole hello friends thing, I always say, not this one.
We ain't friends.
Ron's by himself in there.
Every time.
Ron, who you talking to?
Not this one.
Jim, damn it.
Hello, friends.
Sorry ass Jim.
Not that one.
The showman.
Not this one. You ain't talking to me, Jim.
Is that my boy Ron?
Not this one. Yeah. Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, it was a big weekend in basketball here in Houston. Not just the Cougars, but the Rockets. The Rockets, hey, we've been talking about this, and we have been stating facts of what has been the case the last month plus, and they came in and did exactly what they needed to do. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
it a try, risk-free, at philo.tv.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. As Rob Doster, Field of 68, will be coming up next segment, 3 o'clock hour, to get more in on the big game tonight. A chance for a championship here in the city as the Houston Cougars have a chance to go ahead and finish this thing off, as Saturday was a crazy night. As they come back and beat Duke, they got a chance to finish this thing off. We'll hear from Rob coming up, as they've been covering this thing as well as anybody in the country. But the Rockets, we left Friday from the boot saying this was a huge game, huge night. They were playing OKC. They were 2-9 in their last 11 games against teams with winning records. They had been on a really good run, but all of the wins had come against teams with losing records, teams in the play-in or teams not in the playoffs. And that had been the conversation for us a lot is, hey, it's been a great season. It's very impressive. They're going to be the 2 seed, but in order for us to see, like, hey, to have good feelings, and I think for them to have some good confidence, like, they got to start winning these games against good teams. Well, someone texted in, Clint, what y'all hating-ass dudes have to say about the Rockets today? LOL. Rockets can't beat any playoff teams. Laughing my ass.
That was factual, friend.
And I would say,
for a minute.
I'm glad. The LOL, I took it as, hey, we're having some fun. But no, they did what they needed to do. Now I don't think, and I think I can speak for Clint on this, I don't think we move off of the conversation that we have or have any regrets of what we said last week or the week before that, because it was true. But they did what they needed to do on not only Friday beating OKC, but then yesterday the way they beat Golden State on the road. Those were I'd say the 2 hottest teams in the NBA. OKC came in town. They beat them down. And, Clint, it was Jalen Green and Şengün both over 30 in that game. They were both better than the league MVP floor. And then they come in and do a number on the Warriors, who had been really hot. The Warriors had just beaten the Lakers, had just beaten the Nuggets, the 2 teams right behind the Rockets, and they have been beating a lot of teams, and they go in and they go on the road and beat them so much so I had to keep checking to see if Steph Curry was injured. He was 1 for 8. He wasn't putting up shots. He wasn't scoring. He had 3 points right in the game, and shout out to Amen Thompson, who was on him most of the time, absolutely shut him down. But the Rockets did what they needed to do, and I don't know about you, I have a different feel about this team now as they go into the playoffs, getting wins like that against teams when they were really struggling against really good teams.
Yeah, look, I just can't relate to the hater comments. I mean, whether just that mindset. I thought you hit the nail on the head last week, Ron. Obviously, pointing out the record against teams with a winner record is important at this point in the stage. We're talking playoffs, but to your point, I asked a question on Friday. What's the one thing that you hope you know after the OKC game that you didn't know Friday afternoon? I wanted my man Jalen Green to show up and show out, and you said, no, it's about the defense. Does his defense translate to the playoffs? Does it translate to better? And I'm telling you, man, it ain't just about the OKC game. You look at the last 4 games. You can exclude the Utah Jazz game, but the 3 of the last 4 games, the Lakers, James, and Luka, absolutely frustrated. I mean, just they held those guys down. They held them down defensively with enough, gave them a chance to win that ball game. Impressive. Forget the Jazz game. Then you bump up and you look at OKC. And there's a guy out there that's scoring 30-plus a game. His over-unders, high 20s or low 30s every damn night in SGA. You held him to 20. Right now, other guys are getting points, but the star ain't beating you. And then you look at last night's game with the Rockets, and they hold, as you mentioned, Curry, not only hold him to 3 points, but had him unbelievably frustrated to where he was missing shots. And I don't know what the hell was going on with Jimmy Butler last night, but that was about as piss poor performance and effort that I've ever seen. In a moment where Curry is struggling, I expected him to take the game over, and he did. And I know they had the little fella, the little 3-point shooter, who was hot. But
He's
Jimmy,
been hot lately.
But he was hotter than hell. But Jimmy's got to take that game over at some point in time. But nonetheless, Jimmy ended up with 13. He was in single digits until the last couple minutes of the game as well.
Those two 16 points. That's going to say 16 points combined.
Those two 16
96 to those two.
Come on,
and what the Warriors had been doing.
You hit the nail on the head Friday, and it even dates previously to that Lakers game. You look at the Lakers game, you look at the Oklahoma City game, and you look at the Golden State Warriors game. The defense was lights out. The defense gave them a chance to win 2 of those 3 games. The only game they lost, Jalen Green wasn't on the floor in the waning minutes. Still don't have a clue why that happened. But that was impressive, Ron, to be able to hold those teams' point totals, be able to shut their superstars down either overall or in critical moments, to be able to frustrate that level of NBA opponent. Again, LeBron, Luka, Curry, Butler. It's just this Rocket defense is impressive, man.
And their last since the Warriors got Steph back. Steph had a tailbone injury.
Yeah.
Since he got back, they go 111 against the Pelicans, 148 against the Spurs, 134 against the Grizzlies, 123 against the Lakers, 118 against the Nuggets, and then 96. Like that is showing that defense, like the Rockets are forcing teams to play their pace and the way they want the game to go. They're forcing teams to do that. And so, listen, it was impressive. Like, yes, I will not – after this point, you go and you do what they did, and they beat those 2 teams the way they did, the hottest teams, one on the road, one at home. Yes, I think it changes the thought of them being 2-9 in their last 11 games walking into.
Which is what you're asking for. When you highlight the fact that they have not been good against teams with a winning record, the hope is that, hey, you got an opportunity, the final 5 games of the season, to change that narrative and to, for me as a Rockets fan, give me a lot of confidence going into the playoffs, versus there's also an opportunity for you to steal every bit of the confidence that I have going into the playoffs. What do? Lit it up. They've exceeded expectations, winning, 3 of the last 4, with 2 of those wins coming versus teams that are right there in the mix with them.
Yep, from the text line, yes, they were 2-9 in those 11 games against winning teams, but can't disregard the record against the same teams earlier in the season. Had they been inconsistent? Yes, but have they been inconsistent? Yes, but we all know they are capable of beating those type teams. Yeah, they're capable. They're the 2 seed. But I mean, that was a real. No, I'm not going to do this. I am not going to get into a space of arguing against the Rockets. They had a great weekend. Yeah, this is the weekend that we needed to see.
Hell with that.
I feel better about the Rockets now that they've had that.
To hell with that. We all know sports, and we all know no matter what the hell you do in the first couple months of a season, do you get hot at the right time? Ain't nobody give a damn who the Rockets beat earlier in the season if they came out here and messed the bed these last 5 games and it looked like hell in the playoffs. At the end of the day, are you hot and you playing your best ball, especially with this young team? Are you hot and playing your best ball when the other teams are putting their best effort on the floor late in the season, which the last 5 games of the season constitute, especially when all of these teams that we're talking about, they're all separated by 1.5 games.
Yeah.
Literally, the 3 through 8 seed in the West is separated by 1.5 games. Every game, that game mattered for Golden State. That game, now maybe not Oklahoma City, but that game mattered for the Lakers, right? The rest of these games, the Clippers, the Nuggets, the game, Lakers again, the game absolutely matters. And when this young Rockets team goes out there and handles business, it's getting hot at the right time.
And listen, I'm going to tell you what I do. Many of you may think, and Hill Clinton, you may have been drug into this in the last year. I don't know. I feel like people feel. Many of you think we have agendas. I'm just going to tell you, I am going to give you my honest truth of what I see and what's going on. And I believe that I will have things to back up my statements. All right? And I'm just giving you the truth. And I'm going to give you the truth right now. Over the weekend, those two games were huge for the Rockets. I believe for their confidence for themselves to win games against those two teams and especially the way they won it. And I think if you're a Rockets fan, I think you're full of you know what if your confidence isn't risen from those two games before that. You sit here and watch them lose to every last one of these teams here of late. I know you've been thinking, God, well, I wish we'd have to shut Ron up from saying that stat, but damn it, there is some truth to it. I'd really like to see them start winning some of these games. And you got to. You have to feel better than you did before this weekend after they dispatched of OKC, who was 17-1 in their last 18 games, and they beat the hell out of them. And then they go and do what they did on the road to Golden State, which is a tough place to win. So shout out to the Rockets. Had a great weekend. To a little bit later. You know, they fought through Draymond trying to do stupid Draymond stuff to get under people's skin, and they made him look like a fool, which happens often. But they did their thing. Coming up, we'll get back to San Antonio. Hopefully Rob is in a much better spot than he was the last time we talked to Rob, who had let multiple types of liquor get into his system. But we'll talk to Rob Doster, Field of 68, get his thoughts on what he saw Saturday night with Houston and Duke. He was there, and his thoughts about what can happen tonight, U of H's chances in his mind. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Podcast. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Go Cougs!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as it is a potential hat and T-shirt night for the Houston Cougars. They got a chance to bring a championship back here for the first time in program history, as Kelvin Sampson and his crew will try to finish this job off, and we are covering that round around the clock right here on The Drive. Coming up, you can listen to it tonight right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. You can hear that right here, so make sure you stay tuned listening for that after Texans All Access. But our guy Rob Doster joins us of Field of 68. Rob, I hope San Antonio is treating you better than it was the last time. Well, actually, I hope it's treating you around the same that it was the last time. You seem like you were.
Hey, look, San Antonio is treating me incredibly well. Let's just say that your boy made some better decisions the last couple nights. Thought some things through a little bit more. Got the Advil going a little bit earlier. Mixed in a water or two. We're feeling great today, guys.
That's what I'm talking about. You hear that energy?
I told you, BC powder and 2 Coors Lights, baby. You can get through anything.
Hey, Rob, I ain't gonna lie to you.
You're not lying, man. You are not lying, sir.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Rob. When we had you on, I went ahead and kept Field of 68 on just to watch you a little bit the rest of the way. And I'm tapping.
We were having Rob reports. We check in with you, man.
I said, Rob's over there on that end, man.
He's fading fast, boys.
He needs the night to get here. It was.
I was over there. I was sweating, and it's one of those sweats where like you can smell the sweat right away. And let's just say it may or may not have smelled like Tito's, fellas.
There you go. All right, Rob. Listen, maybe you were sweating watching that second half on Saturday night, but I saw and it was titled when you guys went live, what did we just watch or something like that. How shocking, how surprising was the way that game finished between Duke and Houston?
I mean, I don't know if I've seen a more surprising result based off the way that a game played out than what happened in the second game on Saturday night, right? Because Duke did everything that we thought they were going to do for about 35 minutes, right? You're up by 14 with 8 minutes left. You're rolling. You're cruising. There's the flagrant foul. All of a sudden, that turns into a 6-point possession. It's down to 8, and Houston's right there. But Duke is still kind of holding them at arm's length, right? They're making enough plays. They got to the free throw line a couple times. They're getting stops. And then Cooper Flagg hits that 3 in the corner, and you're like, that's it. It's over. Houston fought valiantly. It was good. Probably end up going Duke's way. And, you know, then the nerves starting to kick in, man. Then it's, I call it lemon booty, right? You get a little tight. You get a little nervous. All of a sudden that press is on. You got 6'11" JoJo Tugler in your face, and you're throwing the ball away, and then you miss a free throw, and then there's a foul. All of a sudden you're down, and it feels like that happened out of absolutely nowhere, right? And I don't know if I've seen a more shocking end to a game than what happened in that game, because that's not that's not something that I think anybody predicted would happen, right? I don't think anybody sat here and said this Duke team that is as good as they are is going to end up blowing that kind of a lead. And as much credit, and you got to give credit to Houston, right? But to me, the story of that game is that John Shire is now going to have to wear this one, man. And you know how we do it in the media world, right? You know how the narratives go and how these things kind of get stuck with someone. It doesn't matter how good you are for 99.5% of the season. If you make those mistakes down the stretch, that's what people remember. That's what people talk about. Last season, the same thing happened when Duke played NC State, their in-state rival, for a chance to go to the Final Four, and they couldn't get it done. Shire's going to have to wear this one, man, and until he wins it, this is now going to be the stick that everyone beats him with. He can't win the big one. He's not good enough. He can't execute. He just gets talent. He doesn't know how to coach. This is going to be tough for him for a couple of years now.
Robbie, I think you just answered this, but we had a question. We asked the question out of the gate today on the show. Did Duke blow this one, or did Houston go take it from him at the end?
Look, Duke blew it. but it's shots for Houston, right? Like L.J. Cryer hit a couple of ridiculous step backs. Emmanuel Sharp hit a huge three. You had to actually get the steal and force a turnover on the inbounds. And I think the biggest thing is that there was no quit in Houston, right? It would have been very easy when you were down the way they were down, or after Cooper Flagg hits that three, for them to start hanging their heads. And, you're going through the motions. You rush your next shot. They didn't panic. They stayed the course. They've been through this. Like, we all saw what happened, Ron. I'm sorry to mention this. You might want to earmuffs real quick, but we all saw what happened at Fall Down Fieldhouse when Houston did that, right? Like, they've done this before. They've been through these wars before. And the fact that they kept fighting was, I think, speaks to what Kelvin has built there, what guys like Juwan Roberts, like, we can talk about Kelvin as much as we want. Juwan Roberts has been there for damn near a decade, right? And he has as much ownership over that program and the culture that they've instilled there as Kelvin Sampson does. And it's the guys on that roster. It is the players in that program. It's the assistant coaches. It's the people around it. It's Kelvin's family. Kelvin's family is as much a part of that program as any family is with any program in college basketball. His son's on the staff. His daughter works for the program. His wife's always around. So it's a lot of fun to see that you can still build a program the old school way, on culture, on values, on all of this family environment that everybody loves to talk about. And Houston has done that better than anybody in the sport.
Rob, it seems to me like this is the old chaos, comfortable approach, right? I mean, not only does Houston create chaos with their defense and all that goes on and how they can keep applying pressure for 4 quarters, but to your point, when it came down to the very end, it was clear that U of H was comfortable in that chaos, to your point, making free throws, knocking down threes, getting steals, overcoming the illegal touch, technical foul, giving up points when the clock's not running kind of thing. Like they were clearly – now, I don't know about Sampson. I don't know about Coach, because he looked like he was befuddled too at the end. But the players looked like they were just – significantly more comfortable in that chaotic moment, which just happened to be the end of the game with a championship appearance on the line.
Well, look, Duke got nervous, man.
Yeah.
The players on that program got nervous, right? Like, you could see, we've seen Tyrese Proctor in big moments, kind of miss shots and have bad games. We've seen Cooper Flagg. He did it against Kansas. He did it against Kentucky. It happened against Clemson. When they lost, They made mistakes down the stretch, and that's been the knock on this Duke team all season long, and it came to light at the worst possible time for them to do it. And I think, that's kind of when you have a guy that's 18, that's supposed to be a high school senior, that you're building everything around, like, it's only natural that he's going to eventually at some point get nervous, right? Like, imagine what you would have done at 18, thrown him on a court in front of 68,000 people.
Drained it.
Drained it. Yeah, we know you would have made the claim. So I'm just like, eventually that stuff is going to come up and bite you in the ass, and it kind of got Duke at the worst possible time. But it's something, as I kind of look back on it, it shouldn't necessarily be that much of a surprise. This is how it played out, because we've seen that happen multiple times already this season.
Rob, I do want to get to. Rob Doster, Field of 68, joins us here on the drive. I do want to get to tonight's matchup, but real quick, one of the things that I'm looking at, and I'm watching it, and I think a lot of schools are probably looking at it from their perspective as we are entering this age of the NIL and transfer portal. It seems like Kelvin Sampson is handling this as well as anybody, in particular getting the guys that fit his program and the choices that he's made. Now, maybe we'll see some misses, but it seems like they are getting the exact type of guys that fit their program. Maybe they're not as high up, on the rankings, but they're getting their guys as well as anybody.
Yeah, that's football, basketball, whatever your sport you're playing. I think the hardest part about the portal is being able to identify the human beings that will fit in the culture and the team that you've built, right? Like, you're not able – I mean, Clint, when you were getting recruited by Arkansas, man, like, when did they start? Probably when you were like 15 or 16.
Yeah, young.
You had a three-year relationship with those coaches before you even committed to the program. They knew your parents. They knew your high school coach. They knew your friends. They knew your cousin. They knew everybody everything about you, and they knew that you were going to fit into what you wanted. And now, like, you're lucky if you got a week, man. Like, you're recruiting kids on an hour-long Zoom and deciding that that's someone that's going to fit. And it's almost impossible to know if you have guys that can fit into what you want to do in that short time frame. So being able to identify the players that will not be a problem in the locker room, in addition to being really good on the floor or on the field, that's the hardest part about doing this. And that's the benefit of being able to have that retention and bring Juwan Roberts back and bring LJ Cryer back and be able to say, all we need is to just plug and place Milos Uzan, who we already know, who we recruited, we have had a relationship with. He's played in our league. We know him. All you got to do is fill one hole, fill one void. It's a lot easier to do that than when you got to replace 10, 11, 12, 13 spots on a roster.
Rob Doster, The Field of 68. Follow them on social media, The Field of 68. They're rocking and rolling. Definitely are probably rocking and rolling right now while Rob's on with us. The rest of the crew's probably still putting them down. But Rob, let's move on to the championship game, right? Just a little bit about, what is U of H up against with Florida? Who you betting on? How do you see this thing playing out?
Well, I'm not betting on anyone, man. You got to get your state to make it legal down here for me to bet. I can't do that offshore stuff. I got too much on. I will say that if you like guys that are tough shot-making guards, you got Walter Clayton and you got LJ Cryer, and those might be the two best tough shot makers in college basketball. What Houston's going to try to do is they're going to try to force turnovers. They're going to run some basic offense, and it's going to basically rely on, we have three guys that we believe can get 20 on any given night in our backcourt. We're going to let them take whatever shot they want to take. We're going to put the ball in their hand, ask them to be playmakers, and if that doesn't work, we have all of these guys are going to pound the glass and try to beat you up on the offensive glass, right? That's kind of how they play. Their best shot sometimes is a missed shot because they can go and get it 40% of the time when they miss. Florida is kind of similar. Like, these are two teams that are built similarly. Now, Florida runs a little bit more offensively. They're not quite as good when it comes to forcing turnovers, but they play two bigs. They got 4 or 5 bigs in their rotation they can play. They got big athletic wings. They got a point guard in college basketball that can hit big shot after big shot after big shot. There's a lot of, strength on strength in this matchup. And I think the thing that you have to decide is where is that matchup going to win out, right? And to me, I think that the physicality of Houston is going to be a little bit too much. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on with you guys. Yeah. I think that Houston is going to be able to kind of beat them up a little bit. Now, the only concern that I have with that is we kind of saw this in 2015, right? If you guys remember, Wisconsin beat Kentucky, who was 38-0 heading into the Final Four. Yep. And 48 hours later, that after winning what was their Super Bowl that season, they had to go out and play another game. And I think the hardest thing to do in this spot is to be able to, after you celebrated that win, after you made that comeback, to realize we're not done yet. We still got one more game to play for everything. So that would be my one concern if I was a Houston fan. But if there's any program in college basketball that I don't think will get blind, the Cougs.
Yep, Rob, for me, it's anybody but Clayton. They've got to figure out a way, and I know that's easier said than done because I'm guessing that Texas. I'm guessing that Texas.
Yeah, said than done. That's like saying we're going to keep Rob out of the Riverwalk. We're going to keep Rob from the closest bottle of tequila. It's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, I'm guessing Texas Tech, who is well coached, tried to do it defensively. I'm guessing that Auburn, who is well coached with Bruce Pearl, tried to do it because to me it's like. I got to see who else. They've only got one player who has scored 20 points outside of him in this NCAA tournament. And if I'm Houston, and obviously Kelvin Sampson, I think understands this, you got to make somebody else beat you.
Yeah. No, look, that's what the game plan is going to be. They're going to try to send two at them. They're going to try to switch. They're going to try to keep them from going over screens. And the problem with Walter Clayton is, he's kind of like Steph Curry in the sense, and I mean this. He can hit shots even when you play perfect defense. You can contest it. You can high five him as he's releasing it, and he's still going to make those shots. Like the level of difficulty on the shots that he makes is absolutely insane. And it's one of those ones where you kind of got to make it difficult and just hope that he misses. And if he's making them, who knows? But the good thing for Houston fans is LJ Cryer does a lot of those same things. Yep. He can make a lot of those same shots. And that's part of why I'm looking forward to tonight. 30 of both of them because they both seem like guys when the moment is the biggest, the lights are the brightest. They're going to be the ones to step up and make those big plays. I'm pumped, man. It's going to be an awesome game, guys.
Oh yes, hey, the tournament has had some interesting games, but it sure as hell didn't in San Antonio on Saturday, and hopefully it continues tonight. Rob, we appreciate you rolling with us.
Hey guys, let me plug our pregame show. We're going to be at Alibis, which is a block away from the Alamo Dome. It's right there on Commerce Street. If you're down here, it's called Alibis. Come by and hang out. Clint is running the tab. He's buying you your first Dos Equis, I promise you.
Coors Light, but yeah, I got you.
Again, where was that again? If Clint
Alibis, baby.
Alibis, 1100 Commerce Street.
All right, man. Maybe we hear from you tomorrow to see how this game went. But enjoy yourself, and we appreciate how much you've been giving us your time here the last couple of days.
Hey, if the Cougs win and I don't get invited back on, we're going to have a problem. Let's just say that.
All right, it's a date then. All right, man. I'll let you.
Later, fellas.
All right, that's Rob Doster of the Field of 68. It sounds like he was leaning towards Houston. Sounds like that he was leaning towards.
He ought to knocked off. He was confident on Duke. He knocked him off. He ought to. He ought to be leaning towards them Cougs, baby.
Let's hope he doesn't all of a sudden get it wrong. Doesn't keep getting it wrong here now that he's picked Houston. So good to hear from him as we will continue with a little talk about the national championship game. But the Astros, hell, they got off the mat yesterday like the Cougs did and discuss those clubs. Those clubs, they always got in that bag. That's coming up next.
All right, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, looking out your window, and you're going to build in the future. I'm telling you.
mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are playing for a national championship tonight. And you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610 and the Odyssey app. That's right. You don't have to turn the dial. Just be locked in here at 750, and you can cheer on Kelvin Sampson's crew with us, courtesy of Westwood One. Let's go, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are getting you ready for a chance at a championship for the city of Houston as Kelvin Sampson and Juwan Roberts and L.J. Cryer and Emmanuel Sharp, Uzan and Tugler and that crew get ready to try to win a championship against Florida tonight. They are 1.5-point underdogs. Is that right, Tyler? Is that where I think you got it in? I think I saw it at 1.5.
Yeah, the last time I saw it, it was moving up and down right around that one number. Yeah.
And so we'll keep you going on that. Clark Kellogg, who is there in San Antonio, who will be there working for CBS Sports, along with Charles and Kenny and crew. He will join us coming up and in the 4 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. But, hey, the Cougs weren't the only Houston team to come off the mat and come back. They were down 7-1 yesterday, and Blanco, who had such a great start to the season last year, has gone the opposite through his first 2 starts, wasn't able to get through 2 innings. They were able to chip away, and they win that game because, Clint, you know, there's a lot of change, right, with this team, but they clubs in the bag. They always got that damn Jose Altuve, even though I'm sure he can be frustrating, and he had a base path issue, and I'm sure that probably sends Tyler up a wall. I can't wait for the once a year where Tyler loses it because Jose Altuve loses his mind on the bases.
Hall of Famer running like a little leaguer, man. Pretty damn frustrating in my mind.
He's just out here trying to make plays. That's what he is.
Yeah, trying to. Them little bitty legs kicking as fast as they can.
Trying to make plays. But he came up with big hits and gave him the lead. And
really happy.
It gave him the lead in extras. But then Yordan Alvarez, the other club they have in that bag, tied it up in the 9th with a 2-run bomb. And I know I can hear Clint probably thinking, should have walked him.
Every damn time.
Should have walked him. Put the tying run on. The tying run on. I'll deal with Christian Walker instead. But, Clint, they still got those 2 guys in which they can lean on.
Yeah, they've got those 2 guys they can lean on. There's no doubt about that. And those are the 2 guys that this cold start worries me none. Absolutely none. I mean,
Jordan's coming around.
It's just a matter of time. I mean, I don't know if it's approach. I don't know if it's just early. I don't know if he's working on some things. But I just don't have a whole hell of a lot of concern with either of those guys, Altuve or Yordan Alvarez. And look, I think last night was a perfect. It was a perfect example, Ron, of like, you need more than you offensively. Needing 7 runs to tie it. Now, I guess you needed 8 to win it. But the last night was a perfect example of you had other guys had swung the bat well. They had contributed, and you were fixing to lose that ball game 7-5. If the big guy didn't step up. When Yordan Alvarez in the middle of that lineup, and when he's swinging the bat well, all the other pieces are going to fall in place, right? And I do worry about some of the other pieces with this slow start. Obviously not in this one game we're talking about because everybody swung the bat well. But what can make up for guys struggling at the plate, guys starting slow, is that big fella in the middle swinging it well. And if he comes around, it's going to solve a lot of these Astros problems at the plate early on.
Yeah, and he started to come around. He had back-to-back days against the Twins Saturday and Sunday where he got hits and swung the bat pretty well. And Altuve is the one who's been rolling all year. at least from the plate. He's been rolling all year, so they've been able to do that. Shout out to old Jake, baby.
Yeah.
We were wondering, like, is Jake because Jake missed, 4 straight games where he didn't get to start? And he started over the weekend. And I got to admit, like, listen, I have my feelings about Jake. But right now, hell of the candidates at the plate, Jake has been swinging the bat and doing things better than Dubon, who's played out there. But Dubon's gotten as many at-bats. But Dubon and professional bunter now, who is what Chaz.
I love to see it.
Jazz, who's become, because Chaz has gone up. This is the second time I've seen Chaz walk up there and bunt.
Valuable piece. Valuable piece. I can. It ain't gonna get him his nickname back. He's gonna do more than that. But boy, I sure enough. Every time I see Chaz bunt and move a runner or something, boy, I think they just don't teach that in MLB.
They went up there in the extras, Clint. They had a runner on second, obviously, the 3-base runner. They didn't say, let's see if Chaz can pull it.
Yeah. You'll come at me about white boy Chaz.
No, why don't you go ahead and lay the bunt down?
Just lay it down, get the guy to third, put the pressure on the opponent, and let's move on. Smart baseball. And it worked.
But
Good
back
job,
to
Chaz.
Jake. Jake is the one swinging the bat as well, if not better than anybody else that are center field options. I know Chaz is hitting 250. Does feel a little different with Jake. Jake had a couple of extra base hits over the weekend. Really heads up base running late in the game as well. Stealing home to get that last run, to get that important 2-run lead going into the ninth. And so he's doing well. So we'll see. Maybe we'll see him, see what happens in the series in Seattle. Maybe he starts again. We
talk about Yordan Alvarez, and Jake Myers has no business in a conversation with Yordan Alvarez's bat, obviously. But as we move on, you want to talk about a guy that can lengthen the lineup and be an unexpected shot in the arm for this lineup. Is if Jake Myers can come around and contribute at just a fix in the lineup type of level. Hell, for this matter, I'll just take him consistently in center field and consistently in the lineup. That would be a huge plus for this team, much bigger than I think most imagine, until he starts swinging it well.
Yeah, hopefully Cam Smith can start.
Yeah, we'll extend a little grace to Cam. Youngin. I would be A-okay if this little turnstile that's been in center field, if it were with Cam and you were kind of rotating some guys through there and playing the defense and the youngster and kind of trying to handle the young fella with kid gloves, so to speak, versus your center fielder being so damn bad, we just gonna let everybody rotate.
Yeah, we're gonna let everybody.
We just gonna let everybody have a shot.
Yeah. By the way, just wanted to run this across. This is the National League Player of the Week. Kyle Tucker, Chicago Cubs.
One of them.
He leads,
killing it.
I think he leads every National League category.
Oh God!
With the exception of stolen bases and an average. But I believe he leads.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
He's tied for the Major League lead with hits, and he's tied with the guy who is the American League Player of the Week. Alex Bregman, the Boston Red Sox. Both of them are tied for the league lead in hits.
It's a gut punch, man.
But he leads in home runs, hits, RBIs, runs scored as Kyle Tucker in the National League.
I was going to caution anybody from looking at those numbers. If you want to feel good about a move the Astros made, you got to go back to numbers right now. But when I compared to those three guys, Carlos was 0 for 17 or something at the time. So I was like, I feel pretty good about that one. Boy, the Bregman and the Tucker.
Time is coming.
They've really come around here, boys.
Yeah, those two, they are rolling right here to start early. Damn.
Well, this is not good.
I know, boy, you got to be looking at Alex Bregman like, man, come on, dog. What happened to your slow starts?
Yeah, so much for those,
What happened to damn slow starts?
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
Yeah. All right, coming up, I posed this question about the tournament before it started, and I want to get Clint, Tyler, everybody's thoughts about this. Now that I'd say the book is shut on this particular topic, where are we now on it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, too many Houstonians, they make this costly mistake when they're selling their home, man. There's no doubt about it. Hell, it ain't just Houston. It's everywhere. I bought and sold in different states and different cities.
StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boy, there was a real stench in this room.
Guy tried to pin it on me, Tyler.
What?
This guy tried to pin it on me.
I just asked.
Somebody must have tooted.
I'm sitting here all by myself, and he comes walking in that door, and right as this rotten egg smell hits my nose, he goes, "Whew, what'd you fart?"
It hit mine.
I said, "Well, no."
It hit mine.
I mean, when he opened that door.
I can't blame him, though, Dirty. I mean, I'm not saying you did toot, but that's
if I broke wind,
convenient
whether he was in the
string
room
of events
or not,
there.
I agree. I think you would tell me. I think you would have said.
I would have definitely said, "Hey, you might want to step outside. Don't come back in here," because I let one slide. I would have told you that something fixed hit you in the face.
For those that don't know,
if it were that.
For those that don't know, Ron is very passionate about not being around other folks farting.
I've never. I mean, how many years have we been together?
Over 4.
I've never farted in this room. I've never let one slip in this room and just did not even one that didn't stink. Never.
That's a good friend, right there.
You go to the restroom or something?
Nope. I've gone out that hallway and into the restroom and done it, and I catch hell from my wife. She's like, I'll do like I'm annoying with it. It's if you knew how bad it was at home, you'd feel sorry for my wife. Two, you would be like, how in the? She had something the other day. She said, how in the hell? Like I farted at the house, and she goes, how in the hell do you sit in that studio for 4 hours with Ron and not do it once, and then you can't sit here at breakfast for 10 minutes?
Do you need to go to the doctor?
Well, shoot, no. That's supposed to be where he can do it freely.
I'm telling you, it's so bad at home.
I can't get with you on that, Lo.
Hey, Ron, when I break wind at home, she called like Lo will go, Clint. Now it happened about a month ago. I break wind. Liv looks at me like, Clint. My 3-year-old.
Oh, she's calling you Clint.
She picked up on it.
All right, that's good though. She
picks up on it. Yeah, but I mean, back to the point. I am hand on the Bible. That was not me.
All right.
You must have walked through somebody else's.
Where
did you come from?
The way around that corner.
Got crop dusted.
The way that I can best describe it is, it smelled like when you're driving through the river. Like when you're driving like over a river or like, and you start to get that like egg smell.
Like you're heading into
like you're driving over a bridge
down Dana.
I thought he was going to go with Deer Park or Pasadena. Yeah, with the river somewhere.
No, like when you're driving over a bridge.
I know what that smells like.
That's what it.
Yeah, that was not a bet. I mean, the wind carried it in here. I'd have bet a good $100 that you did that out. You had it caught in them britches and you drug it in here on me.
That's messed up, man. Somebody crop dusted you.
Yeah, that was
yeah. Man, I've had some slip.
They got it moved out quickly.
I'm telling you, that was rough.
That said, Jesus.
What did they eat last night?
Yeah. While we're at
4 years, no farting in the studio, man.
While we're at it, Clint almost went dead on that phone here. Didn't have his charger.
I had a hard time.
Tyler, you got your charger?
No, because I got the new phone, so the charger in here doesn't work on my phone anymore. Do you have a newer edition iPhone though?
I do.
Yeah, we're screwed.
Well, I got no.
Well, luckily I got a bunch of charged pieces that
cheap
fit.
Cheap Show is hell. Not only when he's buying these old flat disc chargers, Hell, they got the normal plug. What plugs into them plugs into your phone too.
Yeah,
so he's actually getting deals over here.
I'm telling you, man, out here saving lives, out here trying to. Hey,
for real, man, you fart?
I did, man. I would I'd go ahead and tell you, like, damn, man, that was.
You wearing socks on your shoes or something? Your shoes stink?
I don't wear socks.
Now, did you take them off?
I didn't take them off.
Maybe
not like you. I don't take my shoes off and do the show.
I got some socks on though, Chief. You don't wear socks, cuz?
I don't like to.
I mean, what are we?
How have I not ever known this?
I bet your shoes. I bet they smell like a goat.
I do the powder in there. I like the time it gets real cold. I don't like to wear socks.
When you get to messing with Trey about his ashy elbows or his hair, does he tell you, "Hey man, your shoes stink"?
Well, no, I'm the adult.
Okay,
you can sit your ass down. All right, you wear socks.
I pay the rent in this house.
It's the mortgage, but I get to wear.
That's right, my bad.
I get to do.
For the record, the Hughleys are not renting. They own their home.
No, we're trying to stay a while here. No, we ain't renting.
Hold on, so.
Nothing against y'all who do rent. I just want to clarify that. Hey, don't put that on my hell no. Damn it, I own that joint. Ain't no renting. But when the tournament started, and we talked about this, Tyler. I don't think you were here. Like, I felt like Cooper Flagg had a real chance to not only help himself and his profile, but I felt like the NBA moving forward, if he could have a 3-week period, 4-week period, if you count the conference tournaments, and have growth and interest and become like the darling or at least polarizing something, he'd be the big story coming out of it. That could really catapult him and the NBA of another new star, because he fits a lot of things that could be helpful, right? We watched this happen with Caitlin Clark, to where after her Final Four runs, and even the first one, you wanted to come back for more to see her Duke. Well, at that time, he blew through that shoe, and then, he had that tournament run.
I'll never forget.
It was like, hey, I kind of want to see
Shoes
more.
Exploded off his feet.
Absolutely. Nike was having a conniption of what the hell are we going to do?
Got that image in my head.
I don't know how Adidas wasn't all over here. Listen, we got you now. We got you. Puma had a shot at that point. We ain't running through shoes here. But there was I want to see more of him. Carmelo, who just went to the Hall of Fame, congratulations to him. Took me about 7 or 8 years to get over you. But he was somebody that just kind of captivated fans, and you wanted to see more of him. I'm asking you this, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think over the last month, now that Houston has closed the book on Cooper Flagg's career in college, do you think he has raised his profile to I got to watch more of this guy? Has he pulled that? Has he raised it up over the last month going into the NBA?
I can only speak for me. And I can only speak for the casual college basketball fan that I am that watches March Madness, if it ain't the Hogs. He don't do it for me. He don't do it for me. I get he's 18 and the ceiling's high, the potential's through the roof, and it's different in the NBA where your development and I get it. I understand all that. When I watch him play, as I said before that game, I just don't see the guy that just strikes fear in opponents in one-on-one situations.
Wow, dude.
I'm watching a guy. I'm watching a guy, to me, Ron, that I wonder if the transition from college basketball to the NBA, when there's better dudes, obviously he's on the floor with, does he just blend in, or does he continue to stand out? When I watch, what's the kid's name from Florida, little guard?
Yeah, Walter Clayton.
When I watch that dude play, he's moving at a different speed than everybody else. He's knocking down more difficult shots than everybody else. When he's got the ball in his hand and it's a tight ball game, if I'm the other coach or on the other team, I'm nervous as hell. Cooper Flagg has just not done that for me. Again, now I've watched. I bet I've watched Cooper Flagg play 5 games start to finish. So I take that for what it's worth. For me, there's other guys in college basketball that are more entertaining for me to watch, and I believe strike more fear into the opponent than he does.
Yeah, for me, it's. I'm going to watch him and see what is the NBA. I watch college in the NBA, but I don't get the feel his presence or anything made it like, damn, man, I gotta see him, right? Like, I think Caitlin's the last one. Caitlin, I've got to watch her first game with the Fever. I gotta watch the draft. Angel did too. Captivated me to where I wanted to see more of him. Like, whatever they call it, that it factor, whatever. I didn't get that, and he wasn't bad. Hell, he was good, right? In that game that they lost, he was 27, 7 and 4. You could argue he was the best player on the court. Not argue. I think he was the best player on the court. He missed the last shot.
Yeah.
16 and 9 against Alabama. Okay. He had 30 against Arizona in the Sweet 16. 36 and 7 his highlight game. 18-4. He was good. His numbers were good. It's just I don't know. He doesn't pull me in and make me like you kind of know it early, right? Like, there is not a damn like that dunk he had where he he went on the break, took the ball over. I said, oh, come on, Cooper. But there wasn't real intrigue that you you just can't I can't.
There's when I watched it, Ron, if you just took the names off the back of the jerseys and you just clicked on any of the 5 Duke games that I watched, you wouldn't think you were watching the top player in college basketball.
Oh, yeah.
For me, at 30, it's just not a. I don't know. It seems like, and again, I know he's 18. I know he's young. I know he's going to be a much better player when he's 22. I get it, but right now, I just don't see a guy on the floor that's so much better than his peers that it's just I got to see more.
Yeah, for me, it's not as much about the game. It's just he's just not captivating to me.
Yeah.
I think that they wanted and tried to make Cooper the star of the tournament. He had 3 or 4 commercials running. Juju is captivating.
Yeah.
I don't know. He just wasn't. He didn't get to that point, right? Someone texting, he should be going to prom right now. Yeah, I get it. It's not even about the youth. It's just you look like he just doesn't grab me from the screen.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Walter Clayton, I'm like, yo, what is this nut about to do?
Yes.
What is this
Absolutely.
nut about to do?
100%.
Yeah. What you got coming up before?
Well, it's pretty easy, man. Talking about basketball, we stick right there. The Rockets. Look, man, the last 2 wins have been unbelievably impressive, and they've come at the right time. But the way in which they're winning is what gets me good and worked out too. But Ron called it Friday. This defense is real and gives them a chance to win versus any damn body. But there's one thing we got to discuss. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about Low T Center, man.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
Dirty's Daily, powered by Mokaram Law. Any personal injury, call day or night, 281-222-2222, or visit MokaramLawFirm.com. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Big shout out to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. And it's a hell of a reaction Monday, man. We got the Astros pulling a game out late. Obviously, the Rockets with a couple of big dubs, and the story of the day, the Houston Cougars winning in dramatic fashion when nobody thought they had a chance. I ain't gonna lie to you, I was dozing off. I got one eye open, and luckily I could tell my wife the next morning, hey, them Cougars pulled it out. Again, the game out. We got a reaction Monday. We've been talking about it all day. Big time story. Before we get into this thing about these Rockets, though, I do want to remind everybody out there, the Odyssey app rewind feature is out there. Make sure you download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Today is a day when you need to have that rewind feature. Rob Doster, Field of 68, the Field of 68 on social media, it was on the show at 3 o'clock today. He broke down U of H's win Saturday night. And he previewed U of H's big championship game tonight. You got to go check it out. The guys over at the Field of 68 cover it year-round, but there ain't nobody better. There's nobody more dug in than the Field of 68. If you are in San Antonio and you're going to the game, Alibis on Commerce Street. It's a pregame show, the Field of 68 pregame show. Alibis on Commerce Street. Get by there and say hello to the fellas. See if you can't get on their YouTube feed. They got quite a few followers. The Odyssey app, AUDACY. Make sure you have that. Guys, the Rockets, we said Friday, Ron, after they lost earlier in the week to the Lakers in a game where the defense was really, really good. The controversy there was Jalen Green was nowhere to be found, was literally on the bench in the final minutes of that game when it was a tight ball game. What the hell's going on? Don't know. They then go on and they beat the hell out of Utah Jazz, who they should beat the hell out of. And then Friday on the show, we're sitting here talking about what do we know about the Houston Rockets on Monday that we didn't already know on Friday. And I said Jalen Green. You were right when you said, I want to know if this damn defense is going to be this level of defense at the end of the season versus West teams that are championship caliber or playoff caliber teams, which is who was on the schedule. OKC Friday night, and then Golden State on Sunday night. And the Rockets handled their business. They win. They beat OKC. I don't know if that was wire to wire, but I know when I sat down in walk-ons in Baytown, Texas, at halftime, the Rockets had a big lead, and they kept that big lead. The Houston Rockets held the Oklahoma City Thunder to 111 in that game. SGA had 20 points.
Barely kept his streak alive.
Yeah, when you said that, when you talked about that streak earlier of how many games he's had 20 or more points, it's unbelievably impressive. But I almost said, well, he barely kept that damn thing alive against the Rockets. But holding the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are averaging 120 points a game, to 111, and holding their star player, obviously the league's MVP, I believe. Still, I don't know if Jokic is going to sneak in there. And
it's a sneaky 111 because they took the foot off the gas because the game wasn't close.
Yeah, but SGA 20 points, the superstar on that team, the high point man on that team, typically was held to 20 points. And as we said before, I don't know exactly what he's averaging, but his over-under is typically in the low 30s, 30, 30.5, 31.5. So you held him to 10 points at least below his average. And then last night, the Rockets win 106 96 over Golden State. And again, not only are these big wins over teams in the West that are right below you in the standings, but these are teams that are all bottled up in a literally the 3 seed through the 8 seed in the West right now, which Golden State is in the middle of. OKC is not, but Golden State is in the middle of. It's all separated by 1.5 games. So I mean, these guys, Golden State has a lot to play for right now. Seeding is gonna be dependent upon their next handful of games, including last night. The Rockets win 106-96, so they hold a team that's typically averages 113 points a game to 96. Ron, I think your defense overall as a team, at least for 2 games against really, really good opponents, that defense transitioned. And not only did they hold Golden State to 96, but they held Steph Curry to 3 and Jimmy Butler to 13. That's their 2 big horses, Curry and Butler, to a combined 16 points, Ron. That defense, in every sense of the phrase, if you will, every sense of the game, that defense carried over from sub-500 opponents to the best the league had to offer in a big way.
Yeah, that's to me, because that's what's going to be their calling card.
Yeah.
Like, that is what is, and it has been. It is what they are built on right now.
It's their identity, right? It's their DNA. It's who they are.
Like, there are a lot of very fair questions that we don't know answers to. In the last 4 minutes of a tight game against, anybody, especially playoff level teams, we're not certain on who is going to take the ball, who is going to be the one that kind of brings it home. We're not sure who the closer is. We're not sure of their experience, what they're going to be like when they get in big moments in the playoffs. But the thing that we are probably most confident about is their defense, and that's what they have been all season long, and that's the big change since Udoka has gotten here. And they had a test in front of them, right, from the Laker game.
Yep.
A really good offensive team. The Lakers just put 130 almost on OKC, who's got the best defense numbers-wise in the league. And then you held them to 90-something, right? Then you come back and do a number on OKC, and then you hold Steph Curry, who is playing in a game that they need, who has been rolling. He just had 52 against Memphis, 37 against the Lakers, over 30 against the Nuggets, and you hold him to a field goal. You hold him to 3. Yep. He's 1 for 8. Like, that was, to me, a big confidence boost for them. Puts you people on the league who they knew it on notice, and we know that in the playoffs you get to be more physical because they let more physical in the playoffs. So that was a big weekend for the Rockets, and their defense showed up the way they needed.
Well, Ron, when you've got Dylan Brooks, who was obviously there for one of these games, he wasn't there for the OKC game. But when you got Dylan Brooks and Amen Thompson, who can defend at the rate that they can defend. I mean, it's going to take a third. It's going to take a third one to go off before you can break those guys. They're pretty impressive. Now I don't know if it's going to. Again, I don't know if it's going to make that big of an impact in the playoffs when guys are literally win or go home, mode. But we'll see. I know it's a hell of a defense with both of those two guys on the floor as well. In those 2 games, Ron mentioned defense, wanting to see that this weekend. I mentioned Jalen Green. Jalen Green lit it up against OKC with 34 points. And then last night, Ron, after a slow start again, ended up with 21. So still a pretty damn good night down the stretch for the Rockets there. So the other thing on the Rockets front real quick, because we talk a lot about the runs that the Rockets were able to make late in the season. While they were doing it, I know Brandon Scott and I were on air when you were out of town a lot talking about, hey, these are important games. This is an opportunity to create a little bit of space, to give yourself a little bit of grace, if you will, for when those last 5, 6, 7 games of the season come around. You need to win these ball games. Now, you didn't need to go undefeated, which they did. They swept all these teams, but use that 8 or 9 game part of the schedule to separate everybody else. I mentioned it earlier, man. The difference between the 3 seed and the 8 seed in the West is 1.5 games right now. If they don't go out there, Ron, and handle business and kick ass against those lesser teams, they'd be right in the middle of all that crap. They'd be right in the middle of all that mess potentially. And so that was ended up being a critical part of the Rockets' ability to separate and sit comfortably right now in that 2 seed in the West. They're pretty comfortable right there, right? I mean,
they got a 3-game lead.
3.5.
Three-game
I guess it's 3 because they played less games.
Yeah, it's a 3-game lead with
or more games. I'm sorry,
4 to go or something like that. They're good. Their magic number is 1 to clinch it.
Yeah.
And the Lakers play the Thunder again tomorrow, so that might happen.
Yeah. Hey, I got are you guys gender reveal guys? How y'all feel about gender reveals?
I don't mind it. We weren't.
We didn't do any for our pups, but we've been to quite a few.
You adopted mutts, didn't you?
Whoa. Whoa.
Is that not the right way to say that?
Whoa.
I don't know dog etiquette.
I'm just kidding.
Rescue.
No, they're. I'm just kidding. But no, we've been to a lot of gender reveals for like our friends and stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's a fun event.
I don't know where I'm at. I don't think I would ever do one. But I don't necessarily.
Time's running out on that.
I'm gonna try my damnedest to have one more, bub.
Let's go.
I'm practicing, man. I'm practicing.
Finish.
They're getting a lot more creative with them, though, boys.
Oh yeah.
They're getting, and I don't mean like creative in your backyard. I don't know if I saw this, but Bryson Stott, a Philadelphia Phillies player.
Yeah, he had the armband up.
Yeah, he apparently helped a fan with a gender reveal, and he had a pink armband up on his forearms when he came to bat. That would be pretty. If you're going to do it, and I'm not even talking about the super fan of a certain team or the cool aspect of a professional athlete doing it, but having everybody over at the house, and instead of watching me bust a piñata or shoot something and then everybody look at me and let's hug or let's be disappointed because it's not the right gender, like for everybody to be kicking it, having a cold beer, watching your team play, and it's like, hey man, Bryson Stott, his second at bat, we got to watch he's going to gender reveal. We're going to know if we're going to have a boy or girl.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
He comes sliding up there with a pink wristband around his forearm, so you know you got a little girl.
That's cool. I like it.
That'd be like, yeah, Jake, man, Jake, put on the wristband. That's who I'm waiting on.
Tyler, if you were going to have a gender, if you found out tomorrow that you was fixing to, you got a bunning of it, man. Who you?
That'd be quite the shock.
Reddick is out, obviously, because he's not playing right now.
Yeah, Reddick's out. Nah, I don't need that loser taking his shirt off again. Son of a. But no, I like what my little brother did. Y'all know my brother. He was out there. Y'all's broadcast on Friday. When my nephew was coming along, he did. He got that big stick, got the driver, and it was a golf ball that did the reveal. He smacked the ish out of this golf ball in his backyard, and all of a sudden there was blue powder all over us.
Really?
So.
How did I miss that?
Video.
I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
I like that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was all he was nervous as hell, though.
If he whiffed that golf ball, that would be rough.
He came up to me moments before he goes, bro. He's like, dude, like I can't miss here. And he's a good golfer. Like he doesn't ever miss on the course, but he was like, I cannot miss. He was freaking out. But
could have missed. He just swing again.
I've had enough cold beer to where I've missed a time. Especially just trying to rear back and hit it as hard as I can.
He hit the ish out of it.
Completely sober and missed.
That's all right.
2 or 3 times in a row. No, it'd be funny if Joe said, yeah, Jake's the guy doing the gender reveal. What happens if it's a last minute scratch?
Whatever he gets pinch hit for?
Or no, if they rip him out and they go, Dubon's going to left. Like, you got to wait another day until Jake starts? Or do they pass it to Dubon?
No, I think in that point you just got to wait another one. Just got to push it.
You just got to wait. Or maybe he gets to choose the at-bat that it is.
That would be a bad deal to get pinch hit for. I don't know that. I don't know Bryson, so I don't know if
he's pretty well in the lineup.
So he's not going to get.
That'd be good. Yeah.
Dubon or Chaz or anybody else.
I needed to be Bryce Harper over there. Like I need to guarantee,
sure man.
Coach, I need to let these folks know about my kid.
Actually, a late pull here. Bryson Stott is not going to play today. So what the hell? What are we going to find out? Now I never was into the gender reveal.
I mean, it would have to be really cool. Like hitting the golf ball, I can get down with that. Like that's
I just feel like I could spend my money somewhere else. Like I could go to the floors.
The floors.
Yeah, repairing the floors.
I mean, what are you spending money on? It's like a.
I think I'm certain that I haven't looked into it. I'm certain it costs though. Yeah, doing it real big like that. Like how much you think that cost somebody to have him wear that?
Oh,
that wasn't on the house.
I doubt it was much.
Go see. I like to see how that rolls. You go down there with.
I'm sure you can look it up on the Phillies website. Would you like a player to help you with a gender reveal?
Yeah, I'd like to see how much.
I tell you what,
how much you think? $5,000?
$100?
Like
oh,
600
yeah, man,
at least.
I was saying that's not much.
Yeah, man, I can go to the floors
to get a pro athlete to announce whether you having a guy or girl, like $500.
Yeah, and I'd be damned if like no offense, Bryson, it ain't gonna be you.
I'd want it to be Orbit.
I didn't mean it like that. Coming up, as we continue to look back at Saturday and preview tonight's ball game, Clark Kellogg, CBS Sports, who will be in the studio getting everybody ready for the game and post game for CBS. He will join us next. We'll get his thoughts on the Cougs' chances versus Florida tonight.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. I mean, it's just reality.
to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action? Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The Cougs are playing for a national championship tonight. And you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio and the Odyssey app. That's right. You don't have to turn the dial. Just be locked in here at 750, and you can cheer on Kelvin Sampson's crew with us, courtesy of Westwood One. Let's go, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive right here on Sports Radio 610 as we are getting you prepared for the big one tonight as the Houston Cougars look to win their first championship in program history, their first championship game appearance since 1984 when, the Jim Valvano, Lorenzo Charles situation happened in Albuquerque. But they look to go ahead and kill those demons and try to get a win and win it all tonight. And nobody better to help us get ready for tonight and to look back at that amazing comeback than CBS Sports' Clark Kellogg, who will be on the coverage tonight. Clark, and I appreciate you joining us.
Oh, great to be here on a championship Monday night. Rob, glad to be able to jump on and talk a little championship Monday. I mean, the Cougars, what an unbelievable comeback on Saturday. I mean, I had Duke already in the Monday game based on how things looked at ball game, but resilience pays, and clutch playmaking and free throw shooting and three-point shooting and defense got the Cougars to this point tonight.
Clark, I'm watching you as Kenny and you and Charles were up there and Coach were up there kind of reacting to the game afterwards. You looked, and I've seen you for years up there, you looked legit surprised by what you watched. Stunned, yeah, that's a better word. What surprised you the most in what you saw in that comeback from Houston?
Yeah, I think it was the combination of how good they were in taking advantage of Duke's opening the door. I mean, you come back from those deficits with that little time, you have to have some help, a little help from the opposition. But you also have to do the things you need to do to make it happen. Not fouling when they were down, I want to say it might have been 6 or 7 at about a minute. I might have my numbers off just a touch, but the discipline to not foul there and get a stop. And I think they followed that stop with a 3. Was really pretty remarkable stuff. I mean, you have to have a lot go your way under those circumstances to pull the win out. And it was a combination. Execution by the Cougars and Duke not closing the door. I mean, again, you've got to help a team come back in that short a time from that kind of deficit. But, yeah, I can't recall seeing two teams of that caliber and then one pull off that kind of comeback the way Houston did. It reminded me a little bit of the Kansas win they had earlier where it just didn't seem like they had any chance to get it done based on how the game had unfolded, and yet they found a way, which is really a credit to not giving up, to just persisting to stay after it.
Clark, isn't it wild that it seemed like that entire game, if Duke just missed a couple of shots and gave them an opportunity to get it down to 3 or 4 points, that it was going to be a hell of a ball game. It was going to be a hell of a – I mean, whether that was at halftime or whether that was midway through the second half, if it could ever come down to that, it was going to be a hell of a finish, and it just happened to happen in the last couple of minutes of the game when it was obviously do or die for Houston. How much of this do you think is more about Houston just being better in chaos, being more comfortable in chaos, or Duke really just blowing the opportunity?
Yeah, I think it's a combination. I don't think you can disregard either component of that. I think there's certainly something to be said for how Houston wins and has won under Calvin Sampson's leadership years, particularly this year. I mean, they've won by a recipe of more possessions, and they get those more possessions on second shots and forcing turnovers by and large. I mean, you look at their differentials there consistently, those numbers are very much in their favor, and they count on that extra volume to produce wins. And I think that points to resilience, staying after it, getting those extra possessions through offensive rebounds, forcing turnovers, making people uncomfortable, creating chaos that discomfits the opponent. So, yeah, I think that's part of it. Sure, that's part of the recipe. And then the other part, I mean, Duke got a couple of good looks during that stretch when they only made one field goal in the last 10 minutes. They got some good looks from good players. Proctor got a wide-open three. He missed the front end of a 1-and-1. Cooper Flagg, I thought, got a really good look on the last possession that Duke had and had two or three other good looks. And those shots didn't go. Contesting shots is part of making them not go in. So, yeah, I think, again, you've got to when you make that kind of epic comeback, you've got to have a will and a resilience that it was palpable and on display. But you also need a touch of assistance from the other team.
Clark Kellogg, CBS Sports. You'll see him tonight on the pregame, postgame coverage for the national championship game. I'm a huge Kansas fan. Clark, get over some of this, and you just really just brought that back up to me.
Well, that was definitely unintentional. I did not mean to do that, Ron. That was not my intention by any means. Yeah, no malice intended.
Yeah, ever since they won that game against Duke, they keep going back to that game as a reference point, and I just can't let that go. But tonight they got Florida, and I thought Florida coming out of the SEC tournament looked like the best team in the country. And they've had some tight ball games, but they get here to the title game. And I know there's a lot that goes into these games strategy-wise and everything, but is this just as simple as if you're Houston and you're Kelvin Sampson, like we just can't let Walter Clayton Jr. be the guy that beats us?
No, I mean, it's not that simple, but it does harken back to being who you are. You don't change much here. What's been your recipe for winning and being successful, you just have to do it better than the opponent tonight. I mean, Houston is going to play the way they play. Clearly, they're going to try to make it hard for Walter Clayton Jr. I mean, that's part of anybody's game plan, and it makes sense, and they've got personnel to perhaps do that. We'll see. That's one of the intriguing matchups. I think the big deal for me is the front line play. Florida has not really played I don't think they've played their best basketball for a good portion of the 200 minutes of the 5 games they've played. They had, I would guess, maybe 50 minutes of Florida-type basketball where they get out and run and they're active and the big guys are converting and doing what they do. But that hasn't happened as much as it's going to need to happen, I think, tonight against Houston. And Houston has done what Houston does. I mean, they win the rebound battle. I think they've only had I think Houston has only had 35 turnovers as a team in the 5 games. I mean, that's 7 turnovers a game. I mean, they're squeezing the orange. They're turning them over turning the opponent over at a high clip, and they're getting a boatload of buffet-style seconds on that offensive glass.
Well, who you going with, man? Who you putting your hard-earned money on?
3 weeks ago, I picked Florida and Duke to play for it all, and I picked Florida to win it. I'm not moving off of that. Although defense, determination, and destiny may say it could be time for Kelvin Sampson and the Cougars to get a national championship, I wouldn't be disappointed in any way if that unfolds. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Kelvin Sampson and what he's done throughout his coaching career, especially here in the 11 years he's been at Houston. But I think Florida has the ability, and I thought they were, along with Duke, the most explosive and one of the best two-way teams. And we'll get a chance to see how that plays out tonight. So I'm staying with my pick from Selection Sunday of able to cut down the nets.
All right, Clark, I'm sure everyone here listening is very thrilled with that with that decision.
Hey, I just gotta be true to what I said and what I feel. And again, I'm looking forward to a terrific championship game, and I would be happy to see Kelvin Sampson and Cougars do it. But I did pick on my bracket, which is pretty public, and the selection show from 3 weeks ago, I did pick Florida, and I'm going to stay with that pick.
All right, you guys have a good time. We enjoy watching you, and hopefully we get a real good one tonight.
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Clint. Ron, you guys take care. Enjoy the finale of the college hoop season of 2025.
All right, that's a great Clark Kellogg, CBS Sports. As we said, he'll be on post game throughout the night for CBS as they will have this game tonight. Hopefully, U of H is winning this thing, and they're the last one standing. Coming up, we'll get to the Astros, who had the weekend they needed. They win the series, but there's still some things that we need to look at that hopefully they turn the corner on. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, for all my golfers out there, or hell, just for my my you know what?
before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we're getting you ready for someone text in, Ron, the show. How's it going? Rooting for U of H, knowing it's Jim Nance's team. I don't. I can separate the two, and I don't really know how. I don't think Jim's gonna lose sleep. If they lose, I think he'll just be like, all right, I get to go to Augusta.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Just move on to it. Yeah,
he'll definitely move on to Augusta. Anyway, it goes.
Just fine. No, I got no problem. No, I will be honest and say, what is it in our bracket? Is it me and down to me and Reggie? Me, Reggie, maybe Sean too. Sean's in it. I think me and Reggie both picked the title game. Florida and Houston. I picked Florida to win it all. Reggie, I think, picked Houston. So it's between the two of us. And I'll be honest with you, I hope Reggie wins. I am going against my bracket. I don't think you can. I
think Bijani's right there with y'all.
Oh, is he? I'm sure Sean picked him. Picked the Cougs.
Go Cougs!
I don't want to win.
Why?
Because I don't know, I can tell once I get into the game, naturally, I feel like I'm going to pull for Houston.
Well, I mean, that's probably,
you know what I mean? I can tell,
well, I'm pulling. You've got the best of both worlds. I mean, you're either gonna win. I guess it's just bragging rights. Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't win anything. Because I got a feeling if you had more than about 20 on it, you'd the hell with who you gonna root for.
I got another one I'm in. Or I'm in the final two. Same situation.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, look, you're the best, but you can't lose. You can't lose. No matter who wins tonight, you can walk away with something to feel good about.
I hope Kelvin wins. I hope Kelvin and LJ, despite his sponge brush issues, LJ and the crew, Juwan Roberts, hope they win. Now, I hope they don't give Jim a ring.
Oh, Jim. They let Olajuwon on last night, 2 nights ago.
But Jim was on the floor.
Of course he is.
I'm certain Jim was walking on the floor because Jim, they give nobody at CBS going to stop Jim from getting up on the floor.
No, sir.
They stopped Olajuwon from getting up there.
I wonder if Jim had his credentials.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
What?
The Olajuwon thing? Come on, man.
He did what he said, what he had to do, man. Out here you got to keep these jobs, man.
Got to have your credentials.
You got to have
credentials. Your dream.
Somebody at the University of Houston got to get him credentials.
Yes.
They got it. That's who it's on. That young man, I'd have stood my ground tonight. I would have told Dream. I've heard from Vernon Maxwell, he smacks the hell out of people pretty hard. I'd have told him, I said, look, I ain't going to grab you or chase you.
If you want to walk up here, feel free.
But I'm telling you, you're not authorized, and I'm just going to do the protocol, call whoever I'm supposed to call and say, hey, you went through without asking. But I can't let you through. You got to get
yours, Dream.
Got to get yours. I think he had another person with him trying to vouch for him. Like, listen, I understand. I see you. I understand. You are Hakeem Olajuwon, the one who probably started a lot of this, but you ain't got that right credential. Can't let you in. I wonder if my man did me the way I did when I tried to get Chris Santiago up into that damn.
Yeah.
That man said, here, I got Hakeem Olajuwon right here. Can you let him in? Absolutely not.
It's a damn shame.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'd let Dream up, and if I got fired for letting Dream on the stage, I'd probably hound him on social media until he got me the job. I mean, Dream's got plenty. He's got.
Yo, Hakeem, I need you to pull some strings, bro.
Houston, you ain't gonna believe this, Houston. I had me a good job, family. I'd build it up real nice. A good security job, and I was living my best life, man. I'm on the floor of championship games.
Now, what's your expectation for him to do for you?
Give me a damn job. And y'all ain't gonna believe this, but I mean, Hakeem Olajuwon. I'd ham it up now. Hakeem Olajuwon, man, one of the greatest of all time, man. He walked up, and I laid him on the stage, and I'll be damned if these old sorry-ass security folks didn't fire me for letting Hakeem Olajuwon on the stage. Which, by the way, that stage was about 2 foot off the ground. Hakeem Olajuwon could have walked around the backside and just stepped.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, I don't think he could have got around the back. I think there was somebody else waiting for him right there.
Okay. Yeah, no, I would definitely put the pressure on Olajuwon to get me a job in Houston. If I was him, I'd say I heard Houston's a great place.
Hey, Hakeem,
I'm in San Antonio. Don't have to move long. Don't have to move far. San Antonio, Houston.
Hakeem will walk right past your ass and will have forgotten about you.
Oh no. Shoot, I'd make him out to be a bad dude. Hakeem, you get me fired. You get me fired. You ass ain't got a common courtesy. You can't give me the common courtesy to respond. Oh yeah, we could get us a gig in Houston.
Get you some.
Absolutely.
Now, would you say I'm willing to move? I'm moving to Houston.
A little old 3-hour
Take
trip.
our family on up.
Yeah.
I'm willing to move.
No doubt. You have to deal with a hurricane or two, but you'll be all right. Come on down.
Come on down.
Dream will get you a gig.
Yeah. Hey, hopefully they have that straightened out tonight. Clyde gets him some credentials.
Yeah.
Raheem gets him
credentials. I don't hear no bad luck.
Tom Penders.
Yeah.
Get you some credentials out there. All right. By the way, did you see your boy Vladimir Guerrero got paid? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. went there and got him a 14-year, $500 million deal with the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
He said he wasn't going. He said he wasn't going to do any kind of contract negotiations during the season. I guess when they threw that 500 at you, I guess we can go ahead and start talking again.
But hold on now. We've talked about this before. Is this in Canadian dollars? So it's very important.
Yeah. I think it's 500 either way.
The way it converts, it's very different.
He's probably going to spend most of his time in the Dominican, so as long as that converts over, he's in a good spot, or wherever his pops lives. But $500 million. Hey man, like if I'm Yordan Alvarez, my agent just can't be sitting comfortable.
Yeah, it seems like a raw deal.
No, you signed it. You
Jim
did
Crane looks like a damn.
I
know Nick Caserio said it's crazy to win negotiations, but I know Jim Crane sure enough feels like he won.
Oh, 5 years. He got what he signed. He signed him in a 6-year, $115 million contract.
6-year, $115, and he just got 14.
They might as well both. As Vlad plays first base as well as he does, they might as well both be DHs. And he's what, 20? He's 27. Vlad's 26. And Vlad got this deal at 26. When was he about? This is about 2 years now.
He was 25 or 26,
yeah. Come on, man.
It's them bad knees y'all are always talking about. Y'all shouldn't be talking about them bad knees he got all the time. Y'all should let it go.
What happened was
wouldn't impact his negotiations.
No, he should have. But hey, everybody's situation is different. Clint, obviously, Vladimir Guerrero, they didn't have money his whole growing up,
rich his whole life
with his dad, and Kyle Tucker said he should have done what Kyle Tucker did and just waited. Now, for the Astros, this is the best thing for him.
Yeah.
But what he should have done is, let me hold tight here. Let me hold tight here. Because now in this 6-year thing, I'm sure he'll get paid again, but not $500 million?
How about Vlad's dad?
He's making that much more than Yordan?
How about Vlad Sr.'s his dad's arm from the outfield?
Oh, yeah. He was so big. Even watching him run out of the box, he was moving fast, but he was so big, and everything that he did looked so unorthodox.
Mm-hmm.
And so, he had to do a whole bunch of stuff to get everything moving, to throw. He had to unfold a leg to get it out to throw.
But when it came out of that hand, boy, it was hot.
Pew! Whatever sound that I just did. Pew! Yeah, there it is. Pew!
Similar when my wife breaks wind.
I was just about to say, it's the same sound as Clint's wife's fart.
Yeah, like when Clark. On the Clark.
Sorry,
Clark took off on the damn trash can.
Yes.
All right, coming up as we continue to roll here, a little 5 o'clock fire as we will get you ready. Again, the latest on the national championship game. We've heard from multiple experts on the game. We will get you ready for that. Also, the Astros, they get at it tonight. Look to try to win another series. First time they have a series in the division. They'll take on Seattle. We'll get you ready for that. And then big sports day yesterday, UConn and Alex Ovechkin, all of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, y'all, power outages, man, they can happen. If you
source for spirits, beer, and wine. Better than all those delivery apps. Total Wine's prices are up to lower. Super fast delivery and no hidden fees. Order direct at TotalWine.com and pay less today.
Drink responsibly, B21.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
The top-ranked show in the city.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Throws to Proctor. Heaves up a three. No good. Houston from behind. 14 down to the national championship game. And for the first time since 1984, Houston will play for a men's basketball national championship. It's Houston and Florida in San Antonio on Monday night.
There it is. That was how it ended. A crazy, crazy game and the largest comeback in the history of the Final Four. Down 14 in the second half, down 6 with 34 seconds left. They find a way. Find a way. Wasn't pretty, wasn't perfect. Even had some mistakes down the stretch. But they found a way to come back and win that game. But now they are turning the page and moving forward, and they are looking to try to finish this off and make this an absolute special season and one of the best teams in the history of this clock fire. And 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. And luckily for you, you got Oak 30, you got Show, you got T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And the latest is, Clint, we're set up for this. We heard Rob Doster earlier say he was going with Houston. We heard Clark Kellogg in the last hour say he was going with Florida. Your feeling here, where are you leaning towards in this game tonight?
It's got U of H written all over it. It's got U of H written all over it, man. You talked about U of H and having to hear about the Duke thing and how good they are, and the Cooper Flag thing and how good he is, and how many pro lottery picks they got on that NBA lottery picks they have on that team, and yada yada yada. And, that's all the motivation they needed. Now, they went out there and won in dramatic fashion. I don't know that was necessarily the motivation that pulled it out at the end. But I just think once you slay that dragon, the team that everybody thought was the best in the tournament, once you slay them, man, I got to believe that you come into this next game with unbelievable confidence, unbelievable belief. And I think U of H brings this one home tonight, man. I really do.
Yeah, I think it'll be another tight game. As Clark said earlier, you defend, you play hard, and toughness be who you are tonight. And I have Florida in my bracket. I am pulling for Kelvin Sampson and Houston to win this game tonight, and I think they absolutely have a chance. I think Florida is a really, really good football. Hang it.
They got a chance this year.
Florida is a really, really good basketball team, but not as much talent, natural talent as Duke has. Not as much size and length all the way around. I think they have the size and the length that Duke has inside. But Duke's guards, they had 6'9" out there. They had, we were seeing L.J. Cryer have to deal with switches that involved, Cooper Flag, who's 6'9", in his face. So not as much size on the perimeter, but I think this is a better matchup for Houston. So hopefully they get the dub tonight. I find it very interesting, because I did talk to you guys about this before the show, this is kind of a unique thing in this city to me. Because this is a city that has a ton of alumni from all kinds of schools. Obviously, the amount of schools that are in this state has helped. You're an alumni of Arkansas. Tyler, and there are Arkansas people who live here, as we learned at the boot. Clint just started singing
Calling the Hogs. I wasn't singing.
Calling the Hogs.
And I thought somebody was hurt.
Woo Pig Suey, and then everybody started doing it. Obviously, Tyler is an Aggie, and they're Longhorns, and LSU is prominent here. But it does seem like the entire city is pulling, no matter what school they went to, the entire city, it feels like, is pulling for Houston tonight. Whether you're a Longhorn, an Aggie, a Razorback, LSU, whatever. It seems that way, which is not usual, I would say, for most spots, because everybody has their college.
That is interesting, because I think if UT was involved, then the Aggies would definitely be out on that, and vice versa. You know, I think
Tyler would be having a conniption. He'd be letting so much stuff roll through. That was.
Yeah, Arkansas, Texas, there's clearly a rivalry there. You know, I think when you get into the Baylors, the Texas Tech, and that, I think there'd be some similarities. Even with LSU now, with everybody being the SEC together, that is an interesting dynamic. I think U of H, for whatever reason, I don't know what history says or doesn't say, but it seems like that everybody can put their loyalties, if you will, to whatever university they went to, and literally, I mean, go to bat for the team that says Houston across their chest. I think it has a lot to do with just pride of being from here. I'm from here.
That's the difference. You said it represents the city as.
Yeah, it's easy for me to look. I went to the University of Arkansas, and I'm going to root for U of H until they play the University of Arkansas for that day, and then we can go back to being friends. That's the reality of the situation. I think people that are from here, no matter whether they went to A&M or went to UT or went to Tech or TCU or Baylor, blah, you know, I think there's something about that Houston being written on the chest. There's something about Kelvin Sampson has built a blue-collar approach with more physicality, more hustle. I think if you're from this area, this neck of the woods, this part of the country, I think you can relate to that. You admire it. You respect it. It's easy to support it. And so, yeah, it is an interesting dynamic that Houston, it seems to me, like in my group and in talking to people around the city, it seems to me like everybody is rooting for the team that reps the city here, and it's not about the color of pullover half zip in your closet.
Maybe in Memphis it's like that because they're a school that represents the city, and it may be that way, but it like we get into this business like it's always a deal of, hey, when you're talking about a college teams and you're doing topics on college teams, like you may alienate a group. It does not seem that way here with Houston, with the Cougs. It feels like even if that's not your crew, like, all right, I'm rolling with these guys. I don't know, maybe it's just not a connection. Like you're Arkansas. When has Houston pissed you off?
Well, U of H and Arkansas used to have some dog fights back in them Southwest Conference days. But outside of that, you got to go back to Andre Ware, Quinn Grovey game.
Yeah. Like, Tyler, when's the last time as an A&M fan you've had an issue with U of H?
I'm not sure I really have one.
That Clint would always say there just seems to be in different, not even, well, it was levels before, but just different. They play in different spaces. It's almost what it comes off to. So good to see that everybody is pulling for U of H. Up and down my timeline, it felt like it's almost like the Texans or the Astros or the Rockets are in it the way that people are giving it. So you can watch it, you can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of our good friends at Westwood One. So if you're riding around, turn it on to Sports Radio 610 and catch the Cougs to catch them facing Florida, see if they can go out and pull this thing out.
Go Cougs!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, while U of H is trying to finish off this season, the Astros are early in theirs, but they do go tonight in Seattle and look to try to continue this thing. They just won the series against the Twins, and to me, Clint, I think the big thing to watch is on the mound. Hayden Wisniewski is got the ball, and Clint, this is becoming, it's early. I know it's early, Clint, and I think to me, though, it's early on Yordan feels different than it's early on maybe the back end of this rotation. Like, you're still going to give them time and not going to panic, but like you need these cats to start hopefully turning it. Ronel Blanco has not had a good start, really, either one of his first two starts, and it was really, really bad yesterday, Clint, as he didn't get out of the second inning. Spencer Getty, who had a good start the first time around, but struggled Saturday against the Twins. And they just, like 3, 4, and 5 starters in this rotation right now, Clint, are going to be questions right now. And that's the thing, is can these guys be solid and give you a chance each night out? And that's the big thing to watch.
Well, the fear is that you don't have the depth that you obviously, not that we knew you had the depth, and you were having to bring up Hunter and bring up Arrighetti and bring up Blanco and turn Blanco into a starter and all this kind of stuff. Like, I just don't believe you have those types of arms anywhere in the organization. And so if you get 2 or 3 guys that are struggling plus one that gets injured, like, what are you going to turn to? You know, the Astros were really lucky last year in the sense they could turn to some guys that panned out to be pretty nice starters. Right now, Luis Garcia's hurt. Jose Urquidy's no longer here. I don't know what's going on with J.P. France. He's still injured. I guess he's still recovering. Lance McCullers is going to be back at some point. But all these guys, they're not ready right now. So, yeah, it would make me as an Astros fan feel a little bit more comfortable if the 3 through 5 starter, which I'm fine with Arrighetti. It's more about 4 and 5 for me. But, you know, if those guys could get rolling. Right now, what is this? This is Wisniewski's second?
Yeah, second start.
So, yeah, still a little early for all that.
Early.
But, yeah, I mean, the fear for me is more about the depth is, you know, you're sitting around here talking about, well, we got 4 or 5 starters. You got 3 or 4 that are going to be available, and you have a surplus of starters. Well, right now, that ain't the case, so you need these guys to come on.
Which is even more like your feel of like, hey, Jordan is struggling is a lot different than Ronel Blanco and Wisniewski, and like to say, it's early. It's early. Like that's and it puts more pressure on Framber and Hunter Brown up at the top to like, they don't need too many of those kind of stinkers like they've had here, to where you got to feel good that you know what you're going to get out of them as they start the thing up. So big one tonight. We'll see if they can continue things. Had a good weekend series with the Twins taking that series, and now they'll try to get to 500. By the way, Tyler, look out, man. The Angels.
We can do this. We can do this. I'm proud of them. They look okay right now.
Look at the Angels, baby.
For now, they are, Clint.
The Angels and the Rangers. Rangers 8-2 right now. They had the Angels 6-3.
I bet Mike Trout is playing some damn good baseball for the time being.
Mike Trout got hit in the back on the hand his first or second at bat. First.
I am shocked.
He hit a bomb though yesterday or the other day. A bomb.
Just got to get those in while he can.
So got to get them in while they can, man. Yeah.
We all know where he'll be here in a few weeks.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. But no, they'll get back in it. It's early, and we'll see what they're able to do in their first division series with the Seattle Mariners.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, as we are preparing for the men's champion, the women's champion was crowned last night, and it was UConn. And Clint, they have just gone off in the postseason. They have been dominant the way that the UConn men were last year.
Yeah.
They have just, they win yesterday 82-59 after winning in the Final Four against UCLA 85-51. Like the Final Four games, they've had 30-point leads in the second half in both of those games. And Paige Beckers isn't even the one that's been going off, but Gino Auriemma wins his 12th championship, which is the most of anybody passing John Wooden, which he was tied with 11. But it had been 9 years since they won a championship, but just dominant. How the hell were they a 2 seed? I don't know. And they did this to South Carolina earlier this year in South Carolina, beat them by 20 plus. It was weird, but they were just dominant in this.
Yeah, look, I didn't watch much of any of the tournament, the girls' tournament this year. But anytime you beat Dawn Staley in South Carolina like that, I don't care if you are UConn. That's impressive.
Yeah, Dawn Staley was clearly out of answers. I don't, and was done with even trying to find it. She was cleaning her Louis Vuitton, but she was pissed out there about what happened there. But Gino, Paige Beckers will go to the league as 12 titles for UConn. Amazing feat.
5 o'clock fire.
Big day yesterday also in hockey as Alex Ovechkin, he breaks the tie with Wayne Gretzky and gets his 895th goal. 20 years he has been with the Washington Capitals, and damn, he has aged, boy. You could tell it. You could see it from the first year on. He has aged. That's one of those records, Clint, where you're like, damn, 895. Like, that is never going to get broken by Wayne Gretzky. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they probably weren't thinking there's some Russian kid that is laying in wait for Wayne Gretzky's ass in the 90s to come back. This one feels like there's a more potential that this one could break, because it feels like hockey scoring is starting to go up a lot more than it was in the past. Like, we see, like, I know it's big. I don't, maybe it won't happen in our lifetime, but it does seem like the game is more. There's more scoring in the game, and maybe this happens. We'll see if somebody wants to play that long. But
boy, you out of my league with that one. You over my head. I know Ovechkin's grayer than hell. I know you got to play a long time to get there, and you got to be really good the entire time. That's going to be a tough one to break.
You see that little gray hair on the side. He really picked it up. My man ain't even trying to get them teeth. He ain't even trying to mess with them teeth.
That ain't no big deal in Russia.
Maybe he's waiting to be done, because his didn't just go. His is he got a chip.
Yeah.
And well, that's when you see his lady over there. Whatnot. Was she gonna stick with it?
I didn't see her. What, was she nice?
Tyler would have approved. She had some tears in her eyes. And again, for her, she knows.
Have it.
She knows the assignment. Last night.
Stay out of the way.
No. She knows the assignment.
It was well put together.
You pass Wayne Gretzky. She knows what the night brings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We love her for it.
Get it. Give it everything you got tonight, baby.
I see you, girl.
My way. Sure, they had a great time. Congratulations to Alex and his wife on their great evening. Coming up next as we continue, the Rockets, we gotta go to them, because yes, obviously the Cougs had a big weekend, but the Rockets, they had a potential playoff feeling change type of a weekend with the wins they got against OKC and Golden State. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, our Vision Homes.
That's right. You don't have to turn the dial. Just be locked in here at 750, and you can cheer on Kelvin Sampson's crew with us, courtesy of Westwood One. Let's go, Cougs.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You just had another Cougs fan just walk in, and the Cougs fans are all out. All out.
I'm going to be out there with them, me and old Reg.
Where you going to be at?
Where y'all going?
We're going to head over to Edo, man. That brand new big-ass Woodrow's over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I like
sir.
it. We've had a time out there before.
It's going to be popping.
Yeah, nice place, man. Nice place.
That feel good when you said that?
Tyler?
You don't feel like a poppin'.
Talking about your popping.
I feel like,
Poppin's coming. It's coming pretty popular around here.
Felt natural, felt good.
Boss lady using popping in the emails.
I feel like she did
Reg,
I didn't feel like you were a poppin' person.
Reg and John got a
felt like
got
was
a what's
cold-blooded.
Got a what's popping deal going on.
I thought Tyler was more like it's going to be cold-blooded.
I could go there too, but in that moment, I just fell down in my plums. I felt it come to me, and I had to say, it's about to get popping.
Yeah. I felt you was like it's going to be bussin'.
Tyler just gave me the bird. I'd go.
It's going to be bussin'. I feel like that's what Tyler was good.
That's a good one. You're getting closer.
Me and Reggie out there bussin' with the boys.
Yeah.
Let's get it.
It's going to be bussin'.
The drive does bust that thing open and
wide open.
Tell you folks to bring it home back. You know what I'm saying?
My silly ass son says, "Oh man, it's gonna be bussin', Dad." He gonna learn to me. He said, "Dad, your slang sucks."
Tell him to try popping.
Like sometimes, like I have to get myself go in hard on him,
right?
Just because my natural response is just to go. I really did sometimes.
Well, I mean, you probably should. Your 11-year-old son?
Yeah.
Probably should.
Because he tries it. He's trying. Like him and his friends, you did it when we were young, try to, crack jokes, joan on each other and stuff. And they're terrible. And he's bad. Like, you think that one hit?
It probably does.
You think that one hit?
You don't think it does? It probably plays with his friend group, right? I mean, don't compare him to you. Compare him to his friend group. Is he one of the cooler ones?
He got mad at me. He said something to me, I think, about my hair. And I said to him, I said, son, I just think everybody was so excited that was sitting behind that basket today that you gave those souvenirs that you shot that ball.
See, because he's talking about your hair. Oh, man. You ain't right, man.
He took a shot behind it.
Just because he went low don't mean you got to go lower.
Went over the goal.
Golly, man.
I was proud of him. He laughed it off.
He ain't got no choice. What the hell is he going to do?
I said I had to grab myself a little bit. All them souvenirs you shot over to the
all them
fans.
loose balls you gave to the fans.
But I can't stop. I said that one guy fair caught that one he shot. But no, man, we got it. Listen, we're talking a lot about Houston and their opportunity tonight to win it all, as we should be. Tyler will get you best bets coming up. I believe, national championship. First national championship best bets for you coming up here in a little bit. But man, we got to talk about the Rockets. And I have been the one. Like, I'm some might say as Herman Boone, by way of Denzel Washington, said, I may be a mean cuss, but I'm the same mean cuss to everybody. And I feel that way. Listen, I'm going to talk about what I see, and what I saw was a team that down the stretch for a good sample size was struggling against good teams. And this was important for them to start to do this and have some success against good teams heading into the playoffs, because that's who you're going to play, right? Right now, they're going to play some semblance of Warriors, Timberwolves, Grizzlies, and maybe the Mavericks, something like that. They're Kings. They're going to play some level of those teams, and those are teams that are good basketball teams. And they hadn't shown that until this weekend. And Friday, they had back-to-back games, Friday and Sunday, against, I would say, the two hottest teams in the NBA, Clint. OKC, who has just run through the league, 17-1 in their last 18 games, and really none of those games were very close at all. They're blowing out teams, easy. And then they faced the Warriors, who had gotten really, really hot and just beat the Lakers and the Nuggets all in a row. And they went out there and they played their game and forced the other teams to play their game and went in there and got two huge wins against OKC, who they just blew out, and then against the Warriors. And the Warriors pulled it all out. Yeah. Draymond tried to get silly and throw elbows and get himself and get in the heads of the Rockets, and they didn't take the bait, and they just went and played basketball to beat them. And I do think that has to change the feel going into the playoffs, not just for us and for me, but for them as well, with that confidence.
Look, I think their confidence has to have grown significantly with the last 4 games. I mean, you look at, they didn't beat the Lakers, but you still got to feel like going to L.A. and playing the way that they played, the outcome of that game could and might very well be different next time that they play if they put that same kind of effort on the floor. And it's all about the defensive end. When you can make LeBron and Luka very uncomfortable and keep their scoring down. Yeah, some other guys got off, but you keep their scoring down, then you've got a much better chance to win. Fast forward to the OKC game. They absolutely controlled that game start to finish, and you were able to limit SGA. Now, Jay Williams, I believe it is, and he went off for 30 in that game.
33, yeah.
Now he got his, but again, if you can keep SGA from beating you, then you got a much better chance. And then you look at last night's game, and when it's all said and done, they made Steph Curry tap out. I mean,
I thought maybe he was.
They sat him quite a bit. They did sit him because he was so frustrated. They sat him quite a bit. Maybe he was tired. I don't know, but they did sit him more than normal. And then which I expected Jimmy Butler to take that game over. He never did.
That's a weird thing, Clint. He is not. I don't know if he's saving it for the playoffs, because I think LeBron, it seems like maybe he's doing a little bit of that. But Jimmy is like, it's not like he's significant to their team defensively and all the things that he can do. But it's not like he's going out and just getting 30 or 25.
Well, there was an opportunity last night for Jimmy Butler to really take over that game. And what I would say, Golden State, when you sign Jimmy Butler, is what you expect him to do. Steph Curry clearly wasn't having the night. Like I said, he was frustrated. He sat a good chunk of the middle portion of that game, and Jimmy Butler. Now the Rockets, which there's certain teams. I don't know the whole NBA and all the rosters, but there's certain teams where the Rockets are going to be able to go with a smaller, faster, longer lineup that can run you out of the gym, and they're also going to be able to go with that double big lineup where you got some real matchup problems, right? You got some real rim protectors. You got some. You got a huge swing in how they can attack you on both ends of the floor with that double big and then the younger, longer, faster lineup they can put out there. And that was it was a significant problem for Golden State once Curry couldn't shoot you up out of that double big lineup.
They called the bluff. They said, all right, we want to make Jimmy win this game.
Yeah. And Jimmy don't seem disinterested.
Like he was cool. He was cool on it.
He was passing the ball, which
not this one.
Yeah, I mean that was strange to me, man. So I don't know if that looked exactly like what you'd hope a playoff game would look like if you're a Golden State fan, but it damn sure was an impressive run by the Rockets, man. You got to, and most importantly, I mean, as a fan, I believe in it, but you got to think that down the stretch here, man, what the Rockets have put on the floor defensively, boy, the confidence is not that it wasn't already high, but it's got to be through the roof at this point.
Yeah, and for me, and I think you talked about this a bit on Friday. I think also the confidence grows, and we should never, and I'm serious, never have a situation like the Rockets had against the Lakers in the last 4 minutes where Jalen Green's on the bench.
Correct. Agreed.
But the other thing we saw in these two games is the two dudes that are your best players, your all-star and your leading scorer, who've been your best players through the year, Jalen Green and Alfred Sengun, they are over 30-plus against the Thunder and outplay SGA, who's going to win the MVP, I think. And then they were better also, along with Dylan Brooks, who had 24, but they were really good as well against the Warriors, outplaying their their team's best players. They outplayed the other team's best players, Sengun and Jalen Green, and that's even bigger for them.
I need Ime Udoka to do me a huge favor.
I want him to come out and promise and apologize.
I want him to do me a huge favor.
Maybe that was
snatch up Sengun's ass. I'm
about bring this on to the air.
Yes, I'm about fed up with watching Sengun. Now I like him, great player, love that he's on our team, but the whiny crybaby, like just playing to the refs all the damn time. And I get last night was, what's his name, was being a clown. But man, it just seems like every time I turn the Rockets on, down the stretch, man, he is bitching and moaning to the refs. And even last night, there were a couple times where everybody else beat him down the floor because he was looking for a foul and throwing his hands up and being all. I'm just like, man, go play basketball, man. Like, that's one thing I love about watching this team, man, is it seems like there's not a whole lot of that, and he is getting worse and worse as I watch him.
All right, it feels like it's the game right now. We see a lot of that.
That's a pissy excuse. I'm not accepting it.
Coming up, as we will finish this thing off, getting you ready for U of H, we'll hear from some of you as well. 713-572-4610 as to see if the Cougs can go ahead and take care of Florida tonight. Also, best bets. Hey, Tyler came back 4 for 5 over the weekend. Big return because it was awful. God awful leading into it.
Yes.
Big return. We're not going to look in the rear view at the bad stuff, no matter how bad it was. But it was good on Friday, and he's ready to make you some money tonight. So all of that coming up next as we continue right here live on The Drive.
NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, U of H, they got to close this thing out. They had that epic comeback against Duke, and now they face Florida, another #1 seed, and they have to they got to finish this deal. They finish this deal. This will be one of the greatest teams in the history of this city, as they're looking to cap this thing off. 713-572-4610. You can call in, get your thoughts. Larry, how you feeling about this thing tonight? You feel good about your Cougs?
So, you know, I feel so damn good, man, that I'm already down here in S.A., man. So y'all know what we're doing down here.
I figured you
but
would.
Let me say this, man. I don't know how the boss lady send y'all to all that other silly stuff, man. It didn't send y'all ass 2 hours from Houston down to S.A., This city of Houston has taken over San Antonio, man, and when I tell you that everybody down here has been partying, man, it is going down. And T-Mill, I heard you say you're going to Little Woodrow's or whatever, but you should have Little Woodrow your ass to San Antonio, because I'm telling you, if you'd have been anywhere
the Aggies, I would.
Them margaritas been hitting hard, man, and then we've been on that tequila like you wouldn't even believe.
Really?
So let me tell you about this, man. Y'all was talking about Ovechkin and his old lady and how it's gonna go down. Y'all know he got them missing teeth in pearl tongue and get between them things, man, before he even get back to the hotel room. You know Russian women don't wear no panties, man, and so he got that tongue, and that pearl tongue gonna do what it's gonna do.
I think
the next thing, man. Hey, man, now that boy from Russia, man, and you know how them Russians get down when they get them white Russians in them, man. They just act bad. Last thing before I let y'all go, you know who that security guard ass is in San Antonio that didn't let the dream on the floor? I know y'all still mad that Akeem shook David Robinson ass when he won that MVP and did him dirty on his own court. But if your ass are stopping Hakeem Olajuwon from getting on the floor at the Final Four with the Houston Cougars, your ass needs to be fired. Ron, let me tell you this, man, because you see I called you Ron. This is why it's serious, man. The Cougars win tonight is going to be city.
Man, we losing you. We losing you, Larry. Damn. I don't know where Larry's moving, about to losing.
Yeah, you must have
Larry
been down there in the
by the way, Larry ain't
walking in the Alamo Dome or something amongst all them tall buildings, man.
Yeah, Larry ain't gonna make it.
No, yeah, well, he better.
Larry sound like he been screaming.
He better get the intensity out of that voice. He better just enjoy it.
Maybe we need to
let somebody else have the mic for a while.
Larry, yeah, you start rolling out on us. Larry, you might need to go find our guy, old Rob Doster, and get his plan.
Alibis, Commerce Street.
Yeah, get you some water. Get you some water. Get you some electrolytes, man. Do something in there. Get your stuff together, boy. You got, dang, man. My man said the margaritas and the tequila's flowing. That game starts at 8.
Ways to go now.
I wouldn't have it any better, baby. That's the hell I'd be doing, man. How many people? These people around here then went to work today and just got nothing done. Ain't got nothing done. I like from experience having Kansas in games. All you're doing is let's just get this thing. Let's just get to the house. Let's get this work day over, baby. Let's go ahead. Let's get this thing moving. Just keep this thing moving. Let's get through this day, and let's get it over with. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as you will be able to catch the fellas as they get going. Is there a lead in to Westwood One? Courtesy of Westwood One, you can hear the Houston Cougars take on the Florida Gators right here tonight on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. They will have the coverage for you, and hopefully U of H is able to win a championship. Coming up as well, Tyler's Best Bets, and they are Final Four Best Bets as well. So listen to that to make you some cash as well. All right, Clint. To me, man, this is very clear. Houston, and I believe they will. Houston, go be yourself. Be yourself. That is, be the toughest team out there, rebound, get extra possessions on the offensive glass. They even did that against Duke, even with Duke's size, because of their hustle and everything. Play the defense that you know that you always play. And to me, the biggest key is, especially if it's a tight game, which I think it will be, you gotta make somebody else other than Walter Clayton Jr. beat you. This cat is, I do believe, Clinton, I love L.J. Cryer. I think Uzan has been really, really good, especially the second half of the season. But, Clint, I do think Walter Clayton Jr. is the best player on the floor. And if you allow him to get rolling and do you end, you'll learn you'll learn what Auburn learned, you'll learn what Texas Tech learned, you'll learn what UConn learned. You got to take the ball out of his hand and dare Martin, Condon, anybody else to beat you out there as opposed to him.
He's definitely the best offensive player in the game. I think. I mean, to your point, is you've got to try to take him out of the game. Now he's quicker than a hiccup. Now he can't. It's not only just can shoot it lights out. His ability to push it, which is a lot of what they play with, tempo obviously. I think he's obviously the best offensive player on the floor. But I'm gonna tell you, man, I just, when you talk about watching a team win against a team that, you know, they were a dog. It looked like for the majority of the game that they had zero chance. Looked like it was going to be a double-digit loss. To hang in there, make the difficult shots that they made, and then in the most chaotic moment late to do what they did. I can't bet against U of H in this particular ball game. I think U of H gets it done.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, Kelvin Sampson is such a great coach and his defense coach, and he's got the weapons, right? He's got dudes that can switch and do what they can. He's had 34 and 30 in the last two games. The game to get to the Final Four, and then the game against Auburn to get to the championship game. I think Houston keeps him from just going off.
Yeah.
And that's the big part. Like, they've got other kids that are capable, but they just haven't shown it. They got to force me to see somebody else. And just like they did in the last game, Clint, they're going to have to hit some tough shots, but they got to hit perimeter shots. They made 10 threes in that game against Duke, which was big for them to stay in the game. There still is size in the inside for Florida, and they got to make shots tonight. So a big one for U of H to see if they can close the door tonight and really, really cap off. Is that makes that Duke win comeback, if they're able to finish this thing off tonight, one of the best seasons in the history of the city. All right, Clint, Tyler, let's hear the best bets. Steve Mill, let's get your best bets in this thing. I know they're Final Four driven. What you got? Make the people some money.
That's right. We're going to be out enjoying this Cougs game, playing for a trophy, people. I think the Cougs are going to get it done. So I'm going to start off by telling you, lock in 100%. Cougs with some points, not many, but plus 1.5. Like that a lot. Like the money line for the Cougs a lot. I think Kelvin's Cougs get it done. I'm on the under for this game as well, under 140.5 points. I'm on the Cougs. This is a fun one. First squad to 5 points in the matchup. First team. I think they'll be riding that momentum, that emotion, that comeback against Duke. They're going to come out firing, and they'll get to 5 way faster.
See, I can't let this right there. This is the bet stuff that scares the hell out of me. I can't do that. Now, I will be honest. There is nothing more in the first first 4 minutes of this game that I will be watching like hell to see who gets to 5 first.
It's going to be them Cougs, baby. And then your fourth and final one here. We've talked a lot about this kid today, L.J. Cryer. I'm on over 16.5 points for young L.J. Cryer and the Cougs. Let's celebrate. Let's get it going, man. It's going to be a fun night in Houston. It's going to be a trophy hoisting kind of night in H-Town. Let's get it.
My favorite there, Clint, is the under, the 140.5. Now, I know you don't know about that, but Houston, I mean, they kept Duke. They were the under against Duke, who is one of the highest scoring teams in college basketball. I just, like, if you think Houston's going to win, I think this game may have to be like under 70, lower 70.